أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين أبو القاسم محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين أما بعد السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Brothers, sisters, respected community leaders, scholars, esteemed guests, please allow me to extend a very warm karibuni sana to day 2 of the Intellect and Revelation Conference here in Dar es Salaam, and welcome you on behalf of the organizers, Africa Federation, the Dar es Salaam Jamaat, Aftab, the International Center for Advanced Islamic Research, and of course, the World Federation. This will be the first full day of the conference. We had the opening ceremony and a session yesterday. Today we will have both morning and afternoon sessions, and they promise to be very interesting and enlightening, with lots of opportunities for discussion and learning. This is something of a historic conference, as I mentioned yesterday. It is the first of its kind, I believe, to be held in Dar es Salaam, and we have brought together scholars from as far afield as North America and the Middle East and Europe to discuss and dialogue on these essential and very timely issues. And so, once again, welcome and thank you to all of you for making this possible and for your attendance, and we look forward to your active participation. Before we get started, I'd just like to do a little bit of housekeeping and run through the schedule for the morning session. So, we are a little bit behind time, so I will have to try and steal back the minutes as we go through, which means I'm going to be even stricter with timekeeping than I was yesterday, so apologies in advance to absolutely everyone in the hall, because I'm sure at some point or another I will upset all of you by cutting your time short, whether for questions or answers or talks. We are looking forward to your active participation in the Q&A, but we want to make sure that it's orderly, so please, in the Q&A sessions, raise your hands and a microphone will be brought to you, or if you would rather write your question down, you can write it on a piece of paper and pass it to one of our volunteers to the front. If you have any needs at all, in fact, during the conference, please raise your hand and one of our dedicated team of volunteers will come to assist you. We would ask you to put all of your mobile phones on silent or flight mode, just to prevent any interruptions to the talks. And I would just like to ask you all as well to make sure that you are wearing your badges when you're here, as this shows that you've registered and that you're supposed to be here. This is both useful for practical reasons, but also for security reasons. I'd also like to make you aware that there will be books for sale on the tables outside the men's and women's sections. And there are bathrooms available outside. For men, you use the door you entered through, and you will find them on your left. For ladies, please use the ladies' sections of the mosque. There is, of course, no smoking inside the conference, and I would also like to kindly request that when we have a female speaker, that there are no photos or videos taken by request. And otherwise, we will be, as I said, we're a little bit behind, but the rough schedule is as follows. We're about to have Quran recitation by Sheikh Al-Qari Ali Abdullah. This will be followed by a special video address by Ayatollah Sayyid Ahmed Madadi from Qom. We will then begin our first panel, in which our speakers will be Dr. Sheikh Saeed Subhani and Dr. Sheikh Muhammad Ali Ismail, who are joining us from London in Dar es Salaam. And they will be speaking about the role of intellect in the perspective of Imamiyya jurists and the role of aql in Quranic exegesis, traditional versus critical rationalist perspectives. We will then have a short break, after which our speakers will return to the stage for a brief panel discussion and Q&A. And then we will move on to our second panel of the morning, in which we will be joined by Dr. Muhammad Ghurbanpur Delavar, who will be talking about an analysis of the place of transmitted and intellectual sciences, heritage in Shia thought, and Sayyid Adil Raza, who will be speaking about what is the role of intellect in Islamic thought. We will then have a break for Salah at about 12:30, followed by lunch, and then the afternoon session will begin at 20 to 2 with the panel discussion from the second panel of the day. So without further ado, can I please request a Sheikh Al-Qari Ali Abdullah to come to the podium and bless us with a recitation from the Holy Quran? And can I request from you, the audience, to welcome him with a very loud and enthusiastic salawat.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. من جاء بالحسنة فله عشر أمثالها ومن جاء بالسيئة فلا يجزى إلا مثلها وهم لا يظلمون. قل إنني هداني ربي إلى صراط مستقيم دينا قيما ملة إبراهيم حنيفا بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. من جاء بالحسنة فله عشر أمثالها بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. من جاء وما كان من المشركين وما كان من المشركين قل إن صلاتي ونسكي ومحياي ومماتي لله رب العالمين قل إن صلاتي ونسكي ومحياي ومماتي لله قل إن صلاتي ونسكي ومحياي ومماتي لله رب العالمين لا شريك له وبذلك أمرت وأنا أول المسلمين قل إن صلاتي ونسكي ومحياي ومماتي لله رب العالمين لا شريك له لا شريك له وبذلك أمرت وأنا أول المسلمين صدق الله العلي العظيم اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد صلوات
Thank you, Sheikh Al-Qari Ali Abdullah, for that beautiful and moving recitation. We will now move on to the special address by Ayatollah Sayyid Ahmed Madadi. Just to give you some background on Sayyid Madadi, Sayyid Madadi is a prominent scholar in the seminary city of Qom. He was born in the holy city of Najaf in 1951, and he moved with his grandfather from there to the city of Mashhad. which is where he began his education, both attending school there and beginning his religious studies there. Sayyid Ahmed Madadi migrated to Najaf in 1969 and to continue his seminary studies. And while he was there, he reached the level of Bahth Kharij, attending the lectures of Sayyid al-Khoy, rahimahullah alayh, on the principles of jurisprudence, and he actually continued studying under Sayyid al-Khoy until the lessons of the hawza were suspended. So he was there until the very end of Sayyid al-Khoy's Bahth al-Kharij classes. He also attended his fiqh classes for 6 or 7 years. In 1990, while Sayyid Madadi was on Hajj, he learned that he could no longer return to Iraq, and so he relocated to Qum. When he arrived in Qum, Sayyid Madadi was already an extremely learned scholar, but this did not prevent him from attending classes of some senior scholars such as Ayatollah Gulpaigani, Sayyid Murtada al-Hayri, Sheikh Wahid Khurasani, and Sheikh Tabrizi. In fact, Sayyid Madadi, when he arrived in Qum, he was one of the first senior ulama there to lecture exclusively in Arabic, and as a result, he became very popular with the Arabic students in Qum, and he had a number of students who've gone on to be illustrious scholars in their own right, including Sayyid Qadim al-Ha'iri, Mahmud al-Hashimi, and Sheikh Baqir al-Irawani. His research, for those of you who know Sayyid Madadi, you'll know that he is a meticulous researcher, and it's characterized by an intensive and detailed tracking of scholarly opinions. And he provides numerous historical examples in his work. He is especially skilled in the sciences of traditions, textual analysis, and the biographies of narrators. And he delves extensively into the history of Rijal and the interpretation of texts. Often, he will delve deeper to review the opinions of other schools. Therefore, attending his lectures, I can tell you, is an intellectual workout. You have to work hard to be able to appreciate the vast range of knowledge that is on show in his lectures, and I think that will come through in the video address that we're about to see. Sayyid al-Madadi has also published a number of works. These include his dictations of Bahth Kharij on Kitab al-Maqasid and the principles of jurisprudence, and he also has a collection of articles in Persian called Negahi bi Darya, which means looking to the ocean, which is a collection of his articles on Rijal, Hadith, and other issues. So without further ado, I would like to call your attention to the screens where we'll be viewing Sayyid Madadi's video address, and please recite a loud and enthusiastic salawat.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على رسول الله وآله الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين. السلام علیکم جمیعا و رحمت الله و برکاته. با عرض سلام خدمت شما عزیزان که در این محفل نورانی جمع شدین. انشاءالله امیدوارم موفق و مؤید باشین و این زحمات که کشیده شده در این جهت مورد نظر بقیت الله الاعظم ارواحنا فداه قرار بگیره و نتایج ملموس و روشن و خیلی واضحی از این مجموعه ابحاث نصیب دنیای اسلام بلکه دنیای بشریت بشه. عرض میکنم خدمتون که ماه مبارک شعبان که به عنوان ماه رسول الله هم معرفی شده دارای برکات و فواید بسیار زیاد و آثار معنوی، روحی، عبادی و جهات مختلف انصافاً در این ماه وجود داره. وجود اعیاد و مناسبات بسیار عالی در این ماه یک شرف و امتیاز خاصی رو به این ماه مبارک داده که حالا چون البته من معتقد بودم که ای کاش یک جلسه ای هم خاص صحبت بقیت الله و مطالبی پیرامون حضرت مهدی سلام الله علیه و حکومت ایشان و دولت ایشان و زمان امامت و ولایت ایشان مطرح می شد خیلی به جا بود. به هر حال امروز چهارشنبه به اصطلاح 8 ماه شعبان و هفته آینده چهارشنبه به عنوان نیمه ماه شعبان و سالروز تولد این بزرگوار خیلی مناسب بود ابحاثی راجع به خود حضرت بقیت الله هم مطرح بشه. یک دو کلمه چون به هر حال نمیشه مناسبت ایشان رو عرض کنم راجع به وجود مبارک حضرت بقیت الله کتاب‌ها و آثار فراوانی از همون صدر اول نوشته شده. شاید غیر از حالا جهات بسیار مهمی که در هم آیات مبارکه اشاره به وجود ایشان شده و هم روایات فراوانی که از رسول الله رسیده راجع به ایشان و اصولاً این مسئله در فرهنگ اسلامی یک جای بسیار بالایی داره. ما نخستین کسانی که حتی دعوای مهدویت دارن، البته خود اینها بعید ادعای مهدویت داشته باشن، لکن راجع به اونها شده وجود به اصطلاح فرزند بزرگوار امیرالمؤمنین به نام محمد حنفیه، محمد ابن حنفیه چون عنوان مادر ایشانه نسبت به مادر، خب طبیعتا ایشون محمد ابن علی ابن ابی طالب هست لکن مشهور شده به محمد حنفیه. عده‌ای از اصطلاحاً کسانی که علاقه به اهل بیت داشتن ادعای مهدویت بر ایشان داشتن. این نشون میده که فکر مهدی و مسئله مهدویت یک ریشه عمیقی در تاریخ اسلامی داره. یعنی در همون زمانی که خیلی نزدیک پیغمبر اکرمه حتی شخصی رو به نام امام مهدی معرفی کردن. البته اون چی که مربوط به زمان خود رسول الله یک شخصی بوده به نام ابن السیاد که حالا یک شرح طولانی داره، ایشان رو هم به عنوان دجال معرفی میکردن و قضایای فراوان داره که جای بحثش اینجا نیست و حتی داره که مثلا بعضی از صحابه قصد کردن ایشون رو بکشن به عنوان اینکه ایشون دجاله و عبارت معروفی است، روایت معروفی است که پیغمبر فرمودن که اگر این دجال باشه تو بر او مسلط نمیشی، یعنی دجال رو باید حضرت مهدی سلام الله علیه نابود کنن. علی ای حال غیر از صدها روایت و دهها آیه که اشاره به وجود مبارک ایشان داره، از همون اوائل از زمان خود رسول الله صلوات الله و سلامه علیه چه مربوط به شخص ایشان و چه مربوط به اون فضای زندگی ایشان مطرح شده. راجع به ایشان هم اخیراً کتاب‌ها و صحبت‌های بسیار زیادی شده، هم غربی‌ها هم شرقی‌ها، هم اهل سنت هم شیعه و در ابعاد مختلف این مسئله مورد بررسی قرار گرفت. اگر بخوایم به نحو اجمال در حق این که ایام مبارک ولادت ایشانه خیلی به نحو اجمال یک صحبتی بشه، اصولاً این مسئله امام زمان رو در 3 بعد میشه بررسی کرد و خیلی خوب است که آقایان بخوان این کار رو انجام بدن. و یک بعد انسانی داره که اصطلاحاً در رشته‌های جامعه شناسی مورد بررسی قرار میگیره، یک بعد اسلامی داره یعنی اعم از شیعه و یک بعد شیعی داره، در 3 بعد مختلف. در بعد انسانی این مسئله اصولاً مطرحه که آیا در جامعه های انسانی که ما الان هم در او زندگی میکنیم، آیا این وضعی که الان جامعه های ما دارن، حفره های اجتماعی که الان هست، خلأ های اجتماعی که الان هست، آیا این تا آخر با بشر میمونه یا بشر یک خصلتی داره که اینها رو از بین میبره؟ یعنی به اصطلاح یک منحنی هست برای جامعه بشری در طی تاریخ که تدریجاً این حفره های اجتماعی مثل فقر، مثل جهل، مثل بیماری و ظلم، ستم تدریجاً از جامعه بشری به خاطر اینکه خداوند متعال در بشر یک خصلت‌های خاصی قرار داده اینا از بین خواهد رفت. در مقابل هم عده‌ای هستن در علمای جامعه شناسی که میگن نه، این حالات از انسان از بین نخواهد رفت و بعض ادامه پیدا میکنه یا به همین وضع میمونه یا بالاخره ممکنه یک جنگ خانمانسوزی بشه که کلاً بشر نابود بشه. و الا این مشکلات اجتماعی و این خلأهای اجتماعی یا حفره‌های اجتماعی اینها به حال خودش هست و عده زیادی، حالا عرض کنم چون مبنای ما فعلا در صحبت درباره این موضوع نیست، به تفکرات مختلفی ایمان دارن به این که جامعه بشری به رو به یک مرحله است که خواهی نخواهی این حفره‌های اجتماعی، این خلأهای اجتماعی، این مشکلات اجتماعی خود به خود توسط بشر حل خواهد شد. زمانی خواهد رسید که جهل نیست، بیماری نیست، فقر نیست، ظلم نیست، چیز طبقاتی، تبعیض طبقاتی نیست، انواع تبعیضات مختلف نیست. این خواهد آمد روزگاری برای بشر با دیدگاه‌های مختلفی که من در اصطلاحاً نام این رو گذاشتیم جامعه مهدوی. یعنی معتقدن که بشر روزی خواهد آمد که خود جامعه انسانی به صورت یک جامعه مهدوی است که هیچ نحوی از این انواع مشکلات در او وجود نداره. این راجع به تصور انسانی. راجع به تصور قرآنی و اسلامی هم مشهور، بلکه تقریباً میشه گفت بالای 99% علمای اسلام روایاتی رو که در باب حضرت مهدی سلام الله علیه وارد شده قبول کردن. البته طبق همون قاعده که حتما شنیدین، اعتقادشونه که ایشون از خاندان پیغمبره، اعتقادشونه که ایشون از نسل حضرت زهراست. البته عده‌ایشون از نسل امام حسن میدونن، عده‌ایشون از نسل امام حسین میدونن. این جمله در این کتابی هست به نام فتوحات مکیه که مال این عارف معروف ابن عربی است. در اون نسخه‌ای که چاپ شده نوشته شده که از اولاد امام حسن. لکن یک آقایی که با محقق این کتاب آشنا بود و اون نسخه خطی خود ابن عربی رو دیده که الان در ترکیه موجوده. کامل فتوحات به خط خود ابن عربی فعلا در ترکیه موجوده. از قول اون برای من، چون این چاپ نشده این قسمت، نقل کرده که در نسخه‌ای که به خط خود ابن عربی هست نوشته از خاندان امام حسین، من ولد الامام الحسین. البته اونی که چاپ شده غلط چاپ شده به اسم امام حسن. علی ای حال معروف بین علمای اسلام که از نسل حضرت زهرا و از نسل امام حسین هست و توی اونها یک عدد خیلی اندکی، خیلی کم کسانی هستن که مثلا در این روایات مناقشه کردن. اصولا این بحث که بعد از پیامبر اکرم مشاکلی خواهد شد، فتنه‌هایی خواهد شد، این بحث ریشه‌دار بوده. یعنی فرض کنید مثلا همین صحیح بخاری که تقریبا اولین کتاب صحیح حسابش میکنن، حالا دقیق هست یا نه، اولین کتاب صحیح حساب یه فصلی به نام باب الفتن داره و اغلب اهل سنت کتاب‌های مستقلی در باب فتنی که شده و طبعا در ضمن او هم ملاهم و فتن، کارهایی که مشکل میشه و یکی هم قصه امام زمان در ضمن اونها مطرح شده. یک عدد بسیار بسیار کم انگشت شمار در اونها قبول نکردن و الا معظم اونها وجود روایات بقیت الله رو، امام زمان رو قبول کردن. حالا بنده اسم این رو گذاشتم سیمای مهدوی، یعنی یک چهره ای از مهدی سلام الله علیه اینا تصویر میکنن. اون یک جامعه ای رو تصویر میکنه که مهدوی باشه، این یک چهره ای رو تصویر میکنه که مهدوی باشه. خب دیدگاه شیعه هم که کاملا واضح دیگه، اصولا مسئله تشیع رکن اساسیش امامیه که به اصطلاح ما 12 امامی میگیم، بر وجود حضرت مهدی و اینکه ایشان شخص معینی است و اینکه ایشان مؤید به تایید الله، ایشان دنباله سلسله وحی و خاتم سلسله وحی، به تعبیر بعضیشون خاتم ولایت محمدیه مطلق است، اون ولایت الهی که از انبیاء الهی شروع شد. چون در این کنفرانس من راجع به وحی هم صحبت بشه، این وحی منتهی میشه به وجود ایشان و ایشان فعلا وجود دارن و در بین ما هستن و اون نیروی الهی که بناست عدالت و قسط رو که هدف کلیه انبیاء الهی همین بوده، هدف. و این یک مطلبی است که خب خود قرآن صراحتاً بیان میکنه، لقد ارسلنا رسلنا بالبینات. خیلی تعبیر زیبایی است. ما یعنی این نظام تکوین، نظام خود کل وجود جوری تنظیم شده که پیامبران رو ما فرستادیم با بینات، با شواهد روشن، اصطلاح ما میگیم معجزات، و انزلنا معهم الکتاب و المیزان، و ما این کل وجود اینجوری شد که کتاب و میزان رو با اینها فرستادیم، نازل کردیم. اونجا فرستادن هست، اینجا نازل کردن. اصطلاحاً نازل شدن یک چیزی از بالا بیاد به پایین، اصطلاحاً نازل میگن مراد این است که یک مفاهیم بسیار عالی، بسیار بالا، این مفاهیم به اصطلاح به صورت کتاب در حدی تنزل کرد که بشر عادی بتونه رو ببینه و میزان هم که ترازو باشه یک میزان الهی است. این میزان الهی خیلی بالاتر از اون تصوراتی است که بشر داره. این میزان هم به جوری به اصطلاح خداوند متعال قرار داد، تنزل درجه کرد تا انسانها ببینن، هم کتاب رو ببینن، هم قرآن رو ببینن، هم میزان رو ببینن. در زیارت امیرالمومنین میخونه السلام علیکم میزان الاعمال. این میزان الهی است، کتاب الهی است، تنزل پیدا کرد تا این درجه. اون وقت بلافاصله لیقوم الناس بالقسط. هدف از این انبیا، هدف از این کتاب، هدف از این میزان این بود که خود مردم قیام به قسط بکنن. خیلی تعبیر تعجب آور و زیباییه. در اول فرمود ما فرستادیم، ما نازل کردیم، نگفت تا ما مردم رو وادار بکنیم. ممکن بود که نقیم الناس بالقسط به عربی بخوایم باشه، مردم رو وادار بکنیم به قسط و عدالت. نه، این باید به یک زمینه‌ای برسه که خود مردم قیام بکنن، خود جامعه انسانی مثل همون جامعه مهدوی اونها قیام به قسط بکنن، عدالت در سطح جهانی پیاده بشه. همینطور که در روایات فراوانی داره که وجود حضرت بناس عدالت رو در یک سطح جهانی پیاده کنن، نه اینکه در سطح منطقه‌ای. در سطح منطقه‌ای بشر عادی هم میتونه، پس اون یک شهری، یک کشوری، روستایی، دهاتی، منطقه‌ای و استانی کشوری، این مدتی فرض کنید درش عدالت اجرا بشه، حق و حقیقت اجرا بشه، این امکان داره، امکان بشری داره. اما اونی که از طاقت بشر خارجه، از نیروی بشر خارجه، اون قسط جهانی است، اون عدالت جهانی است، اون این که همه مردم خودشون قیام به قسط بکنن. یعنی این کتاب و میزان تنزل پیدا کرد، آمد پایین، در ذهن مردم قرار گرفت تا مردم قیام بکنن. اون آمد پایین تا مردم بلند شد، مردم خودشون قیام به قسط بکنن، کلیه مردم، نه اینکه فرد. و اصولا در تاریخ وحی، چون صحبتی هم شد، این طوری است که اصولا ممکن است بعضی کارها رو بشر، البته بشرهای فوق‌العاده بزرگ و با شخصیت انجام بدن، لکن یه مراحلی میرسه که دیگه بشر هر درجه‌ای داشته باشه نمیتونه، اونجا باید اراده الهی دخالت بکنه. فرض کنه حضرت موسی در مقابل فرعون قیام کرد، این ممکن است خیلی بشرها این کارو بکنن، در مقابل یک سلطه ظالم قیام بکنن، مردم رو جمع بکنن علیه یک سلطان ظالم قیام بکنن و بتونن اون رو نابود بکنن و عدالت رو در این مدتی. اما اینکه مثلا این فردی که در مقابل یک سلطه ظالم قیام کرده برسه به دریا، با اشاره انگشت دریا شکافته بشه، این خاص انبیاست، این دیگه کار بشر عادی نیست. هرچی انسان در درجات بالا برسه، یعنی فرق بین اساسی وحی با غیر وحی در اینه، در یک مراحلی باید اون اراده الهی دخالت بکنه. اون اراده الهی هم فعلا در وجود بقیت الله به طول عمر ایشان، به اصطلاح از نظر تاریخی ما الان 1444 قمری هستیم، ایشان در سال 250 قمری ولادت مبارک ایشانه، یعنی 11 سالگی 1200 سال بر ولادت ایشان میگذره. این عنصر الهی است، این دخالت الهی است. این که این نیرو، این بشر بتواند تمام کره زمین رو هم قسط و عدالت اجرا بکنه، این هم نیروی الهی است. یعنی بشرها میتونن در یک منطقه قسط رو اجرا بکنن، عدالت رو اجرا کنن، حقیقت رو اجرا کنن. اما این که برسه به تمام نیروها و به تمام زمین، به حیثی که دیگه هیچ نیروی فاسدی نمونه، هیچ نیروی ظلمی نمونه، این رو دیگه فقط اراده الهی است. و همینطور که در قرآن هست، حتی ملائکه از این خصلت بشر خبر دادن، اتجعل فیها من یفسد فیها و یسفک الدماء. دو خصلت رو ملائکه خبر دادن، یکی فساد، یکی ظلم، ستمکاری، خونخواری، آدم کشی. اتجعل فیها من یفسد فیها، فساد بکنه و یسفک، خون ریزی بکنه. و از این معلوم میشه که اساس این دوتا مطلب هم بر اثر عدالت و قسطه. لذا در اون حدیث مبارک راجع به وصف حضرت مهدی میفرماد یملأها قسطا و عدلا بعد ما مولع. یعنی اگر ظلم از بین رفت و قسط حاکم شد و عدالت حاکم شد، خود به خود فساد هم از بین خواهد رفت. یعنی یک سیر تاریخی واضحی در کل وجود ملاحظه میکنیم. یعنی مکتب وحی و مکتب انبیا از همون اول یک خصلتی رو مطرح میکنه. بشر، حضرت آدم که بیاد بشر میاد، این دو خصلت اساسی همراه انسان هست، یکی فساد و یکی ظلم و ستم و آدمکشی و خونخواری و خونریزی، و این سلسله ادامه پیدا میکنه تا وجود بقیت الله که هم باید ظلم از بین بره هم فساد از بین بره. خب ما خیلی این رو ما اسم گذاشتیم ایمان به شخص حضرت مهدی، این ایمان به شخص بقیت الله. اون مجموعه ای رو که من الان عرض کردم، پس عده زیادی از علمای جامعه شناسی ایمان به جامعه مهدوی دارن، علمای اسلامی ایمان به سیمای مهدوی دارن و شیعه امامیه ایمان به شخص امام زمان دارن، به شخص مهدی دارن که یک شخصیت انسانی فوق العاده است که طبق اراده الهیه مظهر قدرت و اراده الهی و ظهور این در اموری است که از بشر عادی کلا خارج. این یک کلمه مختصری گفتیم ابتداء خدمت آقای حاشیه قرار گذاشتیم. اما مسئله ای رو که مطرح فرمودن، البته این مسئله بسیار مسئله لطیفی است، مسئله وحی و عقل، و من هم بنا شد چند دقیقه صحبت کنم راجع به این مسئله و تأثیری که این مکتب به حساب وحی و در اجتهاد داره. البته من نمیدونم طرح سوال به چه صورت بوده، طرح مطلب به چه صورت بوده. این مطلب اصولاً در دنیای اسلام از همون اوائل و تا قبل از، یعنی خط کلی انبیاء الهی، اصلا خط کلی شناخت انسان، چون بعضی ها اگر ما در بعضی آیات مثلا یک تصور ظاهری هم بکنیم، حالا خیلی نمیخواد دقیق بشیم، مثلا ببینید الرحمن، رحمان یعنی اون اول وجود، اون اصل وجود، شراره وجود، شراره اولیه وجود، اون لحظات اولیه وجود، علم القرآن، در اون لحظات اولیه تعلیم قرآن، بعد از تعلیم قرآن خلق الانسان. خیلی تعبیر عجیبی است، یعنی حتی احتیاجی به تفسیر هم نداره. انسان احساس میکنه که وجود انسانی دارای یک خصلت عجیبی است. بعد از تعلیم قرآن اصل وجود که مطرح میشه، بعد تعلیم قرآن و بعد خلقت انسان، بعدم علمه البیان. خداوند متعال حتی فا هم نمیاره به اصلا در قرآن گاگایی میگه میخوایم این کار بشه میشود، فا یعنی پس میشود، اینجا هم نداره فعلمه، که انما ذات انسان یک ذاتی است که خصلت جداسازی داره. بیان یعنی جداسازی، تفکیک کردن، میتونه همه مطالب رو جدا کنه. شما اگه دقت بکنید تمام علوم و فلسفه هایی که بشر ریخته، تمام فرهنگ بشری، تمام زحمات علمی و ادراکی که بشر کرده بر اساس همین جداسازی است. تمدن‌های بشری زمان ما بر اساس جداسازی است و معیار تمدن هم این قدرت ما بر جداسازی است. فرض کنیم مثلا بتوانیم از ماده‌ای مثل نفت خام 20 تا عنصر تهیه بکنیم، بتونیم 40 تا تهیه کنیم، بتونیم 200 تا تهیه بکنیم، بتونیم 400 تا. این جداسازی این ذات انسانه. پس بنابراین چه در مسائل دنیا، چه در مسائل معنوی، چه در مسائل روحی، چه در مسائل عقلانی، چه در مسائل علمی، فیزیک، شیمی، شما دقت بکنید قرآن کریم یک خصلت عجیبی رو برای انسان مطرح میکنه. بیان فقط صحبت زبانی نیست، خود بیان در لغت عرب به معنای جدا شدنه و طرح کلی قرآن هم اینه. اصلا کلا لا اکراه فی الدین، شاید آیت الکرسی رو زیاد خونده باشین، لا اکراه فی الدین، عقاید با اکراه نمیشه، دین یعنی عقاید باطنی. بعد بلا فاصله دلیل رو خدا ذکر کنه، قد تبین الرشد، این تبین ببینید همونجا ماده بیان بود، این تبین هم از همون ماده است. رشد و راه صحیح از راه گراه، از راه انحراف، از راه باطل جدا شدن، کاملا جدان. به لفظ قد هم آورده، به اصطلاح در میگن در لغت عرب قد برای تحقیق و تأکیده. تحقیقاً و یقیناً رشد، قد تبین الرشد من الغی، راه رشد، راه تعالی، راه صحیح، راه پیشرفت از راه غی و گمراهی و انحراف و ضلالت و به اصطلاح طریق باطل کاملا جدان. لذا اگر انسان اون حالت عقیده معنوی خودش رو بر اساس اون وجدان سلیمی که خدا به او انتخاب کرده، اگر بر اساس اون قرار بده، دین و عقاید قابل اکراه نیست. چرا؟ چون دین اساساً بر این اساسه که راه رشد رو، راه، و در یک آیه دیگه هم داره که ماذا بعد الحق الا الضلال. خیلی تعبیر زیباییه. اصولا بعد از حقیقت و حق و حقیقت جز گمراهی چیزی نیست. ماذا بعد الحق الا الضلال. غیر از این که بعد از حقیقت اگر بخوایم دست برداریم غیر از گمراهی نیست. این یه تعابیر بسیار سنگین قرآنی است. البته آیات دیگری هم هست که فعلا فرصت من اجازه نمیده، لکن فکر میکنم در همین آیات با یه ترجمه بسیط، احتیاج به تفسیر هم نداره، با یه ترجمه بسیط اون تصویر کلی انسان روشن میشه. این تصویر کلی که از همون زمانی که خداوند متعال نیت خلق آدم کرد به زبان ملائکه جاری شد و این توسط انبیاء الهی، یعنی اینطور میشه که انبیاء الهی فهمیدن که انسان یک خصلتی داره که این خصلت اساسش جداسازیه. این جداسازی هم اصطلاحاً در اصطلاح آقایان دو جوره. دقت کنید. یکی یعنی به حساب میگن عقلم دو جوره. یکی این که چی هست در خارج، چی هست در واقع، چه هست این رو انسان میتونه کاملا جدا بکنه، چه هست و چه نیست. دوم این که چه بکنیم. اصطلاحاً اولی رو عقل نظری میگن، دومی رو عقل عملی. چه کار بکنیم؟ این رو هم بشر کاملا صلاحیت جداسازی داره. این جدا کردن این دوتا از همدیگه این اساس مکتب وحی، یعنی اون برداشت کلی که قرآن راجع به انسان داره اینه. در یک آیه دیگری که حتما شنیدین معروفه، انا عرضنا الامانة، ما این امانت الهی رو بر آسمان ها، زمین ها، کوه ها عرضه کردیم، مطرح کردیم، لکن ترسیدن. ببینید دقت کنید، آسمان ها و کوه ها همه ترسیدن و ابین ان یحملنها، نتوانستن این امانت رو بردارن. و حمل انسان این امانت، تصور کنید انسان رو. بعد یک تعبیر بسیار زیبایی قرآن اونجا به کار میبره، انه کان ظلوما جهولا. این انسان هم ظالمه، هم ستمکاره و هم جاهل و نادانه. اصطلاحاً بعضیا میگن که این بزرگترین مدح انسانه. این ظلوم اشاره است به عقل عملی، یعنی انسان میتواند راه صحیح رو چه بکنه چه نکنه تشخیص بده. این انسان میتواند ظلوم باشه. فرض کنید مثلا یه گرگ وقتی گوسفندی رو میخوره احساس نمیکنه ظلومه، اون غریزه خودشه. اما انسان ممکن است یک پول کوچکی هم از کسی بگیره، یک مال کوچکی هم از کسی بگیره، احساس میکنه ظلمه. این ظلم منشأش همون عقل عملی است که خداوند در انسان قرار داده. جهل هم منشأش همون عقل به اصطلاح نظری است که خداوند. این انسان هم ظلومه هم جهوله، یعنی میتواند عادل باشه، در عدالت قرار بگیره و میتواند در علم قرار بگیره. این ظلوم و جهول رو، یعنی این قابلیت برای هیچ چیز دیگری نیست، نه برای آسمان ها هست، نه برای کوه ها هست، نه برای زمین هست. یک امانت الهی است. خب این تعابیر یک تعابیر بسیار زیبا، بسیار بالا، بسیار شایسته است که این ترسیم کلی میکنه. در روایات اهل بیت هم که خود آیات قرآن هم که زیاد صحبت عقل و اینها هست، در روایات اهل بیت هم خب روایات معروفی است که اول ما خلق الله العقل، و روایاتی رو که در این جهت داریم ماشاءالله اینقدر فراوانه که نمیتونیم برای اون اندازه قائل بشیم. مرحوم شیخ کلینی که اصطلاحاً به اصطلاح ما ثقة الاسلام بیشون میگیم، ایشون در اول کافی اصلا اولین باب رو باب عقل و جهل قرار داده و روایاتی رو در این جهت آورده. روایات ما در عقل و جهل بیش از این مقداری است که در کافیه. تأکید بر جانب عقلانی یک تأکید فوق العاده سنگین و تأکید اساسی بر این است که اون چه که مکتب وحی میخواد بگه تأثیر اساسی در عقل داره، یعنی عقل رو رشد میده، چه عقل نظری چه عقل عملی. پس این مطلبی رو که به حسب ظاهر بر من خوندن و تأثیرها فی الاجتهاد، حقیقتاً در دوران اسلام اجتهاد بر همین واقعیت برقرار بود. یعنی واقعیتی که دنیای اسلام برای اجتهاد قائل بود، اعتماد بر مکتب وحی و اعتماد بر محکمات احکام عقلی، احکام روشن عقلی، که این احکام روشن عقلی هم باید طبق یک به اصطلاح فرایند خاصی، طبق یک نظام معینی قرار بگیره. یعنی یک طرح قرآنی اصولاً هست، شما نمیتوانید عقل نظری رو از عقل عملی جدا کنید. نه این طرفش ممکنه نه اون طرفش ممکنه. نمیتوانید بگویید من ایمان دارم اما عمل بد انجام میدم، من عقل دارم اما عمل بد انجام. نمیتوانید بگویید که ایمان ندارم لکن عمل خوب انجام میدم. این تقابل بین عمل و ایمان، این تلازم بین عمل و ایمان، یعنی اون چی که شما انجام میدین دقیقاً منعکس میشه. این که شما بخواهید خدایی نکرده با مثلا افکارتون، چون اصطلاحاً اینطور میگن، یکی افکاره، یکی اخلاقه، یکی افعاله، یکی هم الفاظه، گفتاره، اینا شما بخواید در اینها از اون راه ثواب، راه درست بخواید خارج بشین، ولکن بخواید مثلا به این که بگید نه ایمان ما محفوظ میمونه، این نمیشه. این یک تلازم واقعی بین این دوتا وجود داره و لذا در همین اول سوره بقره که واقعا جزو عجایب آیات هست، همون اولین آیه ذالک الکتاب، این قرآن الهی لا ریب فیه، اولا ذالک یعنی آن، نه این رو عرب هذا میگه اگر چیزی دور باشه، یعنی اون کتابی که در علم الله بوده، اون کتاب واقعی که حقیقتش بعد به صورت قرآن برای ما نازل شده، این جایی هیچ شبهه‌ای نداره. هدن لکن انسان متقی هدایت پیدا میکنه. این خیلی تعبیر غریبیه. البته این عرض کردم آیات در مقام تفسیر خیلی نکات لطیفی داره. ببینید انسان باید با تقوا باشه تا از هدایت قرآنی استفاده کنه. ببینید دقت کنید چقدر تعبیر سنگینه. اگر میخواهید شما با هدایت قرآنی آشنا بشین، اون اول وقت شروع میکنه متقی رو تفسیر کردن. خود آیه 5 صفت برای متقی، اولش الذین یؤمنون بالغیب، ایمان به غیب. ایمان یعنی دیگه مسلم میدونه که غیبی وجود داره، مسلم میدونه غیب، چون این غیب در اصطلاح یک معنای عام نیست، از بشر شروع میشه. غیب بشر غیب اعمال انسانه. مثلا الذین یاکلون اموال الیتامی انما یاکلون فی بطونهم نارا، کسی که اموال یتیم رو میخوره داره آتش میخوره. حالا ممکنه اموال یتیم گرفته بهترین غذا، مثلا بهترین غذا، بهترین کباب، بهترین، لکن اینها آتشه. این غیب اعماله. غیب افکار داریم، غیب الفاظ داریم، الفاظی رو که میگه در روز قیامت به او برمیگرده. غیب اعمال داریم تا برمیگرده به غیب عقاید و تمام اینها دارای غیبن، تا برمیگرده به مراتب غیب که اصطلاحاً همینجوری میره بالا تا غیب الغیوب که حضرت حق سبحانه و تعالی باشه. و در بعضی از روایات ما همچون الان صحبت شد داره که ایمان به غیب یعنی به غیبت امام زمان، یعنی ایمان داشته باشه که امام زمان ناظر به احوال اوست. خب چنین انسان هیچ وقت گناه نمیکنه، چنین انسان هیچ وقت کار بد نمیکنه. اصلا به قول این آقایان حتی اینقدر به خودش مسلط میشه خطور گناه هم نمیکنه، یعنی به ذهنش حتی گناه هم خطور نمیکنه، چه برسه انجام دادن، فکر اون هم نمیکنه. خب طبعا چنین خیلی تعبیر بالایی است این قرآن میگه اگر میخواین هدایت الهی پیدا کنین راهش اینه. در جای دیگه عکس این مطلب ثم کان عاقبة الذین اساءوا السوء ان کذبوا بآیاتنا. شما خیال میکنین کار زشت کردین میتونین کار زشت بکنین و بعد ایمان به خدا داشته باشین؟ قرآن صراحتا میگه سرانجام و عاقبت کسانی که کار زشت کردن، عمل زشت کردن، تکذیب خدا کردن، ان کذبوا بآیات، نهایی ابتداءً کار زشتی رو انجام دادن، بعد منتهی شد به تکذیب آیات الله، منتهی به کفر شد. نمیشه ما خیال بکنیم که مثلا عملمون درست نباشه فکرمون درست باشه، فکرمون درست نباشه عملمون درست نباشه. این دوتا کاملا در تصور قرآنی، در تفکر وحیانی کاملا به هم مرتبطن. پس بنابراین این تصور که ما بخواهیم وحی رو از عقل جدا کنیم، از علم جدا بکنیم، من همیشه عرض کردم ادراکات ما به طور کلی همین الان هم در کره زمین همینطوره، در طول تاریخ همینطور بوده، یا یه عده افکار و عادات و تقالید اجتماعی است، حتی در طب و اینها، مثلا فلان علف برای فلان چیز خوبه، مثلا یه مقدار اینها علم، یعنی بشر ابتداءً این افکار بسیط رو داشت، بعد در اونها نفوذ کرد، رفت سعی کرد لایه‌های بعدی رو ببینه. اصطلاحاً علم میگیم، مثلا فرض کنید گفتن این گیاه برای این کار خوبه، رو اون گیاه کار کردن، هی در عمق اون گیاه و در خواص اون گیاه و در تجزیه و تحلیل اون گیاه کار کردن که اصطلاحاً به او علم میگیم. یا مسئله فلسفه است، مسئله فلسفه سعی میکنه ارتباط این پدیده ها رو با هم دیگه پیدا بکنه و ریشه های اصلی او رو پیدا کنه. یا عرفان بشری است که سعی میکنه جنبه های غیبی اون رو پیدا بکنه، یعنی عبارت از این که غیر از این که این اشیا دارای یک رابطه هستند، یک صورت، یک واقع غیبی هم دارن، واقع غیر محسوس هم دارن، واقع غیر ملموس هم دارن که اون اینها رو اداره میکنه. در حقیقت مدیر اصلی و اون محرک اصلی اونه. این 4 تا ادراکات بشری است. الان هم فرض کنید در روی کره زمین، فرض کنید اروپا و آمریکا بیشترین بخش رو در علم گذاشتن. در خیلی از کشورها هم عادات و تقالید وجود داره. در عده از کشورها مباحث فلسفی و در مثل هند مباحث عرفانی، عرفان عادی بشری وجود داره. الان هم جامعه بشری نگاه کنی اینه. اون چی که انبیاء الهی آوردن، اونا هدفشون این بود که والله من ورائه محیط، یک حقیقتی هست که بر هر 4 تا حاکمه، هم بر عادات و تقالید و اونها حاکمه، هم بر علم حاکمه، هم بر فلسفه حاکمه، هم بر عرفان حاکمه. این رو اسمش اصطلاحاً گذاشتن وحی. وحی اون آگاهی خاصی است که هر 4 تا رو حالا فرض کنید مثلا این مسئله‌ای که در عادات و تقالید، فرض کنید در جامعه‌های بشری عید رو به مناسبت‌های طبیعی میگیرن، سر سال، سر وقت موسم برداشت محصول و اینها عید میگیرن. در مکتب وحی عید رو به ارزش‌ها برگردوندن. عید فطر مثلا، عید قربان مثلا، همین ماها ولادت ائمه علیهم السلام، ولادت، یعنی عید رو برگردوندن. ببینید همون عادات و تقالید اجتماعی رو هم درش تأثیر گذاشتن. وحی میاد اون رو تصحیح میکنه که اگر بناس عیدی باشه، یا در اون روایتی که هر روزی که معصیت خدا نکردی اون روز عیده، ببینید میاد میبره روی ارزش ها، همون حالت عید، همون حالت شادمانی، و لکن به شرطی که در شادمانی ها باز گناه نباشه، همراه اونها اینو میبره رو ارزش ها. همین نیمه شعبان که یکی از اعیاد بسیار بزرگ، البته حتما شاید مطلع باشین اهل سنت هم نیمه شعبان و شب نیمه شعبان خیلی مجالس ذکر و دعا و اینها دارن، به خاطر اینکه بعضیشون رو شب قدر میدونن. اونها هم خیلی برای شب نیمه شعبان، ما نکته دیگری داریم، اونها نکته دیگری، و شب نیمه شعبان رو خیلی احترام میکنن. و بقیه موارد چون اون احتیاج به بحث جداگانه‌ای داره و جاش مناسبش اینجا نیست. پس این مطلبی رو که فرمودین اصولاً در دنیای اسلام اساس بر این بود که اجتهاد متأثر بشه از وحی و طبق اندیشه های عقلانی، یعنی جمع بین عقل و وحی، عقل نظری و عقل عملی. این اصلا بعدها یه قاعده‌ای در آمد کل ما حکم به العقل حکم به شرع، عکسش هم همینطور. هر چی رو که عقل حکم میکنه شرع هم حکم میکنه، و با نیروی عقل توانستن وحی رو کشف بکنن، وحی رو بفهمن. و اصولا اجتهادی که در دنیای اسلام، این اجتهاد از عهد صحابه شروع شد، خیلی تأثیرگذار بود. سعی اساسی این بود که اون چه رو که عقل بشری، ادراک بشری، وجدان بشری، اطلاعات بشری به حساب انسان میده، اون رو در زیر سایه وحی تفسیر بکنن و بتوانن احکام الهی رو بر طبق این انجام بدن. سر بقای اسلام و نکته اساسی در بقای اسلام همین شد. یعنی اگر بنا بود در عصر صحابه و در رأس اونها امیرالمومنین سلام الله علیه با حوادث جدید، با مشکلات جدید توضیح نمیدادن، وحی در همون مدینه میخوابید، شریعت در همون مدینه میخوابید. اصولاً هدف رسول الله، خوب دقت بکنین، رسول الله در اون لحظات آخر، این لحظات آخر ایشان یکی 70 روز قبل از ارتحال ایشانه، دقیقاً 70 روز که اصطلاحاً ما عید قدیر میگیم، 18 ذی‌حجه، این دقیقاً 70 روز قبل از رحلت ایشان. و گفته شده در روز رحلت که روز دوشنبه بود، حدود ساعت 1 ساعت به ظهر تا حدود ساعت ظهر رحلت ایشانه، در روز دوشنبه 28 ماه صفر. در اون روز هم گفته شده پیغمبر یک ترسیم کلی میده. انی در همون روز قدیر فرمودن انی یوشکا ان ادعا فاجیب، من دیگه نزدیک ارتحالمه، اصلا خبر دارم میدن. چون بعضی از مستشرقین نوشتن پیغمبر خیال میکرد هنوز ماندگار مثلا، لذا شریعت رو تکمیل نکرد. خب این با خود این حدیث نمیسازه، با آیه قرآن نمیسازه، الیوم اکملت لکم دینکم، خب امکان نداره بس. پیغمبر داره خبر میده که من نزدیک ارتحال منه. خب در این حالت باید چیکار کرد و برنامه چیه؟ خوب دقت کنید. و من دو میراث گرانبها در میان شما میگذارم، تارکون فیکم ثقلین، کتاب الله و اطرتی، که عرض کردم حدیث ثقلین در اولین کتاب‌های اهل سنت مثل موطأ مالک، البته ایشون کتاب الله و سنتی نقل، در مسند احمد هم هست، در صحیح مسلم هم هست الی آخر. به اتفاق تقریبا من شاید خیلی کم دیدم اهل سنت حدیث ثقلین صحیحه، حدیث ثقلین بحثی نداره، لکن متونش مختلفه. یکی از متون حدیث اینه و ان اللطیف الخبیر نبعنی انهما لن یفترقا حتی یردا علی الحوض. خداوند لطیف خبیر به من خبر داده که این دوتا کتاب و ثقلین، کتاب و میزان، این دوتا جدا نمیشن تا روز قیامت. دقت کنید. یعنی پیغمبر داره خبر میده من یک ترسیم کلی برای این شریعت کردم که این باید تا روز قیامت ادامه پیدا کنه. یعنی ترسیم خاتمیت رو خوب دقت کنید. این حدیث ثقلین ترسیم خاتمیته. خاتمیت یعنی این که اون چه بشر در جمیع مراحل به وحی احتیاج داره توسط رسول اکرم بیان شده، چیزی دیگه از وحی نیست که بیان نشده و این بشره که اون رو بشناسه و اون رو عملی بکنه. و این بشر هم یعنی تمام افراد بشر، تک تک افراد بشر تو تمام نقاط کره زمین در تمام زمانها تا روز قیامت. این معنی خاتمیت. این و الان هم که بنده در خدمتتون هستم، خب طبعا زمان قیامت که نشده، یعنی دقیقاً این دوتا باید تأثیرگذار باشن، قرآن و اطرت. دقیقاً همین زمان اینی که مسئله رو مطرح فرمودید انصافاً کار بسیار خوبیه، جلسه بسیار خوبیه و نشست بسیار خوبی است. انشاءالله خداوند درش خیرات قرار بده، برکات قرار بده و این مطلب رو بتوانین تبیین کنید، مخصوصاً نزدیک، یعنی بعد از ایام شیرین، بعد از 17 ماه شعبان، بعد از ولادت مبارک حضرت مهدی است. این با وضع فعلی بتوانیم با تأثیری که از وحی و عقلانیت، چه عقلانیت نظری و چه عقلانیت عملی، بتوانیم اون راهی رو که انبیاء الهی ترسیم کردن از ابتدا و خبر دادن از ابتدا که بشر دنبال فساد و ظلمه و خداوند متعال هم در روایت ما هم داره اشاره، خداوند متعال گفت درسته مطلب شما درست شناختید، لکن انی اعلم ما لا تعلمون، چیزی هم من میدانم که شما نمیدانید، مطالبی هست که شما نمیدانید. یکی از اونها هم وجود بقیت اللهه. اون شما ظلم رو میبینید، شما فساد رو میبینید، لکن نمیدانید که در اونجا نکته دیگری هم هست. انشاءالله امیدوارم که موفق باشید. خیلی مطالب رو مختصر سعی کردیم عرض کنیم، انشاءالله توفیقاتی باشه، باز در خدمتون باشیم، سوالات رو هم بناش رو جداگانه انشاءالله مطرح بکنیم. و السلام علیکم و رحمت الله و برکاته.
I would like to extend our thanks to Ayatollah Sayyid Ahmed Madadi for providing that enlightening video address, which I'm sure we all benefited from. We're now going to move on to our first panel of the day with Dr. Sheikh Saeed Subhani and Dr. Sheikh Muhammad Ali Ismail. Beginning with Dr. Subhani. Dr. Subhani specializes in classical Islamic disciplines, including theology, philosophy, jurisprudence, principles of jurisprudence, Quranic exegesis, history, biographical studies, and fundamentals of belief. He has authored several books and articles in these fields. Dr. Subhani studied under many leading scholars, including Ayatollah Javadi Amuli, Ayatollah Mirza Javad Tabrizi, and Ayatollah Ja'far Subhani. He obtained his PhD in philosophy of religion from the University of Edinburgh. His publications include Religious Diversity in Contemporary Shi'i Thought, Nail al-Watar min Qa'idat la Darar, or the Jurisprudential Maxim of No Harm, published in 1999, and Jahan Bini va Shinacht, or Epistemology, published in 1988. So without further ado, I would like to invite him to the podium to present his paper on the role of intellect in the perspective of Imamiyya jurists. Please, can you greet him with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. It's a great honor for me to be at your presence. And I would like to thank the organizer of this great conference for their dedication and sincerity and hard work. And may Allah give you tawfiq to be in the serving of the Quran and Ahlul Bayt, inshallah. My topic is the role of intellect in the perspective of Imamiyya jurist. I would like to read the short abstract, and inshallah I will explain my talk. In the eyes of Imamiyya, Imamiyya jurist, the Quran, Hadith, Ijma, and Aql are four sources used to drive religious ruling. Intellect is a religious tool that all Imamiyya scholars, except the scholars of Akhbari, are at one over its validity of driving religious practice. The issue of intellect, its realm, and the level of its validity has been one of the preoccupations of the Shia scholars from the past. They examine intellect from four important angles. Number one, what is the definition of the rule of intellect? And number two, does reason have the capacity to discover religious rulings? In other words, when intellect did use a ruling in a definite form, can it be said that Sharia is also has such view? If the answer is yes, can it compel a mujtahid to issue fatwa accordingly? And number four, what are the reasons for Akhbari's opposition to the role of aql in revealing religious practice? This article aims to address these four angles in detail. So this is the abstract, what I'm going to discuss today. And the structure of this presentation, inshallah, will be, first of all, I'm going to discuss the definition of aql. Secondly, the role of aql in the principle of fiqh, which is divided into aql as an example for certainty, and B, aql as a revealer of the religious practice, and aql as a revealer of religious practice divide into induction, istiqra, analogy, tamsil, logical deduction, qiyas mantiqi, which itself divided into three classifications. Number one, independent dictate of reason, mustaqillat aqliyya, and B, non-independent dictate of reason, غير mustaqillat aqliyya, and understanding of benefit and harms. And finally, inshallah, I'm going to discuss the four arguments of Akhbari against the role of aql. So first of all, what is the definition of aql? Aql literally means refraining and controlling. If they want to stop a horse, they take a rope in order to tie the feet of horse or the feet of camel. This rope is called iqal. There is a rope around the head of some brothers in Arab country. You see, that rope is called iqal. So iqal or aql means to control, means to preserve, means to protect, means to control. So aql is called aql because it can protect us, because it can refrain us from doing mistake. But conventionally, fil istilah, as Mullah Sadra mentions, it is mushtarak lafzi, is in harmony. And Mullah Sadra mentions 6 meanings, 6 definitions for aql. The most important one is which we use in Islamic philosophy and kalam. And intellect is capable of understanding the general concept, mafahim kulli. For instance, if you go to a zoo, you see different being, different mawjudat. Then your aql looking at this picture which your brain took up, and then you are going to analyze it, and you are going to mention the name of haywan. Haywan is a general concept in your mind. So this is the first meaning of aql. And intellect can deduce the ulum nazari from ulum badihi, the theoretical issue from the self-evident. For instance, in qiyas, we try to understand the theoretical issue from self-evident issue. And the third one, it denotes the faculty which a man can distinguish truth from false. Now, let's go to the ilm al-usul. What is the role of aql in fiqh and in ilm al-usul? I would like to mention that in ilm al-usul, they discuss about aql in two chapters, in two realms. Number one, aql as an example for certainty. For example, if a mujtahid reaches to a certainty, reaches to yaqeen, reaches to aql, reaches to qat'. So what is his duty when he reaches his certainty? And number two, the validity of intellect, and the second one, the validity of intellect's ruling when it discovers of the law of Sharia. So the question is that sometime aql can reveal hukm al-Sharia. So let's move the first one. Aql as an example for certainty. Whenever a mujtahid reaches to yaqeen at the beginning of Rasail of Shaykh Ansari, if you remember, Shaykh Ansari, rahmatullah alayh, he mentioned that a mujtahid, sometimes he gain yaqeen, sometimes he gain one probable knowledge, and sometimes he gain shak. Then he has a different classification. If it is probable knowledge, it's validated or unvalidated. If he reaches a shak, if there is a previous state, then it's a rule for istishab. I don't want to mention. The question is that if a mujtahid reaches to yaqeen, what is the role of such yaqeen? What is the view of aql regarding such yaqeen? Of course, Shaykh Ansari and the previous scholar and later scholar, they mentioned the aql says that a mujtahid should follow this yaqeen. A mujtahid should act upon this yaqeen. And as he mentioned, Shaykh Ansari rahmatullah alayh, this yaqeen and this qat have three features. Number one is al-kashifiyah. This qat shows that whatever he achieved is exactly what exists. For example, if a mujtahid reaches that Salat Jumu'ah is wajib or Salat Jumu'ah is mustahab, at least in his mind, it is true that whatever he received is exactly what has been revealed. And the second one is al-munajjiziyah. It means that a mujtahid must follow his yaqeen. If the yaqeen is true and he acts upon it, he will be rewarded. And if his qat was true and he does not act upon it, of course, he will be punished. And the second features of this qat is al-mu'adhdhiriyah. If he reaches to yaqeen, but his yaqeen was not right, was not correct, of course, he will have excuse on the day of judgment. So, brothers and sisters, this is the first one. And let's move to the second one. So the question is that, can we discover a religious ruling, a religious practice from aql? Does aql such capacity to reveal the religious practice or not? In this term, we can divide it, the rule of aql into three classification. The first one is analogy or qiyas, and in mantiq we call them tamthil. What is the definition of tamthil or qiyas? Is that سراية حكم أمر على أمر آخر بدليل وجود نوع من المشابهة. It means that the transition from one thing to another thing owing to their similarities. If two things are similar, can we say both have the same view, both have the same hukm or not? So in ilm al-mantiq, they divided the analogy tamthil in two classification, mansusul illah and mustanbitul illah. If the illah is mentioned in a hadith or Quran, they call it mansusul illah. For example, if we have a hadith and says that this liquid is haram due to intoxication. Of course, if we find another liquid which has the same feature, a mujtahid can issue fatwa, yes, it is haram, due to the same similarity and the same reason. As you know, we have a hadith in our ahadisi book that someone asked Imam that one animal died in a well, in the water of well, and the capacity of the water of well is lower than core. Imam said it is pak. But the questioner asked, but the size of water is not in the level of core. Just take the animal and it will be calf, it will be pak. Imam said, لَأَنَّ لَهُ مَادَّةٌ. Because Imam mentioned the philosophy and the reason of pureness of this water. So the fuqaha of Imamiyya in Mansusul Illah, they agree and they say mujtahid can issue fatwa on condition that the reason is mentioned in authentic texts. And the second one is mustanbitul illah. If we think this is the illah and this is the reason for hurma. Of course, the ulama and the mujtahideen do not agree in this issue. Why? Because we don't know what the mujtahid achieve as a reason is exactly the same reason in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I would like to mention this hadith. قلت لأبي عبد الله عليه السلام ما تقول في رجل قطع إصبعا من أصابعه. If someone cut one finger from someone, Imam عليه السلام said 10 camels. 2 fingers, 20 camels. 3 fingers, Imam said 30 fingers. The questioner said, what about the 4 fingers? Is he going to pay as a compensation 40 camels? Imam said no. Why? Imam added, Ya Aban, innaka akhaztani bil qiyas. You want to drive the religious practice by qiyas. Sunnatu iza qisat. And if you want to compare, if you want to deduce the religious practice through qiyas, muhiq ad-din. So let's move to the second one, al-istiqra, induction. Al-istiqra, I remember when I was reading Hashi Mullah Abdullah, تصفه الجزئيات لإثبات حكم كلي. If you look at a particular issue, looking and investigating a particular issue, you can deduce a hukm kulli. For instance, you go to the zoo and you see that animals during the eating, they move their lower jaw. So you see this animal, he moves his lower jaw. Second animal, second type of animals, he moves his lower jaw. Then you say all the animals, they move the lower jaw during the eating. So this istiqra, there are 2 types of istiqra. Sometimes istiqra and naqis. There is no doubt, incomplete induction. There is no doubt that this istiqra cannot lead us to certainty, because our istiqra, our research is not full, is not comprehensive, is not thorough. The second one, yes, it can lead us certainty, but it's not beneficial in fiqh. Number one, it happens rarely. And moreover, whatever we receive is not through the aql. It's just through our observation. Now, let's move to the second one, as I would like to summary, mustanbitul illah, analogy, and both type of induction cannot be source of inference in jurisprudence. Now, as I mentioned, aql as a revealer of religious practice can be divided into three classifications: analogy, qiyas; induction, istiqra; and logical deduction, qiyas iqtirani. Just for those are not familiar with qiyas, I would like to mention example. However, qiyas iqtirani divided into three classification. Number one, independent dictate of aql, mustaqillat aqliye; non-independent dictate of reason or intellect, غير مستقلات عقلية; and understanding benefit and harms. So what does qiyas iqtirani means? Brothers and sisters, whenever you have one majhul, you don't know what's the rule. For example, we don't know whether alam is hadith or non-eternal or eternal. So in order to find out the answer, we have to cling to self-evident premises. So in this situation, with putting two self-evident premises, we can reach a conclusion. For example, in this example, qiyas iqtirani at least consists of two sentences. The first statement is named sughra, minor premise. And the second one is named major premise, kubra, and the conclusion. And whatever you see in the red is a middle term or hadd wasat. In mantiq, just I don't want to mention, it's so technical issue, there are four types of qiyas iqtirani. If the middle term in sughra is mahmul and subject in kubra, they say this is the first one, and this the most strong form of qiyas iqtirani is the first pattern. Of course, it needs ijab al-sughra wa kulliyatul kubra. The first premise should be positive, and the second one should be general and universal. Anyway, the question is that the first one is mustaqillat aqliya. What does mustaqillat aqliya means? If we take the first statement, sughra, and the second statement from aql, it is called mustaqillat aqliya, non-independent dictate of intellect. So, for example, we say the minor premise says justice intellectually is good. When we isolate ourselves and we look at the concept of justice, whether it is from God or whether it is from a human being, whether in dunya, whether in akhirat, whether the justice is helpful for us or the justice it might be against us, we say justice is good. Without justice, the society will be in chaos. So aql independently says justice is good. And moreover, in the second premise in kubra, aql says, since Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is one of uqala, and aql says if justice in the eyes of uqala is good and hasan, Allah has the same view. كُلَّمَا حَكَمَ بِهِ الْعَقْلِ حَكَمَ بِهِ الشَّرْعِ. Then conclusion is that justice is a religious obligation. Of course, you know, in the school of thought, some Asha'ire, they against this rule and they say no. You cannot say كُلَّمَا حَكَمَ بِهِ الْعَقْلِ حَكَمَ بِهِ الشَّرْعِ. They say الْحَسَنُ مَا حَسَّنَهُ الشَّارِعُ وَالْقَبِيحُ مَا قَبَّحَهُ الشَّارِعُ. If God perform one act, it shows it is hasan. If God forbids some act, it shows it is qabi. Aql cannot understand the goodness of any act. Even they say, if God sent a major prophet, Peygamber Ulul Azm, to the hell, is against justice. And if he sent a sinner person to the paradise, it is against justice. Let me say another example. In Ilm Usul, we have one asl. They say qubhe عقاب بلا بيان. If God or anyone wants to punish someone without any information, prior information, it is qabih. So I would like to go to the second one. In non-independent dictator of عقل غیر مستقلات عقلیه. In this example, faqih takes the first statement from Shar', from Quran, from Hadith, and he takes the second statement from Aql. Then he reached to conclusion. For example, there is no doubt that Hajj is wajib. Lillahi ala nas hajjul bayt. There is no doubt. But we don't have any evidence for some preliminary, for some muqaddimat of Hajj, such as getting visa, booking a hotel. Can we say if Hajj is wajib, the preliminaries of Hajj, muqaddamat Hajj, is wajib as well or not? The faqih, according to غير مستقلات عقلية, he can deduce and he can issue fatwa. If Hajj is wajib, its muqaddamat is wajib. However, there is some disagreement amongst the usuliyin whether muqaddamat Hajj is wajib on shar'an, can we say religiously obligation. In such, if someone does not go for Hajj, he's going to punish one for missing the Hajj, second for missing the muqaddamat. This is other issue. However, the usuliyin can get benefit from qiyas iqtirani in غير مستقلات عقلية. Now let's go to the third one, is understanding of benefit and harms, درک مصالح and mafasid. There is no doubt, brothers and sisters, that in the eyes of Imamiyya, all religious command and all religious prohibition, they have a maslahat and they have a mafsadah. If God commands us to perform one act, it shows that this act is beneficial, is a good, there is a maslaha. As whenever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala refrain us from one act, it shows that it is mafsadah. For instance, if Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says wine and gambling is haram, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentioned إنما يريد الشيطان أن يوقع بينكم العداوة والبغضاء في الخمر. So Allah says khamr, wine, and gambling has a mafsadah. So in another example, Quran says أقم الصلاة إن الصلاة تنهى عن الفحشاء والمنكر. It shows that salat is wajib due to maslahat, and if something is forbid, is due to maslahat. In the hadith of Imam Riza alayhi salam, he says if God has permitted certain food and drinks, it was due to maslaha. He adds that God has never forbidden anything unless there is a haram or corruption, mafsadah. So, brothers and sisters, if we believe that all the ahkam of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the religious practice has a maslahat or has a mafsadah, if we accept this fact, the question is that if we see any practice which is not mentioned in the Quran, which is not mentioned in the Sunnah, in other words, Quran and Sunnah is silent about this issue. The question is that can a mujtahid issue fatwa due to this maslahat or due to mafsadah? For instance, when we see nowadays there is some rules, there is some practice which the Quran and Hadith are silent, can a mujtahid, according to this maslahat, which Quran is silent about it, or according to the mafsadah, which authentic text is silent about it, can issue fatwa according to it or not? Of course, we can answer that there are two types of maslahat and two types of maslahat. The first one is that if the maslahat and mafsadah reaches in such level that all the expert people are at one over this maslahat, and all the expert people, all the wise people, they say, yet it is maslahat, and without this, the community, the society will be in the chaos. Yes, of course, the fuqaha of Imamiyyah, they believe that, yes, a mujtahid can issue fatwa. For example, if I want to example, if the whole community, the whole country needs a vaccination, we don't have any hadith or any ayah of Quran about the vaccination. So a mujtahid, just this example, due to this maslahat can issue fatwa. They say, yes, vaccination is obligatory for all. The other ruling, like a banking, like a loan, like a insurance, there is something which is not mentioned in the Quran and Hadith. But if the maslahat requires, and this maslahat is acceptable for all, yes, it's permissible. But if the maslahat is not in such, the all fuqaha and all expert at one over it, no, it's not acceptable. May Allah elevate the soul of Marhum Kompani. He says, because faqih does not know whether the maslahat which is gained is exactly the same maslahat in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So in the second one, Imamiyya fuqaha, they say no, the mujtahid cannot issue fatwa. So at the end, I would like to mention the views of Akhbari against the view of fuqaha Imamiyya. You know, the Akhbari, the founder of Akhbari, of course, is Marhum Astarabadi in the 12th centuries in the book of Al-Fawaidul Madaniyah. However, you can find the root of Akhbari from the time of Shaykh Kulaini. Some root, Shaykh Kulaini was born 3 years after the birth of Imam Zaman, Ajjalallah Ta'ala Farajahu Sharif. You can find some roots in the time of Shaykh Saduq. However, in the time of Wasa'il al-Shi'a, Shaykh Hurr Amili, yes, you can see this thought of Akhbari is increasing, but in the time of Astarabadi, it was in the peak, and later by Wahid Behbahani, the teacher of Shaykh Ansari, he tried to isolate and boycott this wrong thought. So the Akhbari, they had 4 objections regarding the view of Usuliyin. The first view is that they say the religious ruling should be taken from Imam. The first objection is that they say the religious ruling should be taken from Quran, and they refer to this hadith. أما لو أن رجلا صام نهاره وقام ليله وتصدق بجميع ماله وحج جميع دهره ولم يعرف ولاية ولي الله فيواليه وتكون جميع أعماله بدلالته إليه ما كان له على الله ثواب. He says if someone fasts all days and spend his night for ibadat, but he does not understand the value of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in order to gain the religious practice from him, he will get nothing on the day of judgment. So they say you are taking your ahkam from your aql, not from Imam. So this hadith for them is a good evidence that no, we should ignore aql. We should reject aql. We should refer to the hadith. So in reply, we can say that, as Quran has sha'n nuzul, the cause of revelation, riwayat has sha'n sudur as well. Why and how when this hadith was mentioned and revealed. So it seems that this hadith was mentioned regarding the Abu Hanifa thought. Why? Because this school of thought, they only took the Quran and the ahadith of Holy Prophet, and they ignored the ahadith of Ahlul Bayt. And this hadith rejecting that school of thought. Of course, the fuqaha of Imamiyyah, they refer to the Quran, they cling to the Quran, the narration of Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, and the riwayat of Ahlul Bayt. So the sha'n nuzul and the sha'n sudur of hadith, it shows clearly. And the second one is the hadith which Akhbari group, they believe that aql is not hujjat. There is no value for aql. They refer to this hadith and say, قال أبو جعفر من أفتى الناس برأيه, they say according to his aql, فقد دان الله بما لا يعلم. So the second evidence for Akhbari is this hadith. Of course, in reply, we can say برأيه is not aql. برأيه means probable knowledge, dalil zanni. Of course, the fuqaha of Imamiyyah, they never rely on probable knowledge unless we have authentic evidence that this probable knowledge is hujjat, like khabar wahid, like zawahir al-Quran, unless we have a authentic evidence for authenticity of probable knowledge. And the third one is, the third dalil for Akhbari is that Quran and riwayat is only the source for fiqh, and fuqaha should only cling to the Quran and riwayat of Ahlul Bayt. They refer to this hadith, من أخذ دينه من أفواه الرجال أزالته الرجال ومن أخذ دينه من الكتاب والسنة. Hadith does not say من الكتاب والسنة والعقل. So this hadith is evidence for them to say that aql cannot be source for this issue. In reply, we can say this hadith again has a sha'n nuzul, is rejecting those people who ignore Quran, who ignore the riwayat on Ahlul Bayt, then stick to the aql. Yes, of course, if someone ignores the Quran, ignores the riwayat, and began his ijtihad through aql, of course, we do not agree. However, the mujtahideen and the fuqaha of Imamiyyah, they believe that we have to look at Quran, hadith, and aql. And moreover, we have a hadith from Imam Ya Hisham, Inna lillahi ala nasi hujjatain, hujjatan zahiriyya wa hujjatan batiniyya, فأما الظاهرة فالرسل والأنبياء عليهم السلام أما الباطنة فقد فالعقول. Just let me mention the last view of Akhbari, because I did not have time to mention. The last view is that Mullah Amin Astarabadi, he says, if you refer to the aql, and aql can reveal a hukm, it depends of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Should have a hukm, then your aql is going to reveal it. Then he says, imagine if there is no hukm from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If the Quran is silent, and if the hadith is silent, then you reveal a hukm via your aql. How can you say, this is the view of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? I believe that Allah has such view. So if you reveal a hukm by aql, it shows that Allah already has a view that your aql leads you toward this view. In reply, we say, according to the hadith, ما من شيء يقربكم من النار ويباعدكم من الجنة إلا وقد نهيتكم. Everything has ahkam in the view of Ahlul Bayt. Walhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin.
Thank you, Dr. Sheikh Saeed Subhani, for that very enlightening and thorough presentation. I would now like to invite our second speaker from our first panel this morning, Dr. Sheikh Muhammad Ali Ismail to the podium to discuss his paper, The Role of Aql in Quranic Exegesis, Traditional versus Critical Rationalist Perspectives. Please welcome him with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. With apologies, before Dr. Sheikh Muhammad Ali Ismail joins us at the podium, I'd like to give you a brief biography of him. Sheikh Ismail is from Peterborough, UK. He graduated in law and then went to Qom, where he studied in the hawza for 10 years, specializing in Quran and Hadith studies. Having graduated from the hawza in 2007, he then completed a postgraduate certificate in education at the University of Portsmouth. Dr. Ismail then moved to Damascus, Syria, where for 2 years he taught and trained aspiring ministers of religion at the Islamic Institute for Postgraduate Studies. In 2010, he joined the academic team at the Islamic College in London, where he's currently Director of Research and Publications and a Senior Lecturer. Over the last 2 years, Dr. Ismail has regularly lectured and conducted courses in Islamic centers around the world. In 2020, he received his doctorate from Middlesex University. Among his publications is the book that we launched yesterday, Islamic Laws, which is an annotated translation of the Tawdih al-Masail of Grand Ayatollah Sayyid Ali al-Husseini al-Sistani. And having seen the work, I can only, and from personal experience, I can only speak to Sheikh Ismail's meticulousness and attention to detail, both in his translations and his scholarship. And so I'm really looking forward to hearing the knowledge he's going to be sharing with us today. So please welcome him again with a loud Salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. It's a pleasure to be with you all here in Dar es Salaam. In my paper, I first introduce, compare, and contrast two different perspectives on the role of aql in Quranic exegesis: the traditional Shi'i perspective and the critical rationalist perspective. I then examine how the differences between the two perspectives affect the classification of exegetical approaches and methods. And then finally, to give the research a practical dimension as well, I explore the implications the differences have on the study of this field in academia. So with regard to the traditional Shi'i perspective on the role of aql in Quranic exegesis, first of all, what do I mean by traditional Shi'i? Well, by this, I'm referring to scholars who adopt a classical, usuli, hermeneutical approach to the interpretation of the Quran. Now, I'm using the term usuli, rationalist, here in contrast to akhbari, traditionist. How do they view the role of aql in the tafsir of the Quran? Well, these scholars consider aql a valid source of knowledge like the Quran and Sunnah. Consequently, they assume it possesses religious authority, hujjiyya shar'iyya. If it passes a definitive judgment on something, it means that we must act according to its dictates. One of the most commonly cited pieces of evidence that these scholars present to corroborate their view is that tradition that we heard a few moments ago from the seventh holy Imam, Imam Musa al-Qazim salawatullah wa salamuhu alayhi. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. In this hadith, the Imam addresses his companion Hisham ibn Hakam with the following words: Ya Hisham, inna lillah ala nasi hujjatain, hujjatan zahira wa hujjatan batina. O Hisham, God has two pieces of evidence for people. One is manifest and the other is hidden. فَأَمَّا الظَّاهِرَ فَالرُّسُلُ وَالْأَنْبِيَاءُ وَالْأَئِمَّةُ. That which is manifest is his messengers, prophets, and imams. وَأَمَّا الْبَاطِنَ فَالْأُقُولُ. That which is hidden is the people's intellect. So the traditional Shi'i scholars identify different types of aql, as you can see on the screen. These are just two of the types that they identify. One is the demonstrative aql, aql burhani, that has religious authority. This is the type of aql that has hujjiyya shar'iyya, aql burhani, the demonstrative aql. Not the lantern aql, aql misbah. Now, what are these two types of aql? Well, the lantern aql, first of all, here aql throws light on the meaning of the text by putting together verses of the Quran, hadith, lexicons, etc. And information from all of these sources is gathered and put together, and this sheds light on the meaning of the verses. However, like I said, it's aql burhani, the demonstrative aql, that has hujjiyya shar'iyya. And that is because it itself is a source of knowledge. According to the traditional Shi'i perspective, aql burhani is a source of knowledge, and therefore it possesses an inherent ability to discover the meaning of verses. Ayatollah Jawadi Amali explains the two roles of aql in tafsir as follows. Quote, reason-based exegesis, tafsir aqli, as mentioned previously, is done in two ways, either by making sense of internal and external evidence, in that an intelligent and sharp aql understands the meaning of verses by putting verses and traditions together. In such a case, aql only plays the role of a lantern, misbah, nothing more. Or, the second type, aql reason-based exegesis, is done by inferring certain conceptual, tasawwuri, and affirmational, tasdeeqi principles from the inherent source of the demonstrative aql and self-evident axioms. Here, aql plays the role of a source, manba, not a mere lantern. Another prominent traditional Shi'i mufassir of the Quran, Ayatollah Nasir Makarim Shirazi, explains the meaning of reason-based exegesis as follows. The meaning of exegesis by aql is that we seek the support of evident rational indicators which are acceptable to all rational minds in understanding the meaning of the words and sentences in text like the Quran and hadith. For example, when it is stated, the hand of God is over their hands, Yadullah fawqa aydihim, aql says, certainly the hand of God does not refer to the particular limb that has 5 fingers, because God definitely does not have a body, and every body is limited and destined to perish. And God is not limited nor destined to perish. Rather, what is meant is the power of God, which is above the power of all others. The hand is used metaphorically to mean power because an individual's power is manifested in action by the hand. Wherever there is mention of exegesis by aql, what is meant is this sort of exegesis. Okay, let's now move on then and look at the critical rationalist perspective on the role of aql in Quranic exegesis. First of all, what is critical rationalism? Well, critical rationalism is a school of thought that was first introduced in the 20th century by an Austrian-British philosopher called Karl Popper. Now, according to Popper, critical rationalism is a quest for knowledge and truth. And during the course of the rest of this presentation, you'll understand some of the main tenets of critical rationalism. So critical rationalists view the nature and the role aql plays very differently from traditional Shi'i scholars. Professor Ali Paya, a prominent Muslim critical rationalist, explains that aql refers to two distinct cognitive faculties represented in English by two different terms, reason and intellect. Aql, in the meaning of reason, distinguishes valid arguments from non-valid ones. It is a tool for assessing the logical soundness of the form of arguments, not the content, just the form of the arguments that are presented. Are they logically sound or not? And aql, in the meaning of intellect, seeks to understand reality by formulating conjectures or theories and then applying them to reality. Now, reality, according to critical rationalism, is the final arbiter, meaning that it will either corroborate our conjectures or it will refute them, and thus enabling us to better understand the reality in question. This process of being corrected by reality is never ending, as we can never obtain the complete and absolute truth about any aspect of reality. Now, critical rationalists maintain that we acquire knowledge in two ways, via negativa and via positiva. Via negativa is learning that reality in question is not what we had conjectured it to be. So we present our conjecture to reality. If reality comes back to us with the answer that no, it is not like this, that is learning, but via negativa. Whereas if we project our conjectures to reality, whatever the case might be, in our case, in this topic we'll discuss later on, it is of course the Quran. We present our conjecture, our theory to reality. If it comes back corroborated, then that's learning via positiva. Now, does the Quran corroborate this view? Well, critical rationalists, of course, argue that yes, the Quran corroborates this view. It endorses this view. For example, the way Nabi Ibrahim, ala nabiyina wa alayhi salam, demonstrated to the idolaters that stars, the moon, and the sun cannot be the Lord, cannot be Rabbul Alameen, endorses the critical rationalist approach. So, for example, Surah Al-An'am, verse number 76. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. فَلَمَّا جَنَّ عَلَيْهِ اللَّيْلِ رَأَى كَوْكَبًا. When the night grew dark over him, he saw a star. قَالَ هَذَا رَبِّي. This is my Lord. فَلَمَّا أَفَلَ قَالَ لَا أُحِبُّ الْآفِلِينَ. But when it set, he said, I do not like things that set. Now, critical rationalists argue that the demonstration presented by Nabi Ibrahim, of course, the leading and the prominent perspective is that Nabi Ibrahim was not using or presenting this demonstration for himself. Rather, he was presenting it for the people to understand and realize that the stars, the moon, the sun cannot be Rabbul Alameen. So, what was he doing in this demonstration? He was actually demonstrating learning via negativa. Why? Because like I was saying earlier, via negativa is projecting conjectures, theories to reality. If it comes back refuted, it means you learn, but via negativa, that the theory is not matching reality. So Nabi Ibrahim presents his theory that, okay, this Rabbul Alameen, the star, and in traditions, it seems that that star was Venus. So presents the conjecture that this star is the Lord. But then when it sets, his conjecture is refuted, because a Lord must benefit people. A Lord must give them existence and blessings and guide them and provide all sorts of blessings to them. A Lord that sets cannot be a Lord. And so he learns, or he demonstrates to the people rather, that this cannot be Lord, because reality has refuted the conjecture that the star Venus is Rabbul Alameen. And then he uses this basis to prove also in the next few verses that the moon can't be Rabbul Alameen, nor can the sun be Rabbul Alameen. Now, what is his conclusion? He puts together all of this accumulated knowledge gained via negativa in order to now produce a much better conjecture. And he concludes by saying no perishable entity can be the Lord of the realm of being. So according to critical rationalists, the Quran endorses this method of conjectures and refutations, learning via positiva, learning via negativa. Let's now have a look at an analysis of the critical rationalist view with regard to that traditional Shi'i perspective. So critical rationalists maintain that unlike the Quran and Sunnah, Aql does not make any knowledge claims. This is very, very important. It is not a source of knowledge as the traditional Shi'i scholars maintain, because no actual knowledge claim is stored in Aql. As for the traditions about Aql being Hujjah, so how do they look at those? That tradition from the 7th Imam, for example, well, they interpret them very differently to the traditional Shi'i scholars. They say that, yes, of course, the prophets, the Imams, and the Quran are Hujjah. That's absolutely true. But they are Hujjah because they provide us with valuable information, which based on our best conjectural understanding and interpretation of them, we can rely upon them and test our conjectures against. But Aql is different. Aql is not like the prophets and the Imams and the Quran. They say Aql is Hujjah in a different, it is Hujjah, but in a different sense to what the traditional Shi'i scholars maintain. In its function as reason, it is a tool which authoritatively enables us to assess the form of knowledge claims. Are they logically sound or not? Aql does indeed guide us, like the prophets, Imams, and the Quran guide us. But whereas the Quran and God's infallible guides guide us by giving us reliable information and correcting our incorrect conjectures, Aql guides us in that as reason, it assesses the correctness of our arguments by looking at the formal structure of those arguments to see whether it has followed logical and rational principles. And as intellect, it develops, formulates, and assesses our conjectures. So now, according to the critical rationalists, the producers of these conjectures and theories are who? Well, if they are just like us, fallible beings, then the products of those fallible beings will also be fallible. They will not be infallible, meaning they could be wrong. And this is why they maintain that we must constantly strive to expose the shortcomings of our conjectures and replace them with better ones. As for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and his divinely appointed guides, that's different. Why? First of all, Allah, of course, is the perfect being. He doesn't need to make conjectures in order to capture reality. And therefore, whatever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, i.e. in the verses of the Quran, is an accurate representation of reality. Therefore, the verses of the Quran and the statements of the infallible human beings as well are not on par with the conjectures of fallible human beings. Remember, the traditional Shi'i perspective was that Aql is on a par, or at least somewhat in that same group as Quran and Sunnah, because all of them are sources of knowledge, all of them are hujjah. Critical rationalists maintain that no, Quran and Sunnah are different to Aql. Aql is fallible. Quran and Sunnah, authentic Sunnah of course, from the divinely appointed guides, are infallible. So now, I go on to discuss in my paper the implications of the different perspectives. Is it just theoretical? Is it just semantical? Is it a matter of definitions and terminology? No. We'll see that actually the implications are both theoretical and practical. And I'll give you some examples of the field that I'm involved in at the Islamic College, where I've been teaching this subject for several years. So how the two groups see the role of Aql has theoretical and practical implications. In my paper, I focused on the implications it has on the classification of interpretive approaches and methods and the effect it has on the study of this field. It has very significant implications for students and teachers who are engaged in this area. But first of all, I'd like to look at the perspective of the critical rationalist with regard to or the importance of classifying exegetical approaches and methods. Why is the classification of these approaches and methods important? Well, firstly, they help identify the types of tafsir works and which approaches and methods they use. Secondly, classifications facilitate comparisons between them. Thirdly, they further understanding of them. And then fourthly, or with regard to this third point, furthering understanding, is because when we look at these classifications, we are attaching labels to these tafsir works. Al-Mizan, is it a philosophical exegetical work? Is it a philosophical tafsir work? Or is it better to label it as a work of tafsir that utilizes multiple approaches? Well, these are discussions that when they are being presented and evaluated, it enables us to further our knowledge about the works and the approaches and methods used by their authors. And then fourthly, it impacts the study of exegetical approaches and methods. Islamic courses and texts on this area tend to be structured around a particular classification. So, which approaches and methods are discussed, how they are viewed, and where they are situated in the bigger picture largely depends on the classification that is used. So, here, I'd like to go through this, a summary of traditional Shi'i perspective on the role of Aql in tafsir of the Quran. So Sheikh Ridai Isfahani is a leading scholar in the field and an author of a popular textbook on the subject. He makes a distinction between methods and approaches. I quote, "Methods is the use of specific tools or sources in the interpretation of the Quran to clarify the meaning and purport of its verses and arrive at distinct conclusions. Approaches the influence of religious and doctrinal beliefs and trends in the exegetes era and the exegete style of tafsir which is shaped by his beliefs, objectives, tastes, preferences, and academic specialization. It's a very broad definition of an approach. I actually interviewed Sheikh Ridai Isfahani, and he told me that in Quranic exegesis, it is the source that distinguishes an exegetical method from an exegetical approach. I also interviewed Sheikh Alavi Mehr, another scholar of the Quran who also has written a textbook in this area. He explained that sources are methods because the religion regards them as credible and authoritative. Hujjah, the religious authority, hujjiyya shar'i, of a source makes it a method. Therefore, as the Quran, Sunnah, and Aql are all authoritative, they are all sources. So I've summarized the traditional Shi'i perspective in these 4 points that you see on the screen. Firstly, we have proof, this is the traditional Shi'i scholars' arguments, right? That we have proof that Aql is authoritative evidence, hujjah, such as that tradition from the 7th Holy Imam quoted earlier. Aql is a source. It's a source because it is authoritative evidence. Aql being an authority means we must base our actions on definitive judgments made by it. Thirdly, sources of knowledge are methods in tafsir. And so fourthly, as Aql is a knowledge source, it follows that Aql is a method in tafsir. When we put it all together, or when Sheikh Ridai Isfahani puts it all together, this is the classification that he arrives at. So you can see here that the reason-based method, tafsir aqli, is situated alongside the intratextual exegetical method, tafsir al-Quran bil Quran, and the tradition-based exegetical method, tafsir bil riwaya. Also, along that same line of methods, you have the scientific ilmi method, the allegorical ishari method, and the comprehensive jami' method. And in the paper, I explain what all of these methods are. So, and then you can see the second part is the approaches, where, as I mentioned earlier, that refers to the influence of the exegete's beliefs, trends, and exegetical, his style of tafsir. So that's his classification of exegetical methods and approaches. Now, let's have a look at the critical rationalist perspective. Well, according to them, methods are tools, i.e. techniques and procedures. They are not sources. This is a fundamental difference, and we'll see the implications of this later. Methods are tools, techniques and procedures. As such, they are not knowledge themselves, but tools for obtaining data and assessing the logical soundness of conjectures. In the field of exegesis, conjectures are expressed as interpretations of the meaning of verses. Hence, the methods used in tafsir obtain data about the verses of the Quran and assess interpretations about them. An approach in this context is the perspective from which the exegete considers the verses and the theoretical framework that they use. Based on these explanations, Quranic exegetical approaches and methods can be depicted as follows. A very different classification of exegetical methods and approaches based on those definitions of methods and approaches and the theoretical framework of critical rationalism. Here you can see that there's a whole list of approaches, that perspective that the exegete takes and the theoretical framework that he uses, and then each one of these approaches has a constellation or a set of methods that it uses. So I've just given examples here of a couple of these. Let's take the intratextual approach, right? Tafsir of the Quran bil Quran. So what methods does it use? Well, it uses, I've just listed 3 of the methods here, referring ambiguous verses to clear ones, right? The mutashabih verses are referred to the muhkam verses. That's a method in the intertextual approach. Or restricting the application of absolute verses, mutlaq, by qualifier verses, muqayyid. Specifying the application of general verses, am, by specifier verses, mukhassis, and other methods. And then, for example, you see down there, tradition-based approach, it also uses its own methods. Again, I've only listed 3 here because of lack of space. Situating verses in the historical context, that would be one method used in the tradition-based approach. Identifying specific reference and the mistaq of verses, revealing the inner meanings, the batin of verses, and other methods. So you can see that all of these approaches brings its own set of methods. Not only that, but each approach brings its own terminology, concepts, principles, basic assumptions, and axioms. All of these things come with each of these approaches. So for example, the principle of causation, that would feature heavily in the philosophical approach, whereas the method of understanding the meaning of words by their antonyms, by their opposites, would be used in a lexicological, philological approach. So each approach has its own specific set of methods. And an exegete's choice of approach will depend on several factors, including the academic specialization, interests, and aims. Also, an exegete may use multiple approaches in interpreting the verses of the Quran, as Allama Tabatabai does in Al-Mizan. He doesn't just use one approach, he uses multiple approaches. That's also fine. Each approach will use methods appropriate to it. Also, each of these approaches can be subdivided. So I'll have to show this on the next slide. There wasn't enough space on this one. So, for example, I took the juristic approach and subdivided that into the 5 schools of Islamic jurisprudence: Hanafi, Hanbali, Maliki, Shafi'i, and Jafari. Each one will have its own methods. Some of them actually will be shared, some of them won't be shared. But you can see how each one of these approaches can be subdivided. But the principle is the same, that each approach will use its own specific set of methods. The theological approach could also be subdivided into Mu'tazili, Ash'ari, Maturidi, right? So, and so on and so forth. And of course, 12 Imami as well. Okay, so some of the key features of this classification that I've presented in the paper are as follows. Firstly, methods, I'll just go back to that one. Firstly, methods are clearly distinguished from approaches. Secondly, the role of aql is clarified in that it is employed as a method in all approaches rather than occupying a position on its own. So you can see on the right-hand side where it says, reason is employed as a method in all of these approaches. It's not, according to critical rationalists, a standalone, specific method. Rather, it's employed in all of these approaches. Why? Because, as I mentioned earlier, aql as reason only assesses the form and the logical soundness of conjectures. And that applies to all of these methods, or all of these approaches. And thirdly, the classification is uncomplicated, which while being accurate and representative of all the main exegetical approaches and methods used in interpreting the Quran. In conclusion, so what are the similarities and differences between the two groups? Well, both traditional Shi'i scholars and critical rationalists agree that aql is a method in Quranic exegesis. Yep, it is a method. However, they base their views on very different epistemological principles. The traditional Shi'i scholars argue that as aql is hujjah, it is a source for understanding, and as exegetical methods are the use of a source in tafsir, aql is a method in Quranic exegesis. On the other hand, critical rationalists argue that aql is a method in Quranic exegesis in the sense that aql, in its capacity as reason, is a method which assesses the form of our conjectures. In the context of Quranic exegesis, our conjectures, our theories, play the role of interpretations. What about the implications of the distinction between the two groups? Well, the implications of the two contrasting positions are significant, as they considerably impact how Quranic exegetical approaches and methods are defined, classified, and presented. Thank you all for listening. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sheikh Mohammed Ali Ismail, for that very thorough and detailed presentation on tafsir methodologies. I think we all learned something from that, and I'm sure that there will be more to discuss on that topic when we come around to the Q&A. Now it is time. We are running quite a bit behind time. We are going to have a tea break now for 10 minutes, so if we can all be back for 11:30. For the gents, the tea is outside. For the ladies, the tea is inside. And as far as I'm aware, there is a bookstore on the ladies' side. I'm not entirely sure where the gents' bookstore, sorry, it's in the men's at the back. Yes, so the books for sale are at the men's side at the back. Can we please all be back for 11:30? Thank you very much. And please recite a loud salawat. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين أبو القاسم محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين. Assalamu alaikum, and welcome back to the second half of our morning session, our second panel. We are still behind schedule. Maybe I think a 10-minute tea break was far too ambitious. There is always time for tea, however. So we've decided to alter the running order slightly. So instead of a panel discussion now, what we're going to do is we're going to combine this panel, the panel discussion for the first panel, with the panel discussion for the second panel after lunch. And we're going to extend the time. So we will have a 1-hour panel discussion with all 4 speakers from this morning after lunch, which means that we will now be moving on. We will now be moving on to our 2 papers from our second session this morning, our second panel this morning. And we will be hearing from Dr. Mohammed Ghurbanpour Delavar, who will be delivering a paper titled An Analysis of the Place of Transmitted and Intellectual Sciences Heritage in Shia Thought. And we will also be hearing from Sayyid Adil Reza on what is the role of intellect in Islamic thought. So our first speaker is Dr. Mohammed Ghurbanpour Delavar. Dr. Delavar completed his studies at the Hawza Seminary of Qom, learning under Ayatollahs Bahjad, Wahid Khorasani, Milani, and others. He has also completed his PhD in Shi'i studies at the University of Religions, Danishgah Adyan. For more than 20 years, he has taught, researched, and lectures in universities and colleges, and has presented articles in international conferences and scientific journals globally. He is currently a senior lecturer of Shia studies, head of the research department, and director of the Faculty of Cultural and Islamic Studies in the Hawza Seminary. He is also the founder and director of the Shia Heritage Revival Center and the director of the Tubay Mohabbat Publishing Center. Dr. Delavar has published 15 books and more than 20 articles in international journals. In his works, he always emphasizes the beauty and scientific potential of Islam and the Shiite denomination. Dr. Delavar will be presenting his paper in Farsi with translation provided by our very own respected Sheikh and Secretary General Arif Ali Herji. And so without further ado, I would like to invite them both to come and sit on the stage. Please can we welcome them with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
السلام علیکم و رحمت الله و برکاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم و به نستعین انه خیر ناصر و معین صلی الله علی سیدنا محمد و آله الطیبین الطاهرین. اللهم صل علی محمد و عجل فرنسی و مولانا بقیت الله فی الارضین روحی و ارواح العالمین لتراب مقدم الفدا. ابتدا عرض سلام و ادب و احترام محضر همه عزیزان علما و اندیشمندان و تشکر از مسئولین محترم این کنفرانس علمی.
Respected Sheikh says Assalamu alaikum to you all, and specifically the ulama who are here at this conference, and it's a great pleasure to be here.
و تشکر میکنم از اینکه این فرصت رو برای بنده فراهم کردن بتوانم مقاله و نوشتار رو به صورت مختصر ارائه دهم.
Very humble to be here that he has been invited and to be here at your service inshallah with this short message.
عنوان مقاله من تحلیلی بر جایگاه میراث علوم نقلی و عقلی در اندیشه شیعی می باشد.
Inshallah, the topic is an analysis of the place of transmitted intellectual science heritage in Shia thought.
مکتب تشیع تاریخی اثرگذار در میان ادوار مختلف و مذاهب اسلامی دارد. این مکتب ریشه در عصر رسول خدا صلی الله علیه و آله و سلم داشته. اللهم صل علی محمد و آل محمد. و در عقاید، فقه، حدیث و سایر علوم دیدگاه پیامبر صلی الله علیه و آله و سلم و اهل بیت علیهم السلام را بر دیگران مقدم می‌دارد و ترجیح می‌دهد. میراث فکری تشیع ابعاد گوناگونی از جمله حدیث، کلام و تاریخ دارد که هر کدام تحولات و سیر تطور خاص خود را تاکنون دنبال نموده است. عالمان شیعه در طول تاریخ کوشش‌های فراوانی جهت حفظ میراث تشیع و تدوین علوم اسلامی متحمل شدند. در عصر حاضر نیز عالمان فریخته‌ای به معرفی ظرفیت‌های علمی مذهب تشیع و دفاع از آن پرداختند و در اثر همین تلاش‌ها کتاب‌های ارزشمندی تألیف و تدوین گردید.
The Shia school of thought enjoys an enduring and influential history during various periods and among different Islamic denominations. It's traced back to the time of the Holy Prophet, whose opinion and those of his pure household take precedence over the opinions of others in matters concerning beliefs, jurisprudence, hadith, and other sciences. The intellectual heritage of Shiaism has various dimensions, including hadith, theology, and history, each going through changes in the course of its development. Shia scholars have made extraneous efforts throughout history to compile Islamic sciences and preserve the Islamic heritage. In the contemporary era, the knowledgeable scholars also have done everything they have been able to do to introduce and to defend the scientific capacities of Shia thought.
در این تحقیق ضمن تبیین اصول کلی مکتب تشیع به میراث گرانبهای آنها، خصوصاً آثار ارزشمند و برجسته این آیین در ادوار مختلف پیرامون علوم نقلی و عقلی اسلامی اشاره گردیده و سعی شده است با بهره‌مندی از روش توصیف و تحلیل داده‌ها در صدد معرفی ظرفیت‌های علوم اسلامی در مکتب تشیع و میراث آن برآید.
This study seeks to explain the general principles of the Shia school of thought, highlighting its precious heritage, particularly to the valuable and distinguished intellectual and textual works in different periods of history. Efforts have been made to introduce the capacities of Islamic sciences of the Shia school and its heritage by benefiting from data description and analysis method with a qualitative approach based on library resources.
مبانی اعتقادی مکتب تشیع بر اساس آیات قرآن و روایات پیامبر صلی الله علیه و آله و سلم استوار است.
The general principle of the Shia school, the ideological foundation of the Shia school, are based on the verses of the Holy Quran and the traditions of the Holy Prophet. And may Allah send his blessing and salutations on the Holy Prophet and his household.
این نکته از دو جهت دارای اهمیت است، چرا که نخست ثابت می‌کند شیعه مولود طبیعی اسلام است و معتقداتش ریشه در نصوص قرآنی و روایات دارد، و دیگر اینکه نشان می‌دهد ظهور این مذهب به عصر نبوت باز می‌گردد، نه به رویدادها و تحولات تاریخی پس از رحلت پیامبر صلی الله علیه و آله. عقاید، فقه، اخلاق، اصول و فروع مذهب تشیع ریشه در صدر اسلام دارد و در عصر رسالت نبوی دارد.
This fact is important from two perspectives, inasmuch as it firstly proved that Shiism originates in Islam and its beliefs are rooted in the Quranic texts and traditions. Secondly, it shows that the emergence of this religion, at least in terms of belief, dates back to the age of the prophethood, not to the historical dates, back to the age of prophet, and not to the historical events and developments following the demise of the prophet, peace be upon him. The beliefs, jurisprudence, ethics, principles, and codes of conduct of Shia, a religion, have their origins exactly in the very initial period of Islam and in the exact era of the prophethood.
شیعه به عنوان جریان دینی مورد نظر رسول خدا صلی الله علیه و آله و سلم در امتداد رسالت نبوی است و نصوص متعدد مؤید این دیدگاه است. علمای شیعه این دیدگاه حمایت کرده و ادله و شواهد بسیاری بر آن از منابع فریقین نقل می‌کنند. دعوت تشیع از همان روزی آغاز شد که رهایی بخش بزرگ انسان‌ها حضرت محمد صلی الله علیه و آله و سلم در همان روز صلی الله محمد و آل محمد و عجل بانگ به کلمه لا اله الا الله برآورد.
Shia as a religious movement intended by the Messenger of Allah is in line with the prophetic mission as evidenced and confirmed by numerous explicit texts. Shia scholars support this point of view and cite many corroborating proofs from the sources of the two branches of Islamic faith. The call to Shiaism began on the same day that the great liberator of mankind, the Holy Prophet, declared, addressing the people by saying, "There is no God but Allah."
استعمال واژه شیعه توسط رسول گرامی اسلام و اطلاق آن بر امیرالمومنین علیه السلام و پیروانش در منابع و کتب فرقه شناسی و تاریخی شیعه و سنی موجود است. از جمله این روایت که پیامبر صلی الله علیه و آله فرمود: ای علی، تو و شیعیانت در روز قیامت خیر البریه هستید. اللهم صل علی محمد و آل محمد و عجل فرجهم.
The use of the word Shia by the beloved Prophet of Allah and its application to Imam Ali alayhi salam and his followers is evidenced by hadith narrated by both Shia and non-Shia historical sources. In one of the prophetic traditions, it has been reported that the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, "O Ali, you and your Shias will be the best of men on the day of resurrection."
امیرالمومنین علیه السلام در نامه منشأ تشیع را چنین تبیین نمود. شیخ کلینی رازی در کتاب الرسائل با استناد از علی ابن ابراهیم روایت کرده است که امیرالمومنین امر نموده هر هفته در روز جمعه نامه‌ای بر مردم خوانده شود بدین مضمون: به نام خداوند بخشاینده بخشایشگر، این نامه از بنده خدا علی امیرالمومنین به شیعه او از مؤمنان و مسلمانان. این نام شیعه اسمی است که خداوند کتاب قرآن گرامی داشته و به آن شرافت داده است و در قرآن کریم فرموده به راستی ابراهیم از پیروان به شیعه او بود و شما شیعه پیامبرید و شیعه اسم خاص نیست و امری نوظهور و بدعتگونه نیست و درود و سلام بر شما باد. در معتبر بودن این سند همین بس که پس از شیخ کلینی سید ابن طاووس و علامه مجلسی و دیگران آن را نقل کردند.
In his Ar-Rasail, Al-Kulayni has narrated on the authority of Ali ibn Ibrahim that Imam Ali alayhi salam ordered a letter to be read out to the public every week on Friday. The letter read, "In the name of Allah, the Compassionate, the Merciful." This letter is from the servant of Allah, Ali Amir al-Mu'mineen, to his Shias. And this name, Shia, is the name which Allah adores and has put down in the Quran. Surely one of his Noah's Shias was Ibrahim, and you are, in fact, the Shias of the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and Shia is not a specific name, and it is not a new thing or a heresy either. Peace and blessing be upon you. With regard to the validity of this report, it suffices to say that after Sheikh Al-Kulayni, scholars say, like Sayyid ibn Tawus, Allama Majlisi, and others have also quoted it.
همچنین کلمه شیعه 3 بار در قرآن کریم برای پیروی از انبیا آمده است. در سوره قصص آیه 15 2 بار و در سوره صافات آیه 83 به این واژه اشاره شده است.
In the glorious Quran, the term Shia is used 3 times to refer to the subservience to the prophets.
اختصاص کلمه شیعه به پیروان امیرالمومنین علیه السلام و اهل بیت علیهم السلام در سطحی است که در کتاب‌های دانشمندان اهل تسنن هم به آن تصریح شده است، از جمله در ملل و نحل شهرستانی و نیز ابن خلدون در این رابطه می‌نویسد بدان که شیعه از لحاظ لغوی به معنای یاران و پیروان است و در اصطلاح فقیهان و متکلمان اعم از پسینیان و پیشینیان بر پیروان امیرالمومنین علی علیه السلام و فرزندانش اطلاق می‌گردد.
The term Shia has also been used in the books authored by Sunni scholars to refer to the followers of Ali alayhi salam and the Ahlul Bayt. Shahristani, an outstanding source about different sects in Islam, writes, Shia are those who followed Ali in particular and believed in his imamat and caliphate and followed Ali in particular and believed in his imamat and caliphate according to the explicit teachings and will of the Prophet. Ibn Khaldun writes, you should know that Shia literally means friends and followers, and in the word of the early and recent jurists and theologians, the term refers to followers of Ali alayhi salam and his offspring.
اما نقش و کارکرد اجتماعی تشیع با دفاع از اصل امامت در ماجرای روز سقیفه و حوادث پس از رحلت پیامبر صلی الله علیه و آله و اتفاقات پس از آن ظهور و تبلور یافته است.
These are the accurate definitions, since the Shia themselves believe that the reason for following Ali is that it was required by the Prophet and it was not their personal decision to choose whom to follow.
میراث مکتوب تشیع، تدبیر رسول خدا صلی الله علیه و آله در حفظ میراث دینی. خداوند متعال رسول گرانقدر خویش را به علم می ستاید. رسول خدا صلی الله علیه و آله برای حفظ این علم الهی و رسیدن آن به آیندگان دستور اکید به کتابت احادیث را دادند.
The written heritage of Shiism, the Prophet, peace be upon him, strategy in preserving the religious heritage, Almighty Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala praises his noble messenger for the knowledge. In order to preserve this divine knowledge and pass it down to the future generations, the messenger of Allah, peace be upon him, ordered the recording of hadith.
پیامبر اسلام صلی الله علیه و آله پیران را به کتابت و روایت علوم و معارف خود تشویق می‌کرد، به گونه که بسیاری از آنها به ما رسیده و در ده‌ها کتاب و منبع پراکنده است. علی‌رغم اینکه پیامبر اکرم صلی الله علیه و آله و سلم اصرار بسیار زیادی بر مکتوب شدن احادیث داشتند، اما برخی‌ها از کتابت حدیث منع می‌کردند و پس از پیامبر صلی الله علیه و آله و سلم نیز منع کتابت و نقل حدیث را به صورت رسمی بخشنامه کردند. بر اساس قرائن تحریر حدیث در شیعیان منعی نداشته و آنها به دستور پیامبر صلی الله علیه و آله عمل کردند.
He encouraged his followers to write down and narrate his teachings and knowledge. Many of the books written by his companions and their successor have reached us and are available here and there in the form of books and collections. Despite the fact that the Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, greatly emphasized that his hadith be recorded, according to the evidence, there is no ban on writing hadith in Shia, and they followed the Prophet's order.
نقش امامان شیعه در تدوین میراث فکری تشیع. پس از پیامبر اکرم صلی الله علیه و آله و سلم، جانشینان ایشان نیز به این مهم اهتمام ورزیدند و شیعیان خود را به کتابت سخنان نبوی و احادیث معصومین علیهم السلام امر نمودند. آنان پیروان خود را همواره بر دیدار و مذاکره درباره نوشتن حدیث به حفظ آن تشویق می‌کردند تا احادیث پیامبر صلی الله علیه و آله از بین نرود. این اهتمام ویژه اهل بیت علیهم السلام باعث شد که شیعیان دست به تألیفات گسترده‌ای بزنند. کتابت حدیث و تألیفات شیعیان در زمان امام باقر و امام صادق علیهم السلام به اوج خود رسید.
The role of Shia Imams in compiling the Shia intellectual heritage. After the Prophet, peace be upon him, his successors also paid attention to collecting and transmitting the hadith, ordering the Shias to write down the prophetic narratives and words of the Aimma alayhimus salam. They always encouraged their followers to meet and discuss with each other about recording hadith and memorizing them so that the traditions of the Prophet would not be lost. This special concern on the part of the Ahlul Bayt alayhimus salam made the Shias embark on the extensive compilations, in as much as the recording and compilation of hadith by them reached their peak during the time of Imam Baqir and Imam Sadiq alayhim salam.
تا جایی که پس از این دو امام، شیعه برای هر آنچه که در امور دینی خود بدان نیازمند بود تألیف و مکتوبی داشت. به ارشاد و امر اهل بیت علیهم السلام اهتمام ویژه و پرکاری و تحمل مشقات طاقت فرسا توسط شیعیان، مکتب شیعه دارای انبوهی از تألیفات و کتب مختلف در علوم متنوع شد. بنابراین کتب شیعه در زمان حضور معصومین علیهم السلام به برکت کتاب‌های بسیاری که تألیف شده بیانگر غنای علمی و فرهنگی ویژه‌ای است.
After these two Imams, the Shias had written texts for everything they needed in their religious affairs. The Shia school had a large number of diverse compilations and books in different sciences, thanks to the guidance and command of the Ahlul Bayt, as well as the special effort, hard work, and endurance of excruciating pains by the Shia scholars. Therefore, the books made available by the Shia scholars during the time of the infallible Imams suggest that they enjoyed a special scientific and cultural privilege in this time.
لذا با تدویر ائمه علیهم السلام علوم و معارف تدوین و مکتوب شده موجب شد تا این فرهنگ عظیم در تاریخ ماندنی شود، چرا که یکی از کارکردهای کتاب انتقال فرهنگ و دانش به نسل‌های بعدی است. ائمه طاهرین علیهم السلام به خوبی نسل‌های آینده را از معارف و علوم مختلف اسلامی غنی کردند. شیخ حر عاملی میگوید در زمان ائمه علیهم السلام کتب حدیثی بسیاری تالیف شد که تعداد آنها متجاوز از 6600 کتاب است. حجم بالای این نگاشته‌ها به حدی بود که در میان دانشمندان شیعه عده‌ای به کار فهرست‌نگاری مشغول شدند و کتاب‌های فهرستی مختلفی تالیف شد.
Therefore, on account of plans and strategies adopted by the Imams, the sciences and the knowledge recorded and compiled in this time made this great culture permanent in history, inasmuch as one of the functions of the book is to transfer culture and knowledge to the next generations. The pure Imams enriched the future generations with various Islamic teachings and sciences. Shaykh al-Hur al-Amili says, many hadith books whose number exceeds 6,600 were written during the time of the Imams. There were so many volumes of these writings that amongst the Shia scholars, some started cataloging them, as a result of which various catalog books were compiled.
میراث علوم نقلی تشیع. حدیث و علوم نقلی پس از قرآن کریم بزرگترین منبع معارف اسلامی است و از اهمیت ویژه‌ای برخوردار می‌باشد. رسول اکرم و ائمه اطهار علیهم السلام مسلمانان را به فراگیری، فهم و تبعیت از احادیث ترغیب نموده، از آنان خواستند تا به حفظ، تدوین و تبلیغ و نشر آن همت گمارند. بیشک محدثان پرکار شیعه سرمایه فرهنگی عظیمی را برای تشیع به ارث گذاشتند، سرمایه‌ای که از جنس کتاب و نگاشته‌های کلمات نورانی و علوم وحیانی ائمه طاهرین علیهم السلام بود. مکتب تشیع و یمن وجود اهل بیت علیهم السلام و مجاهدت‌های بزرگانی چون زراره، هشام ابن حکم، محمد ابن مسلم، ابن امیر و بزنتی و ده‌ها محدث بزرگ چنین پشتوانه علمی عظیمی را در قرن نخست هجری دارا شد.
3. The Shia heritage of transmitted knowledge. After the glorious Quran, the most important source for understanding Islam is the Hadith and transmitted knowledge, ulum al-naqli. The narratives and teachings of the Holy Prophet and those of his household are of special significance, inasmuch as they are the greatest source of Islamic knowledge. The Holy Prophet, peace be upon him, and the pure Imams not only encourage Muslims to learn, understand, and act upon the Hadith, but they also ask them to endeavor to preserve, compile, disseminate, and publish them. Needless to say, the prolific Shia scholars bequeathed a huge cultural asset to the Shiism, which consisted of books and writings and luminous words and revealed sciences of the pure Imams. The Shia school had such a huge scientific asset in the first Hijrah century, thanks to the existence of the Ahlul Bayt alayhim salam and the efforts of great men such as Zurara, Hisham ibn Hakam, Muhammad ibn Muslim, Ibn Abi Umair, al-Bazanti, and many other great traditionalists.
امتیاز مکتب تشیع در حفظ میراث حدیثی. عالمان دینی کتابت حدیث و صیانت آن از تحریف و تغییر را به روش علمی و اصولی وجهه همت خود ساخته، کتاب‌ها و محافل درسی فراوانی را به احیای احادیث اختصاص دادند و به مرور زمان گسترش مباحث حدیثی سبب شد تا علومی متنوع در دامن حدیث تبلور یابد که رسالت اصلی آنها حفظ و حراست از حدیث بود. مجموعه علومی که حول محور حدیث رشد یافته و تدریج کاملتر گشته از مهمترین و گسترده‌ترین بخش میراث علمی اسلام است و بدین نحو اسلام از این جهت نیز برتری خود را بر سایر ادیان نشان داده است، چرا که چنین مصدر معرفتی گسترده و دقیقی در مذاهب دیگر به چشم نمی‌خورد.
Peculiarity of Shia school in preserving the Hadith heritage. There is no doubt that Shia religious scholars made scientific and fundamental efforts to record and preserve Hadith from distortion and alterations. They dedicated many books and study circles to the revival of the Hadith. The expansion of Hadith teachings resulted over time in the proliferation in diverse sciences, whose first and foremost mission was to preserve and protect Hadith. The Hadith-related sciences that evolved and gradually became more complete is one of the most important and significant parts of the scientific heritage of Islam, a characteristic which makes it superior over other religions. That is because such a broad and precise source of knowledge is not seen in other religions.
اللهم صل علی محمد و آل محمد. تاریخ حدیث شیعه تا عصر رسالت و امامت از اتصال کاملی برخوردار بوده و هیچ حلقه مفقودی از آن احساس نمی شود. به همین دلیل نخستین دوره تاریخی حدیث شیعه را نخستین نگاشته‌های حدیثی تشکیل می‌دهد، البته با این تفاوت که نخستین نگاشته‌های حدیثی اهل تسنن حداقل یک سده با عصر رسالت فاصله دارد، اما نخستین نگاشته‌های حدیث شیعه با عصر رسالت و امامت کاملا متصل است.
The history of Shia Hadith is fully connected and no missing link can be noted until the era of the prophethood and the imamate. For this reason, the first historical period of the Shia Hadith is the era in which the first Hadith writings are to be found. The difference is that the first Hadith recordings of Sunnis are at least a century away from the prophethood, but the first recording of the Shia Hadith are completely connected to the era of the prophethood and the imamate.
سیر تطور میراث نقلی مکتب تشیع. نخست عصر تکوین در واقع همان دوره حضور پیامبر صلی الله علیه و آله و امامان معصوم علیهم السلام و پیروانشان می باشد که چند تن از اصحاب کتاب‌هایی از تعالیم و آثار آنان تنظیم نمودند. این دوره تا تاریخ غیبت کبرای امام 12 علیه السلام ادامه داشته است، یعنی سال 1940 میلادی. این تاریخ سال فوت محدث بزرگ کلینی رازی است که منابع هزاران حدیث و خبر را جمع آوری کرده و آن احادیث و اخبار قدیمی ترین و منظم ترین مجموعه روایت شیعه به نام الکافی می باشد.
The course of development of the transmitted heritage of the Shia school. A. Era of formation. The era of formation is in reality the period of the presence of the Prophet, the infallible Imams, and their followers, when several companions compiled books consisting of their teachings and works. This period continued until the occultation of the 12th Imam in the year 1940, which coincides with the death of Sheikh Al-Kulaini, the great scholar of Hadith and author of Al-Kafi, the most important authentic collection of Hadith that deals with themes and doctrinal and ethical significance in the most coherent and systematic manner.
عصر تدوین. با فراهم آمدن این اصول و با توجه به پراکنده بودن آنها، گروهی از محدثان بزرگ شیعه در صدد تنظیم و تبویب آنها برآمده و بدین ترتیب از سده سوم تا پنجم هجری قمری میراث اولیه حدیثی شیعه الکافی، من لا یحضر الفقیه، تهذیب الاحکام و الاستبصار پدید آمدند. این دوره اصولاً به وسیله فراهم آمدن مجموعه‌های مهم حدیثی شیعه با دانشمندانی مشخص می‌گردد که عبارتند از شیخ صدوق، یکی از بزرگترین محدثان شیعه است که قریب 300 کتاب تالیف کرده، شیخ مفید، شیخ طوسی، قطب الدین راوندی، سید شریف رضی و سید مرتضی علم‌الهدی و علامه طبرسی صاحب تفسیر مجمع البیان، ابن شهرآشوب، سید ابن طاووس و همچنین علامه هلی و دیگران که در موضوعات مختلف علوم اسلامی دارای آثار مهمی میباشند که در این دوره میزیستند.
Era of compilation. No sooner these collections were made available, and considering their being scattered, then a group of great Shia Hadith scholars tried to arrange and classify them. Thus, from the 3rd to the 5th century of the Hijrah, the primary heritage of Shia Hadith, and all those which are written on the screen here in front of you, can be as an example.
عصر تحول و عصر تکامل ما عبور میکنیم. دو تا عصر رو فقط نام ببرید، عصر تحول و عصر تکامل. و در ادامه مهمترین کتاب‌های تألیف شده در عصر معاصر رو صرفاً فقط نام میبرم: کتاب الحیات، کتاب میزان الحکمه، کتاب الذریعه الی تصانیف شیعه، کتاب القدیر، کتاب اعیان الشیعه و همچنین تفاسیر معروف المیزان، تفسیر جامع، تفسیر نمونه، تفسیر من هدی القرآن و سایر کتب که در این مجال توضیح بیشتر فرصت نیست.
Age of development. In the contemporary era, the task of completing and compiling the Shia Hadith heritage is still being pursued. Some of the most important contemporary works authored in the contemporary period are the following, which you can see in front of you: Jamiat al-Hadith, al-Mizan al-Hikmah, al-Hayat, al-Ayan al-Shia, al-Ghadir, and al-Mizan. Jami al-Hadith al-Shia by Ayatollah Burjadi, consisting of 31 volumes containing more than 48,000 hadith.
چون فرصت گذشته، من بخش جایگاه عقل در مذهب تشیع رو هم صرف نظر میکنم، چون در سخنان جناب آقای اسماعیل و جناب آقای سبحانی هم بود صرف نظر میکنم. فقط در بخش آخر من جمع‌بندی رو به صورت خلاصه صفحه آخر رو صفحه 39 خلاصه عرض میکنم. جنبندی این تحقیق به تبیین
because of time constraints and so forth, which you will have the slides which you can also see and we will share with you, we will go towards a khulasa towards the end. Bismillah.
این تحقیق به تبیین اصول و مبانی مکتب تشیع و نیز منشأ شکل‌گیری آن که همان همزادی با رسالت نبوی است اشاره و تأکید دارد. همچنین به بیان ویژگی‌های ممتاز این مکتب در حفظ و نگهداری و پویایی میراث آن با تأکید بر علوم نقلی و عقلی پرداخته است که در این خصوص به مهمترین میراث ارزشمند مذهب تشیع در قرون مختلف خصوصا عصر حاضر و نقش تحول آفرین آن در ایجاد نظم و نشاط علمی در جهان اسلام اشاره شده است. همچنین نکاتی به برتری و امتیاز ویژه مکتب تشیع در مقایسه با سایر مکاتب مذهبی از منظر کلامی و فقهی پرداخته است.
Conclusion. This article explains the principles and foundations of the Shia school as well as the origin of its formation, which dates back to the time of the prophetic mission. It also points to the special and dynamic features of the school in preserving and maintaining its heritage with an emphasis on the transmitted and intellectual sciences. In this regard, the most important valuable heritage of Shiaism in different centuries, especially the present era, and its transformative role in creating scientific order and vitality in the Islamic world have been highlighted. Also, the superiority and the special privileges of the Shia school compared to other denominations have been explained from the theological and jurisprudential perspectives.
تشکر فراوان میکنم از توجه همه عزیزان علما و محققان و همچنین تشکر فراوان از مسئولین محترم این کنفرانس علمی. امیدوارم که همه تلاش‌های عزیزان مورد توجه خاص حضرت ولی است عجل الله تعالی فرجه الشریف قرار بگیرد.
There's a great thank for all the ulama and all the knowledgeable people who have participated in this, and special prayers for the success of this intellectual conference with the special intervention and wasila of the 12th Imam Ajallahu Ta'ala Farajahu Sharif.
اللهم صل على محمد و آل محمد مجد. تشکر فراوان از مترجم محترم جناب آقای عارف که زحمت ترجمه کشیدن.
Thank you very much, Dr. Delavar and Sheikh Arif Ali for that very interesting presentation, and thank you also for being so stringent about time. A slight change to the running order again, just in the interests of not clashing with Salah. Salah is going to be in about just over 10 minutes' time, and we are going to delay our next paper by Sayyid Adil Raza until after Salah and lunch. So we will begin this afternoon session with the paper of Sayyid Adil Raza, and then we will have our panel discussion after that. So if you would like to, sorry? Yes, excellent. So the Salah, as I said, is in about 10 minutes. Lunch will be at 1:10, and we will be resuming at 20 to 2. So 1:40 p.m. we will be resuming and beginning our afternoon session, which will begin with Sayyid Adil Raza's paper. So if you can be here for 1:40 sharp, that would be much appreciated. Thank you everyone again for your participation, and we look forward to the Q&A this afternoon. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yes. Short Q&A. I think we could probably a short Q&A. Is that okay? Yeah. Sorry. I think why don't we can have a short Q&A with the two presenters from this morning. We can pick that up after. Is that okay? I think just the first two. I think so. Let's do it. Okay, yeah, let's go. Okay, so we'll make preparations for prayer now, and we will resume at 20 to 2. Salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Just a quick announcement for everyone looking to purchase a copy of Tafsir al-Tadabbur. We've run out of copies, but there will be more arriving on Monday, which you'll be able to purchase from the bookshop. So anyone who is looking for a copy of Tafsir al-Tadabbur, we have sold out of the copies that we had available. However, more will be coming on Monday and will be available from the bookshop. Thank you.
Alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WF projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan Relief Campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhumain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kazim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhumain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community. Our home. Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
a new madrasa in Tanzania,
or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe. Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
अगर तमने जानू होए कि हमरा શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો World Federation ના વેબસાઈટ ઉપર.
Taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WF projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan Relief Campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhumain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kadhim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhumain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania,
Or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe. Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
अगर તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं. C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan Relief Campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Qadhimain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Qadhim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Qadhimain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania,
Or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe. Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
अगर તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं. C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan Relief Campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhumain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kadhim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhumain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania,
Or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe. Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
अगर तमने जानू होय कि हमरा શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો World Federation ના વેબસાઈટ ઉપર.
taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं. C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan relief campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Qadhimain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Qadhim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Qadhimain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania,
Or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe. Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
अगर તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं. C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan relief campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
So here in Kadhumain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kadhim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhumain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania,
Or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe. Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
અગર તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं. C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan relief campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Qadhimain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Qadhim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Qadhimain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania,
Or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe. Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
अगर તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं. C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan relief campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Qadhimain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Qadhim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhamain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania,
Or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe. Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
अगर તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं. C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan relief campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhamain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Qadhim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhamain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania.
Or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe. Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
અગર તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं. C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan relief campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhamain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kazim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhamain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania.
Or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe. Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
अगर તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं. C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan relief campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhumain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Qadhim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhumain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
a new madrasa in Tanzania,
or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe.
together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
અગર તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
Taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan relief campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhumain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kazim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhumain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
a new madrasa in Tanzania,
or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe. Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
અગર તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
Taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan relief campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Qadhimain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Qadhim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Qadhimain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania.
Or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe. Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
અગર તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
Taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan Relief Campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhumain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Qadhim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhumain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania.
Or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe. Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
અગર તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
Taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan relief campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhumain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kadhim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhumain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania.
Or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe. Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
અગર તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WF projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan relief campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kazamain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kazim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kazamain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms.
Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania.
Or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe. Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
अगर તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFA projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan Relief Campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين أبو القاسم محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين. Assalamu alaikum and welcome back to day 2 of the Intellect and Revelation Conference in Dar es Salaam. I would say you can always tell when you're in the session immediately after lunch because the salawats get that bit quieter. So if I could ask you all to please help me wake up the room with a loud and enthusiastic salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Thank you. God bless you. That's the level of energy we want to maintain through the afternoon session. And there will be a tea break with karak chai, which will no doubt help with that, help us maintain those energy levels. So, as you know, we are running on a slightly altered schedule at the moment, just because we're running behind. So we're about to commence with Sayyid Adil Reza, with the last panelist of our morning session, who is now the first panelist of our afternoon session. And he is going to deliver a paper titled, What is the Role of Intellect in Islamic Thought? Sayyid Adil Reza is from Alipur in India, and he is the resident alim of the Hawza Shia Ithna Ashari community of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. So this is his, he has home team advantage here. At the age of 17, during his pre-university studies, he chose to move to the Islamic seminary in Qom, where he studied for many years, completing MA-level studies in Islamic theology. Upon returning to India, the scholarly committee of Al-Balagh organization appointed him as the principal of Madrasa Baqir al-Ulum, a newly established religious seminary in Alipur. During his 7 years as the principal, the permanent building of the hawza was constructed, with tens of graduates up till now, many of whom are either pursuing further studies in the seminary of Qom or working as muballighin across the globe. He has also held other positions, such as the Imam Jum'ah of Masjid-e-Jafariya in Alipur, chairman of the Karnataka Indian State Hajj Committee, and the Shi'i representative in the Karnataka State Waqf Board. He has traveled extensively as a muballigh to different parts of the world, including Canada and the US. Sayyid Adil Reza has a keen interest in literature and has compiled and translated various books from Persian to Urdu. He also composes poetry in Urdu, and I hope that he will perhaps share a few verses with us. So, without further ado, can I ask you please to welcome Sayyid Adil Reza to the podium with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Alhamdulillah. Thumma salatu wa salam ala rasulillah wa ala alillah wa la'natu ala a'da'illah. Let me confess before starting my paper, I am not a scholar. I am a student of Islamic seminary, working as a Imam Jama'at in a mosque in Dar es Salaam. But as a host of this conference, my brother Sheikh Afzal Merali insisted to have some talk with our guests, those are scholars, as a, what we can say is token of appreciation. It's difficult for me to prepare complete paper for this conference because I had a lot of work to do from 22nd of Rajab till 15th of Shaban. Continuously we had the programs in our mosque and the Imam Barga. Inshallah, if you want to continue knowing what is my aim to say here, you have to follow my speeches too online to know what is the conclusion that I am going to present here. The easy topic that they have given to me is, it is not a paper, it is an article. I try to mention few verses of the Quran and the Ahadith of Ahlul Bayt alayhi salatu wassalam, not for the scholars, because for the general audience, those who are here, my madrasa brothers and sisters, inshallah, they are going to be benefited from this article. The role of intellect in Islamic thoughts. We are going to discuss in 3 stages. Number 1, the nobility of intellect in Quran and the nobility of intellect in our ahadith, and what intellect demand from us, what are the commands of intellect in our day-to-day life, and then conclusion. When you go through the various verses of the Quran, the word aqala or aql has been used in the Quran with its derivatives 49 times in Quran. Apart from the other words, those are indicating towards the reasoning and understanding, like dhakara, fakara, and lub or albab. It has been used in the Quran, but we are going to discuss only the word aqala. Aqala, yaqilu, taqilun, yaqilun, naqilu. These are the words that has been used in Quran 49 times. When we go to the various verses of the Quran, we can come to know these 49 verses we can divide into 2 categories. Number 1, in the first category, where Allah has invited the general mankind, the common people, to understand, to ponder, and to contemplate. not only their own life, the changes are there in their own life. Like in Surah Al-Yasin, Allah has mentioned ayat number 68, وَمَن نُؤَمِّرُهُ نُنَكِّسُهُ فِي الْخَلْقِ أَفَلَا يَعْقِلُونَ. You can see the changes in your own life, that Allah has turned your complete status into the past and the previous status. If you ponder, if you think, you can come to know that your life is not in your hand. Someone is there who is controlling your body and your life. And the second example that we can get from Quran is through the alteration of day and night. Allah has commanded the general mankind to ponder. In Surah Al-Mu'minun, ayat number 80, وَهُوَ الَّذِي يُحْيِي وَيُمِيتُ وَلَّهُ اخْتِلَافُ اللَّيْلِ وَالنَّهَارِ أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ. After thinking about our own self, we have to go out and think and ponder on the universe, how the changes are being happening in this world. The day and the changes in the day and night, and the life and the death, these things are indicating that someone is there who is controlling this world. The third example that we can derive from this Quran is the life and the death of the earth. Surah Al-Hadid, ayat number 17, اعلموا أن الله يحيي الأرض بعد موتها قد بينا لكم الآيات لعلكم تعقلون. The life and the death is not in our hand. Someone is controlling our life and our death, not our life and our death, and the life and the death of this universe. The life and the death of the earth. You can not only you can see the changes on the earth, you can see the example and the manifestation of life and the death on this earth too. The demand and the command of Allah is لَعَلَّكُمْ تَعْقِلُونَ. Whether in our personal life, or alteration of night and day, or life and death, someone is there that we call is Allah. When you go to the topic that they have mentioned, the headlines, Al-Aqlu wal-Wahi, I don't know, our panel scholars are there, they are going to be elaborate this one, inshallah. When wherever you go into the Quran, this is my personal point of view, Allah has mentioned first, and at the end mention afala taqilun or yaqilun. What I am thinking is, the topic of the conference should be al-wahy wal-aql, or al-aql wal-wahy. How can we convince the people the wahy first, next is aql, or aql is the first, wahy come next? What we can understand from the verses of the Quran, wherever Allah has mentioned the word intellect or reason or aql, the command of Allah is there, the name of Allah is there, the message of Allah is there, then the aql is coming in between to understand the revelation. The second category of the verses of the Quran is regarding to the people, those who are in specific group, not in the general command. It is a specific command of Allah to the people. The first people, those who are come in this specific group, is the non-believers. Those who doesn't believe in Allah wa ta'ala. Those who are not accepted the message of the messengers and the prophets. Whenever Allah has given them the command through our messengers, they denied. وَإِذَا قِيلَ لَهُمُ اتَّبِعُوا مَا أَنزَلَ اللَّهُ قَالُوا بَلْ نَتَّبِعُ مَا أَلْفَيْنَا عَلَيْهِ آبَاءَنَا. Whenever our messengers given them the command to follow what Allah has been revealed on them, the excuse they brought in front of the messengers is, we are following our forefathers. What is the answer of Allah Ta'ala here? أَوَلَوْ كَانَ آبَاؤُهُمْ لَا يَعْقِلُونَ الشَّيْءَ وَلَا يَهْتَدُونَ. Or maybe your forefathers are not pondered or not contemplate what is the message of the messengers. They didn't have the aql. Are you going to follow as an intellectual to the people, those who are not, doesn't have any aql or intellect in their life? It is a question of Allah Ta'ala. The same thing is there in our cultures or in our customs. Sometimes our answer is the answer of the disbelievers. We are following our forefathers. Following the forefathers is behind the following, is the reason is there behind those following. Any intellect has been involved, then it's okay. If intellect is not there, if they are not pondered on those customs or cultures, it is not allowed to follow them. أَوَلَوْ كَانَ آبَاؤُهُمْ لَا يَعْقِلُونَ الشَّيْءَ or وَلَا يَهْتَدُونَ. They are not guided ones. It is not allowed a person to follow a person who has not been guided. It is not intellectual. That's why the Mu'min al-Yasin has answered or asked from the people of the time to follow the messengers. Why they have to follow the messengers? The reason the Mu'min al-Yasin has given to them is وَهُمْ مُهْتَدُونَ. They are guided ones. Apart from the verses of the divine verses, apart from the divine messages, if you want to hear it or you don't want to hear, but just see their practical life. See the practical life of the messengers and the prophets. You come to know their practical life indicates they are on the right path. Or Allah has commanded these disbelievers, if you are not ready to accept the message of Allah or the message of the messengers, and travel on the earth. Go through the various corners of the earth. أَفَلَمْ يَسِيرُوا فِي الْأَرْضِ فَتَكُونُ لَهُمْ قُلُوبٌ يَعْقِلُونَ بِهَا أَوْ آذَانٌ يَسْمَعُونَ بِهَا فَإِنَّهَا لَا تَعْمَى الْأَبْصَارُ وَلَكِنَّ تَعْمَى الْقُلُوبُ الَّتِي فِي الصُّدُورِ. In some of the verses of the Quran, the intellect has been mentioned as a heart of a believer or a human being. Intellect means the heart. Heart means the intellect. Kabhi-kabar, we divide the two parts, the mind and the heart in our daily life when you start discussing. When sometimes in Allah, in the various verses of the Quran, He mentioned that the mind is there in your heart too. The reasoning capacity is there in your heart too. They are not pondering. They are not thinking about what they are doing. If you want to know what is the history or what happens to the tyrants of the people, those were at the time of the messengers, just travel and go around and see what is the result. You come to know what is the message of Allah Ta'ala. The second category, towards the non-believers, those who reject the belief of Allah Ta'ala, believing in Allah Ta'ala. These kind of the people are worst people on the earth. Having intellect, having the capacity or ability to think or ponder, but still they are not using their intellect, they are not pondering, though they are saying the blessings by their own naked eyes, the blessings of Allah, the signs of Allah on the earth, but still they are not believing in Allah Ta'ala. Surah Al-Anfal, ayat number 22, Inna sharra ad-dawabi indallah as-summul bukmul ladina la ya'qilun. They are the worst creatures of the Allah on the earth. Because the animal doesn't have the intellect to think about Allah or accept the message of Allah. They are having the intellect. If we are having the blessings and we are not using those blessings, are questionable. We have to answer to the Allah Ta'ala because by having these blessings in our life. And the third category is the people of the book. the Jews and the Christians. Allah has asked them to ponder, to use your intellect. Surah Al-Baqarah, ayat number 44. أَتَأْمُرُونَ النَّاسَ بِالْبِرِّ وَتَنْسَوْنَ أَنفُسَكُمْ. Sometimes we generalize this ayat for everyone. Those who are muballighin, those who are propagating the message of Islam, this ayat is there for them too. أَتَأْمُرُونَ النَّاسَ بِالْبِرِّ وَتَنْسَوْنَ أَنفُسَكُمْ وَأَنْتُمْ تَتْلُونَ الْكِتَابَ أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ. You know everything about our last messenger. You know the name of the messenger. You know the characteristics of the messenger. Hazrat Isa has been given the glad tidings to the people of the time. This kind of the person is going to become in the future. You know, you are seeing the signs of the messengership in the messenger of Allah Ta'ala, but still you are not thinking. You are not pondering. You are not accepting. That means you know you are having the knowledge, but you are not practicing according to your knowledge. You are not acting according to your knowledge. This is not a sign of intellect. The amal, the action, the deeds, those who follow the knowledge is the sign of the intellect. Or this ayat of Surah Al-Imran, ayat number 65. Ya ahlal kitab, lima tuhajjuna fi Ibrahim. The Jews and the Christians, they started saying, instead of saying, we are following Ibrahim, Hazrat Ibrahim, they started saying, Hazrat Ibrahim is following us. Hazrat Ibrahim are the followers of Jews and the Christians. Allah has given the simple answer to them. How come it possible? Hazrat Ibrahim lived before, 1,000 years before you. How can he come and follow you? You are the followers of Hazrat Ibrahim alayhi salatu wassalam. Ya ahlal kitab lima tuhajjuna fi Ibrahim wama unzilat at-Tawrat wal Injil illa min ba'dihi afala taqilun. You are not thinking about your own scriptures, about your own teachings that you are getting from your scholars. How not only Allah has commanded the disbelievers to think and ponder, Allah has commanded the Jews and the Christians to think and to ponder, and to the believers too. I don't think the believers are not necessary to think we are having the faith and belief on Allah, in Allah Ta'ala and our messengers in the Quran. There is no need of reasoning and there is no need of intellectual process. Allah is asking them, no, you have to ponder too, to nurture, to nourish, and to develop your intellect. Allah has given examples to the believers. Allah has mentioned various stories of the prophets to the believers. وَتِلْكَ الْأَمْثَالُ نَضْرِبُهَا لِلنَّاسِ وَمَا يَعْقِلُ إِلَّا الْعَالِمُونَ. These are the ayahs to the believers. Allah is asking from the believers to the ponder and to intellect, have reason as according to your own faith and the belief. Or those who are following their own desires, Allah has commanded them, no, think about your dunya and think about your akhirah. وَمَا أُوتِيتُم مِّن شَيْءٍ فَمَتَاعُ الْحَيَاةِ الدُّنْيَا وَزِينَتُهَا وَمَا عِندَ اللَّهِ خَيْرٌ وَأَبْقَى أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ. Just compare the worldly things with the spiritual things. Compare this dunya with the akhirah. Compare what you are having in your own hands with what Allah has. You just compare it. You will get the result. أَفَلَا تَعْقِلُونَ. If you follow the desires that what you are having, I am the Lord of the earth, Ana Rabbukumul Ala. I am the best person on the earth. If you are seeing these kind of the things compared to the akhirah and the status and the rank in front of Allah Ta'ala, you have to compare it. What we are having, it is going to be lost. What is having in the hands of Allah Ta'ala, it will stay forever. Afala taqilun. Then when we are having the intellect, we are pondering, don't think that when we pondering, we have the intellect that is enough. No. The intellect bring responsibility. Sochoge to phasoge. If you start thinking, then you have to act according to your thoughts, according to our intellect. According to some of the commentators, Surah Al-Ahzab, ayat number 72, the trust that has been Allah mentioned in this ayat, they are related to the intellect, free will and the intellect. Inna aradna al-amanata ala samawati wal-ard wal-jibal fa-abayna an yahmilnaha wa ashfaqna minha wa hamalaha al-insan. According to some of the commentators, trust means this amana is intellect. Amana means the free will that human being is having. No one is ready to accept this blessing of Allah Ta'ala except human being. We accepted the invitation of Allah Ta'ala. That means we are responsible. فَحَمَلَهَا الْإِنسَانِ. Then Allah says, إِنَّهُ كَانَ ظَلُومًا جَهُولًا. It's not easy, oh man, it is not easy to accept the invitation of Allah Ta'ala that you have to act. According to one of the commentators, he has mentioned after Zuhr prayer, Allah has invited the man to accept this amana, and the man has accepted from Allah, I am ready to take this amana, intellect as a amana in my life. He has taken from Allah after Zuhr prayer, and he broken that trust after Asr prayer. He started going against the command of Allah Ta'ala. That means this intellect will bring a lot of responsibilities on our shoulder. That's why in Surah Al-Saba, ayat number 46, Allah has mentioned you have to think. Some of the commentators, they say, stop and think. قُلْ إِنَّمَا أَعِدُكُمْ بِوَاحِدَةٍ أَن تَقُومُوا لِلَّهِ مَثْنَى وَفُرَادًا ثُمَّ تَتَفَكَّرُوا. They are translated, stop and think. But when I listened to the short note by Sheikh Alidina last night, I changed this translation. It is not correct to say stop and think. It is correct to say stand and think. It is not the meaning of the qumu is not stop and think. The meaning of the qumu is stand and think. Start and stand and think. Start your journey. By starting, you have to ponder from where you are standing, what is your goal, where you want to reach. Summa tatafakkaru. These responsibilities are there from Allah Ta'ala. In ahadith, various ahadith has been mentioned by our scholars in the previous session, in the previous papers. I didn't want to repeat those ahadith. We can come to know from the various ahadith, intellect is a gift of Allah Ta'ala to the mankind. The divine gift. Through intellect we can reach to the goal that Allah is asking from us. Whether the goal is ibadat, whether the goal is the liqa'i Rabbi. To meet Allah Ta'ala, to meet the mercy of Allah Ta'ala. What intellect demands from us? Aql aa gayi, responsibility. We are feeling that we are responsible now. Then intellect guide us or motivate us towards knowledge. ये नहीं कह सकते मैं अब्बा का शागिर्द हूँ, नहीं. Hold on. One of the joke they have said is, once father asked from his son, who is our marja? He was unaware of how to answer to this question of the father, who is our marja? He think for a while and then he replied, Mere Baba. Oh, Mere Baba means if he doesn't know anything about the marja or the mujtahid, he will feel that my Baba is my marja. My Baba is my mujtahid. What intellect guides us towards our goal is intellect gives us direction towards the knowledge. We are having the various hadiths related to this. And the second thing, intellect asks from us to move towards the moderation. Whether it is lust or anger or intellect, this intellect with knowledge guide us towards the moderation. जो बहस होती है कभी कभार गुलू की और कसर की, they are far away from the real path of the Ahlul Bayt, they are far behind from the path of the Ahlul Bayt. This intellect will play the major role here. The intellect will control the faith of a man to stand in the path of the moderation. Intellect will not allow anyone to cross the limit at the hudud of Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala. At the end, various ahadith has been mentioned. I would like to mention one of the poetry of Imam Ali alayhi salatu wassalam. He has mentioned, Ra'aytul aqla aqlain matbu'un wa masmu'un. I saw the intellect into two kinds of the intellect. One is intellect by nature, in the fitra, and the other intellect that we gain from the experience and the knowledge. That Imam Ali has been linked these types of the intellect to the light of eyes and the light of sun. The intellect by nature that Allah has created in our fitra, that is like the light of our eyes, the sight of our eyes. But the intellect that will gain from the experience and the knowledge, that is the light of the sun. What Imam Ali has mentioned here is, if you are not having sight in your eyes, you can't see the light of the sun. You can't see the light of the sun. That means we have to protect the gift of Allah that Allah has given to us by our nature. That is the fitra plays the major role in the understanding of the things and understanding of our religion. And to reach to the revelation, the path is pure intellect, by fitra intellect, natural intellect that will guide towards the path of the revelation. Inshallah, may Allah increase our tawfiqat to get benefited from the great scholars, those who are in this conference, inshallah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, Sayyid Adil Raza, for that very enlightening and beautiful presentation. Can I ask everyone to show your appreciation for the Sayyid's contribution with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. So we are about to begin our panel discussion from the morning session, but before we do that, we would just like to take a moment to show some appreciation to two of our presenters who will be leaving us early. As you know, we've been very fortunate to have scholars come from all over the world to present here, and traveling on multiple flights, many hours, and taking time out of their busy lives to be here and to share their knowledge with us. And so two of our visitors, two of our guests here will be departing today, and so they won't be here for the closing ceremony tomorrow, and we would like to just take a few minutes to honor their contributions to this conference. And so if I could invite Sheikh Murtaza Ali Dina and to come up to present the gifts to them, and Sheikh Arif Ali Herji, Secretary General, and the President of the World Federation, Safdarbai, if you would be so kind to join us on stage as well, and Sheikh Afzal as well from Islamic Education, my boss. And can I now ask our esteemed guests, Dr. Amina Inlows and Sheikh Dr. Saeed Subhani, to join us up here so that we can present them with gifts of appreciation. Please welcome them with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And we will be presenting them with these beautiful plaques of appreciation and a copy of the first issue of Al-Qalam Journal. I think I'd just like to take a moment to express the gratitude of both the organizers and the attendees to our esteemed scholars, Dr. Amina Inlows and Dr. Sheikh Saeed Subhani, both of whom have presented papers over the last 2 days, which have been extremely interesting and extremely well received. And so can I ask you all once again to show your appreciation for them with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. You know, I'm noticing a disturbing trend with the salawats. They're getting quieter and quieter as lunch gets digested. So I'm going to ask you to really reach into your hearts and give me a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Okay, I think they heard that in Mombasa, so that's good. Thank you. Right, we are now going to move on to our afternoon session. Somewhat delayed. So we're going to begin with a panel discussion involving all of our contributors from this morning's panel. So if I could please invite Sheikh Dr. Saeed Subhani back on stage. Sorry, we keep making you stand up and sit down. And Sayyid Adil Reza, and also Oy Doctor, if you would like to join us. And also, of course, my colleague from London, Sheikh Muhammad Ali Ismail. So, oh, and yes, not necessary. No, I think very necessary. We're going to see if we can get you to recite some Urdu poetry for us. Okay, so just to remind you of the format of our question and answer panels, what we will do is I have here in my hand this is the sign of a good conference, that before the Q&A has even started, people have been handing me pieces of paper all morning. My goodness. And even more are coming in. We will do our best to answer all of them. We have quite a bit of time, so we'll go through these. But you also have the opportunity to ask questions from the floor using the microphones. If you just bear with us one moment while we make some arrangements. Salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Okay, so let's start by getting, what we'll do is we'll start with some of the questions written down, but if we can get some hands up for who would like to ask a question from the floor, we can get some wireless mics to you. So we need a wireless mic for the Sheikh here in the second row, and if on the ladies' side as well, we could have a question ready. And then I will start with some questions here. So the first question is actually directed specifically to a Sheikh Subhani, and it's been delivered in Arabic, but I will do my best to translate it for the audience as well. And it is ما هو الفرق بين القياس المتعارف بين إخواننا السنة وتنقيه المنات. So this is quite a technical question. What is the difference between qiyas, as it is commonly practiced amongst our Sunni brothers and between tanqih al-manat. And I think it would be good to redefine for the audience tanqih al-manat. This is initially directed to Sheikh Subhani, but others can weigh in.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Of course, there are, many thanks for the question, there are different types of qiyas. And the most important, which I mentioned, qiyas mansusul illah and mustanbitul illah. And sometimes we have qiyas awlabiyya as well. For instance, if the Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَلَا تَقُلْ لَهُمَا أُفٍّ, do not say off, do not say any, even a simple word against your father. It means that if someone wants to swear at his father, of course, بطريقة أولى, definitely he is not allowed. تنقيه manat looks like mustanbitul illah. We try to find the illah. Tanqih, we are trying to find the illah. But the reason is that we don't know the illah which a mujtahid find it is exactly the illah for hukm, because there is a philosophy and illah. So this is the difference between them.
Would anyone else care to elaborate further on that? Would anyone else, any of the other panelists care to add anything to that, or should we move on to the next question? I think we have a question in the second. Can we come back to you, Sheikh? If we could have a, who has the wireless mics? Can we get the Sheikh in the second row here has a question? Can we also have a question ready from the sister side if there's a wireless mic there?
Thank you so much. I would like to appreciate all the presenters. We have benefited quite a lot. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless all of them. I have several questions here. I don't know if I should just read all of them.
If you could perhaps choose the most important one, and then if we have time we can...
All of them are important. Well, I'll start with the first one. And this goes to our dear Sheikh, Dr. Muhammad Ali Ismail. Is the traditional view about reason or intellect, as presented here today, a view that is shared across by all usuliyun, or they also have different perspectives among themselves? And in the same line, is the critical rationalism a concept which has found its way into the hawza circles, impressed by scholars, or it is not yet acceptable, or they have reservations about it? And along this question, I have this also question related to that. In case we are saying that human beings are fallible, and therefore whatever comes for them are just conjectures, is there anything definitive? Is there anything that we can rest upon and say this is it, or everything at our level just remains as a conjecture? Is there any place for yaqeen then? In the Quran, Surah An-Najm, ayah number 28, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَمَا لَهُمْ بِهِ مِنْ عِلْمٍ إِن يَتَّبِعُونَ إِلَّا الظَّنَّ وَإِنَّ الظَّنَّ لَا يُغْنِي مِنَ الْحَقِّ شَيْئًا. So where do we draw lines, or how do we arrive on yaqeen? And if you'll allow me, I will ask some other questions that remain, inshallah.
But if we could let, because that was a very comprehensive question, perhaps we could let Sheikh Ismail respond.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for your questions. So with regard to the first question, I went through quite a lot of the prominent Shi'i mufassirin of the Quran, and I mentioned a number of them earlier. So the great scholars such as Ayatollah Jawadi Amali, Ayatollah Nasir Makarim Shirazi, Sheikh Rizai Isfahani, Sheikh Alavi Maher. So these are very well-known, established scholars of the Quran who have works on this area. And so from that perspective, and there are others as well who adopt their views. They are, if you like, some of the leading scholars, and they have lots of students as well who carry on where, you know, what they have learned from their teachers. So from that perspective, yes, it is, you can say it is the Shi'i perspective, although it's one of those things that you can't exhaust every single scholar's viewpoint and search through every single scholar. But from that perspective, that they are leading scholars, recognized, established, with works and with lots of students, from that perspective, you can say yes. The second question with regard to, has critical rationalism entered the hawza? Well, that's a very interesting question, because at the moment we have this leading Muslim critical rationalist, Professor Ali Paya, and he has two books. One of them has actually been reviewed in Al-Qalam journal, the journal that this research center has just produced the first volume of. It's actually, or issue of, it's actually reviewed there. That was published in 2018. And then just just this year, ICAS Press published a very significant work by the same scholar. It's over 700 pages, and it's a big size volume that's all about critical rationalism as used in the humanities, with particular reference to Islamic studies. So that's one thing to consider. The other thing is, he is very much in discussion and debate with leading scholars of the Quran in Iran in particular. And they are constantly engaged in discussion. So although you can't say it's entered the hawza in any mainstream manner, but it's definitely becoming something which is being discussed and debated. And as you know, this is, you know, how things start. It's still relatively a new thing for Islamic studies. As I mentioned earlier, Karl Popper introduced it in the 20th century. He passed away in 1996. So it's relatively new still, but it's gaining momentum, and there's lots and lots of discussions about it. Thirdly, with regard to conjectures and is there anything definitive? Well, critical rationalists will claim that nothing is definitive in terms of having absolute certain knowledge. But one can hold conjectures as provisionally correct, and they are rationally and morally able to act according to those conjectures. So from an action perspective, there's no problem, because so far it's like so far so good. So far my conjecture has remained unrefuted. It's remained corroborated. But they stop there. They don't go and say there's something which is definitive. And that leads on to the whole area of dhan versus yaqeen. So the verse you quoted, for example, it's true. What they would say with regard to verses about the dhan, and they actually translate it as conjecture. So you're very right in bringing up that verse. But they would say, so the Quran has two viewpoints with regard to dhan. So we also have not only that verse, but we have inna ba'd al-dhan itham, isn't it? Right? Only some conjectures are wrong and they are incorrect, etc. So from that perspective, they argue that when dhan is being criticized in the Quran, as the verse you quoted says, that they are unexamined, unassessed, untested conjectures. Whereas the ones where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that it presents a more positive perspective on dhan, they are those conjectures which have been scrutinized and subjected to critical assessment. So they interpret dhan like that. So dhan is not an issue. Just with regard to yaqeen, perhaps I can develop it further if there's time, or we can pick it up with another question. Shall I just quickly go over it now, because there were about 4 questions? Yeah. If you can do it. Sure. 60 seconds. 60 seconds, all right. Yeah, right. So yaqeen. Basically, yaqeen has grades and levels. There's no one level of yaqeen. You get there and that's it. وَعْبُدْ رَبَّكَ حَتَّى يَأْتِيكَ الْيَقِينَ, according to the critical rationalists, is that when you get to yaqeen, it doesn't mean you stop there. Otherwise, then what happens to worship? Your worship stops? Of course not. Just like Nabi Ibrahim, وَلِيَكُونَ مِنَ الْمُوقِنِينَ. Wasn't Nabi Ibrahim already an infallible prophet? so that he reaches certainty, so that he reaches a level of haqqul yaqeen. Because you've got ilmul yaqeen, ainul yaqeen, haqqul yaqeen. He was at the level of ainul yaqeen, he wanted to get to haqqul yaqeen. So yaqeen has grades. When you get to yaqeen, you keep going. Critical rationalists argue that this is corroborating our view, that you never stop. It's always to do with the growth of knowledge. And hence, in Surah Baqarah 260, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking to, asking Nabi Ibrahim, Awalam tu'min, what does he say? Bala, walakin liyatma'inna al-qalbi. Yes, but I want my heart to be at rest. I.e., I'm already at the level of ainul yaqeen and ilmul yaqeen, ilmul yaqeen, ainul yaqeen. Now, because the whole discussion is about bringing things to life, isn't it? He's asking God to show him how does he bring things to life. So what he's doing there, he wants to get to the level of haqqul yaqeen. Oh God, show me how you bring to life the dead so that I can manifest the attribute of al-muhyi. I can manifest al-muhyi in myself. So what critical rationalists will say is that this, again, corroborates our view that even if you get to yaqeen, yaqeen itself has levels and stages. You get to yaqeen, you carry on going. It's never ending. Knowledge is never ending. Because reality is infinitely rich, and we are so limited in our cognitive abilities.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for that very comprehensive answer, and thank you for that excellent question. That was very enlightening. Do we have a question from the floor on the sister side? Okay. In that case, I will read a question that has come from the sister side. The question is, this isn't addressed to anyone in particular, so feel free to buzz in. It reads, it seems that different scholars will derive matters differently according to their environment, cultural background, research sources, etc. Does this mean that there can be more than one correct conclusion? Isn't there a top body in the ulama world that can have a final say? Does it work like that, or will this lead to juristic pluralism? So I think this is a question that gets right to the heart of the themes of the conference. And would Sheikh Suhani, if you would care to go first, perhaps we can get everyone to weigh in on this one.
No, it's off. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Actually, this fact is a good question. It's not only in fiqh, rather we have the same issue in diversity of religion. Regarding the diversity of religion, there are many fardiyat, many possibilities. One of the possibilities, one of the ihtimalat which has been mentioned by John Hick and the other scholars, they say the text, what he says, he refers to what Kant says, the difference between noumenon and phenomenon, what exists and what we understand. They say that the reality is one, but our understanding is different. So he gave a good example, and he took this example from Rumi, and he said, imagine 4 blind person entered a room, and they haven't seen elephant. So one of them, they touch it and say it's a, for example, it's a pillar. The other one says it's a stone. He says all of them is right, but each looking at the reality from different angle. So what he says about the diversity is in religion, and we have the same in fiqh as well. They say, and beyond the prophets, they look at the reality from different angle. So of course, this fardiyya and this theory is not correct. And the second one, what again, and some hermeneutic scholar, they say the text has different interpretation, and each interpretation is correct. Even what you understand is against what the author wanted to convey. He says that the reality like a photo, if a picture, a painting, whoever sees this painting, he has a different interpretation. He said the painter wanted to convey this message. The other said the painter wanted to convey that message. Okay, so this is what the recent scholars in hermeneutic they claim. However, in the fiqh, of course, it's correct that the perspective, the background can affect the ijtihad. But it does not mean that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has two views in this. The reality is one. But yes, it might, our understanding can be affected by time, by our education. For example, a person who has intellectual background in theology, so his understanding might be different with others. The reality is one, and if two mujtahid reaches two different perspectives, it does not mean that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala issued two different views. The reality is one. Of course, our understanding might be different, but one of them is correct.
Thank you very much for that, Sheikh Subhani. Said Adil, would you care to weigh in? Or that was a very comprehensive answer, so thank you. We've actually had a question. Yes, we'll get the mic to you in a moment, Sheikhna. There's two things. First of all, I'd just like to take a moment to acknowledge and welcome classes 11 and 12 from the Husseini Madrasa who are visiting the conference. I think it's wonderful to see such a variety of ages here benefiting from the presence of our scholars. So please welcome them with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And secondly, we received a written question in Swahili. Unfortunately, my Swahili is terrible. I'm working on it, but bear with me. So I've delivered it to someone I know who could translate it for me. So Mullah Sajjad, if we can get the portable mic to Mullah Sajjad. And then we'll come to you. Mullah Sajjad, if you would be so kind as to read both the Swahili and the English translation. Yes, we've done that. All of that was going on well.
You allow me to answer also, Sheikhuna. Before I ask this question, if you'll allow me, Alex.
You have the microphone, so there's nothing I can do to stop you at this point, Sheikhuna.
You're the boss today. My question is directed again to Dr. Subhani here, and of course, the panelists up there. You mentioned a very important point, and the point has been raised not only today, for many years. This point is bugging many of us, and the point is that mujtahideen derive fatwa, correct? And that's what your paper was on intellect, from yaqeen, from reason, from texts. And we also know that reality is one, like you said. But then his understanding and his understanding and his understanding is different. And that is why we have three fatwa on the same issue. Now, you said it's diversity in religion. How do we reconcile all this when I'm follower of Ayatollah X, somebody is follower of Ayatollah Y, Ayatollah Z? Where do we reconcile as a community, as a society, that we are followers of this, mujtahideen, but I'm going to do this, you're going to do this, because my mujtahid is 100% sure and I follow him, he's right, and he has given this fatwa. Please, if you can, sorry to take you that far.
Rahim. Thank you very much for the question. So I think you raised two questions. Number one, what is the philosophy? So why do we have different views? Or how can we say the Maraj receive different views? Of course, this question is technical question. It depends on the method. For example, one marja or one mujtahid consider this khabar as authentic. And the other marja, he does not consider this khabar as authentic. So hadith is one. But for example, in the eyes of one mujtahid, Bazanti is thiq and reliable, for example. In the other eyes of mujtahid, Byzantine, it might be weak or such and such. So as you see, since hadith is the main sources for a mujtahid, and since the maraji or mujtahideen has different yardstick for the evaluation of hadith, so then it affect their ijtihad, it affect their fatwa. So this is one reason. And moreover, in ilm al-usul, for example, one person, he believes that muqaddimatul wajib wajibun shar'an. So he tries to prove that if hajj is wajib shar'an, its preliminary is wajib as well. But one marja or one mujtahid, he says no, it's only wajib aqlan. Intellectually, yes, he must do the muqaddimat. But it does not mean that if he did not go for hajj, Allah is going to punish two wives, one for hajj and one for its muqaddimat. So the question is that why, so what is the philosophy of these different views? As I said, it's back to the method, a methodology of maraji. One marja consider this khabar is hujjat, one does not. For example, in Ashabul Ijma, one of the important topic in Ilm al-Rijal, there are 18 people, and there are in 3 categories. 6 of them, they were the student of the 5th Imam and 6th Imam. The second group were the student of only 6 Imam, and there are 6. So nearly there are 5 interpretations for Ashab al-Ijma. Ajma'at al-Asaba ala tasihi ma yasihu an ha'ula. So what does it mean? Nearly 5 interpretations for Ashab al-Ijma. So what interpretation you are going to choose, definitely it can affect on your view about Masal. This is one question. The second question, so we should say it's a natural. 2 doctors, I go to this GP and the doctor says, you've got a, for example, you've got a cold. My opinion, you should take this tablet and this is your medication. The other doctor says, no, in my view, you should take this medication and your duty is that. So if we say that, okay, we have a different view, and of course, it is our responsibility to follow our marja. So we are not going to choose whether this marja is telling the right or not right. So we were told that to follow marja'iyya, to follow taqleed, to do taqleed. And there are different views, it doesn't matter. Because we can live with different views as we can live with the other group of people. So the followers of one religion can have lived with the followers of other religion. I think having different views cannot cause some problem or something in the society.
Thank you very much for that answer. And now if we could have the Swahili question.
I'm not on it. The question reads, Akili aliopewa mwanamume na mwanamke iko sawa nguvu yake au iko tofauti? Je, fikra, mawazo ndio akili au matamanio ndio akili? Is aql given to a male or a female and a female same, or there's a difference between the understanding aql of male and female? And the thoughts, the opinions, is this considered as aql or not?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. As for the creation, that God, Allah has given equal intellect to both men and women. Neither in Quran nor in the Riwayat there has not been mentioned anything related to more intellect to the men and the less intellect to the women, or something like that. In the verses of the Quran, in general command is there from Allah Tabaraka wa Ta'ala why you are not pondering, why you are not intellect, reasoning. It is a command to both the men and the women. What the next question was there? Yeah, there is a different, some of the scholars, they have been differentiated between the meaning of aql and fikr. Sometimes they have mentioned the different meaning for intellect and thinking. I think we can translate like this for the fikr. Even some of the commentators says fikr will be in the negative form. Aql will be in the positive form, the fikr will be in negative form. But when you come to the words of the Quran and the translation of the Quran, I don't think there is a difference between aql and the fikr come to the reasoning and the pondering. But maybe when you come to the linguistic meaning, we can see the different meaning, but the result will be the same. Even they use the fakkara of her, one of the commentators, they say fakkara wa qaddara. They use this word fakkara for one of the tyrants of the Makkah, because he was standing against our messenger, because the word fakkara is used for him. That means this fakkara goes in the negative meaning of the intellect or the pondering. But for the believers also the same word has been used in the Quran.
Can I add one word?
Of course, you have a microphone, so as I said, I can't stop you.
I would like to add one word for the first question. Ayatollah Jawadi, Hafazahullah, has a good comment in his book, Aine Jalal wa Jamal, if I remember. He said that there is no difference between male and female, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala addresses the soul of people. And soul, there is no, the soul is not male or soul is not female. So the difference between male and female, there is no difference. Of course, their ahkam is different. The ladies have different ahkam, but the male has different ahkam. But the important things between them is soul, and soul is not male and female. And as he said, one lady can be addressed by Ya ayyatuha nafsul mutma'inna. And on the other hand, the other people cannot, even the male cannot reach such position in the world.
Thank you very much for that question. Unfortunately, we're running a bit short of time, and we don't want to. We are actually going to have another Q&A session with the next panel too, and we don't want to eat into their time. So we have one more written question that I'm going to ask to the panel, and perhaps if there are further questions, a clarification. It has to be extremely. Can we get a microphone to the Sheikh?
Sorry, I just wanted to ask if the panelists could expound on the what has been narrated as an-nisa nawaqisul uqul.
Oh, yeah. This is quite a. Yeah. I think quite a. That's. I think that requires quite a lot of discussion. Are we confident that we can answer that in 60 seconds or less? Can we? Does anyone feel brave enough to?
We can answer, but difficult to convince you.
Actually, I would like to highlight that one of our guests, Dr. Amin Inlos, has actually written a paper on this, or some perspectives on that tradition in Nahj al-Balagha. So perhaps that would be something worth checking out. There are so many questions, and I feel terrible to cut the session short, but I am conscious of the fact that there is another session that's also going to have a Q&A, and I don't want us to run out of time for that. So if it's okay, with apologies, especially to you, Sheikh, because you had your hand up for a while, if we could perhaps have some of these conversations in the break outside when we're drinking tea, that would be great, or over dinner. There's one last question I'm going to ask, and then we're going to move on to our next panel. And so this question is, I mean, there are two questions here, but they're on a similar theme. So one is, how do we have da'if, weak hadith, and hadiths that are not authentic, and how do we differentiate? And then the related question is, how can we deal with the issue of the authenticity of Al-Kafi, which has been a current topic of discussion? Please kindly shed some light on how to respond to this. And I'd like to direct this question. I think there's a couple of people on the panel who can answer that, but if I could, there's one guest who hasn't had a chance to contribute yet. So I'd like to give a chance to Dr. Delavar to formulate an answer. And perhaps while he's formulating an answer, I think, Sheikh Ismail, this would also be your area of expertise.
So can answer.
So, and if we can have a, yeah, I'll bring you the papers. So while we're having the question translated into Persian for our doctor, perhaps Sheikh Ismail or Sheikh Subhani. This is the problem with having such a highly qualified panel. It's very difficult to direct the questions to.
Okay, so with regard to the classification that came in much later, so from the time when Sheikh Kulaini was around, Sahih meant something very different. Sahih, what he meant when he mentions the word in his introduction, and there's been a lot of discussion about that, is he actually trying to say that everything he's collected in Al-Kafi is Sahih in the meaning of the term today? The answer is no, because Sahih at that time simply meant something that he felt could be reliably attributed to the Aimma alayhimus salam, not necessarily following that fourfold classification of ahadith that we have today. And so that's one very important point to bear in mind. Secondly, we as Tashayyu don't hold any book as being totally authentic from start to finish, of course, apart from the Quran. And therefore, even the traditions in such a wonderful work, such as Al-Kafi, our first of the four major books, the Al-Kutub al-Arba'a, is still subject to intense scrutiny and discussion and debate among the scholars of Rijal, which is fantastic because it shows that level of scrutiny, independent scrutiny that goes on from our methodological perspective. And therefore, there are criteria with regard to the question about da'if and sahih. So this is in terms of the fourfold classification that came in much later on, after Allama Hilli and Sayyid ibn Tawus's fourfold classification. So just very briefly, you've got Sahih, you've got Muwathaq, Sahih, Hasan, Muwathaq, and Da'if. Each one has some criteria, whether it's fully attributable to an infallible, the chain must be complete, the person must be just, the person must be imami, and so on. And if all of those categories are fulfilled, it becomes Sahih. If some are not there, it's either going to be Hasan or Muwathaq. Hasan means good, right? Muwathaq means dependable. Not everyone is imami, but it's still dependable or reliable. And then you got Da'if, which is that hadith which doesn't fall into the above three. So very briefly, that's how we categorize the hadith like that. Even then, the scholars will always scrutinize traditions. Even if it's da'if, it doesn't mean it gets thrown out and never used and it has no worth. No, it can still be of immense value and importance. It's just that from the sanadi perspective, from the chain perspective, it doesn't fulfill the above requirements of the other three. It could be good in many other ways. And sometimes vice versa. Some of the higher level traditions are excellent in terms of the sanad. Remember, this fourfold classification is only looking at the sanad, the chain. Some of the higher level classifications are excellent in terms of their sanad, but they have other issues with regard to the matan, perhaps, the text of it. So in brief, that's what I'd like to say.
Can I add one word, Dr. Alexander?
Mic is yours.
Just I would like to complete what our colleague, Dr. Ismail said. Sahih has two meanings. Before the Sayyid ibn Tawus, Sayyid ibn Tawus is for 8th century. And after Sayyid ibn Tawus. Before Sayyid ibn Tawus, Sahih means maqtu' as-sudur. means they had some signs that this hadith sadara an al-ma'sum. For example, they found this hadith in Kutub Arba'a, or the book which Imam signed that all the ahadith of this book is authentic. So before Sayyid ibn Tawbus, there was no room to assess the qualities of narrator. So they say if you are sure this hadith sadara an al-imam, it doesn't matter the narrator is thiqh, adil or not adil, whether he is good memory or bad memory. But since after Sayyid ibn Tawus, these qara'in were shrinking slowly and slowly, so they try to find another methodology for assessment of riwayat. As Dr. Ismail said, they try to classify ahadith in 4 classifications. If all the narrators are imami and the hadith is from imam, it is a sahih. However, regarding the book of Sheikh Kulaini, as I mentioned, born 3 years after the birth of Imam Zaman. Imam Zaman was born 255 and he born 258. So he was in the time of Imam's minor occultation. So Sheikh Kulaini, at the beginning of his book, he says, one of my brother asked me to collect al-riwayat al-sahiha and al-sadiqin. So some people, they say, look, Imam Kulaini said all the ahadith of Sahih. So what is the meaning of Sahih? Sahih in the eyes of early scholars means maqtu'u sudur, or Sahih in the eyes of later scholars means, for example, all the narrators, Imami, Thiqa, and that. In both possibilities, this statement never that all the ahadith is definitely is maqtu'u sudur. First of all, Kulaini did not claim that all my ahadith is maqtu'u sudur, or he did not claim that all this ahadith is sahih. This is one. Moreover, even in Kulaini, there are some ahadith which Saduq, which was his colleague, he weakened them. Sheikh Tusi, he weakened some ahadith of Al-Kafi. And moreover, there are some ahadith in Kafi which the other scholars, they did not mention. Even sometimes Sheikh Tusi said, I do not agree with this hadith.
Thank you very much for that very comprehensive answer, Sheikh Ismail and Sheikh Subhani. I'd just like to invite Dr. Delavar to respond to the question, how can we address the issue of the authenticity of Al-Kafi, which has been the current topic of discussion? Please shed light on how to respond. Dr. Delavar will, of course, answer in Farsi, and our very own Sheikh Mohammed Raza Dodia will translate for us.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحیم. تشکر از سوال بسیار خوب ازت. تشکر فراوان دارم از دکتر صبحانی که توضیحات کامل رو دادن. من فقط یک نکته اضافه کنم نسبت به ضعف بعضی از احادیث در کافی شریف. مبنی بر اینکه خب مستحضرید اولین روشنگری ها در مورد ورود احادیث ضعیف جعلی توسط خود امامان معصوم انجام گرفت. خود حضرات معصومین علیهم السلام به اشخاصی اشاره می‌کردند که واضح و عیان جاهل حدیث بودند و در ضمن به نوع افکار و معانی که در احادیث جعل کردن اشاره می‌کردند. این به نوعی مشابهش هم داریم مغیر ابن سعید در زمان امام باقر علیه السلام. و همچنین نسبت به کتب اربعه خصوصا کتاب شریف کافی عرض شود که این اتفاق نظر وجود دارد که اشخاص متخصص و متحدی بودند مؤلفین و محدثین بزرگ و تصریح داشتن، تکمیل کنم فرمایش استاد صبحانی رو، تصریح داشتن بر اینکه احادیث رو جمع کردن که حجت بین خدا و ایشان بوده است. این نکته تکمیل خواستم عرض بکنم.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. So firstly, Doctor thanked the one sending the question, and also thanked Dr. Subhani and Dr. Ismail as well. And he mentions that some of the things that relating to the ahadith, the weak ahadith that we have in our books, he said that the Imam themselves confirmed that there are people who are doing this, who are making up ahadith, false ahadith, and attributing to the Ma'sumin. The second point that he mentioned that the scholars of the books like Kafi, Man la yahdhuru al-faqih, Istibsar and Tahzib, they all were committed to quote ahadith that only those ahadith that they could refer to as a hujjat between themselves and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So these were committed ulamas who were committed to only quote ahadith that could serve as a hujjat between themselves and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Thank you very much, and I would like to thank all of our esteemed guests and speakers, Sheikh Dr. Muhammad Ali Ismail, Sheikh Dr. Saeed Subhani, Sayyid Adil Reza, and Dr. Delavar. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing your knowledge with us and answering those questions. I'm sorry, truly, that we didn't have more time, because I feel like we could have gone on all afternoon. So I think a second conference, yes, next week perhaps. Please extend your gratitude to them with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And just as we move on to our next session, the first of our afternoon sessions, I'd just like to briefly touch on the topic that the Sheikh raised, the question about the statement in Nahj al-Balagha regarding nawaqis al-uqul. Inshallah, we will get an answer for you on that, just so that we can give a full and detailed response rather than just in 60 seconds here. So thank you for bearing with us. And I'd just like to remind the attendees again that another one of our esteemed guests and scholars, Dr. Amina Inlos, has actually written a paper on this that I've read. I think it's very interesting, and I would certainly recommend that everyone here checks out. I believe it's published in the Journal of Shia Islamic Studies. Okay, so it is available on Dr. Inlos's academia.edu page, and she has some talks on parts of the article available on YouTube if anyone's interested in viewing those. Now we're going to be moving on, again, a slight change just to accommodate our audience, as there are some madrasa students here specifically for the next panel. So we will be moving Sayyid Munir al-Khabaz's keynote speech, with apologies to Sayyid Munir al-Khabaz, but fortunately it's a video lecture, so this is quite easy to do. We will be moving him to after this panel, and the panel we will now be having is two speakers, two scholars who have joined us here. The first is my colleague, Professor Ali al-Hakim, who has come all the way from London, and he will be presenting on liberating Quranic exegesis and principles of ijtihad from distortion between contemporary humanism and absolute divinity. And then we will be hearing from Alima Fatima Mehji, who will be presenting a very an equally interesting sounding paper, which is Becoming Bani Adam, a discussion on humanity's alleged evolutionary ancestry and origins, after which we will have a panel discussion. And looking at the topics of those two papers, I think that it's going to be quite an active panel discussion. At least I hope it is, because it makes my life so much more interesting as a moderator. So I think what we'll do is we will have Sheikh al-Hakim first. Okay. In a slight change to order, we will have Sister Fatima on first, and presenting her paper on the alleged evolutionary ancestry of humanity. Fatima Mehji completed her BA in English Literature and Religious Studies at the University of British Columbia, after which she left to study hawza. She studied at Al-Zahra University for 6 years and completed the master's program in Quranic Tafsir and Sciences. She is currently an instructor at the Mizan Institute. She has been teaching in a professional capacity for several years and previously served as the Islamic director at the Al-Zahra Islamic Academy. Her current projects include a book on human evolution according to Shi'i traditions. Her research interests include principles of Quranic exegesis, Quranic hermeneutics, postmodern ethics, and women in Islamic traditions. Can I just remind everyone, please, that there are to be no photos or videos taken of the speaker during this presentation. And please also extend a warm welcome to her with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. No, I said a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. We're just making some final preparations, so if I could please ask you to outdo yourselves this time. Salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. I knew I could count on you all. Thank you.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. I pray that you're all doing well, inshallah. First of all, thank you to the organizers for pushing to have me here. I tend to shy away from crowds, and I know they've made the effort to facilitate for my request, so I thank everyone for that. And inshallah, looking forward to having this discussion with all of you today, inshallah. So the topic, as mentioned, is becoming Bani Adam, and it's essentially going to be a discussion on evolution, especially with regards to human evolution. And as Brother Alex also mentioned, it is something in which I'm trying to kind of summarize it into a book. So I'm hoping that we'll be able to get through everything today, inshallah, as we kind of go through things. Initially, this started out as a research paper in one of my classes, and I thought that it would be a relatively easy paper. It was supposed to be, I think, 10 pages. And it is no longer 10 pages, as you guys will be able to see, inshallah. I kind of went into a rabbit hole that I didn't expect, but at the same time, it's been a very enriching experience. And I've been working on it for quite a few years. And I'm not a scholar in any way, shape, or form, even though I've been working on it for a while. It's just that I started looking at it when I was relatively young, and I hope that inshallah today essentially what I'll be trying to do is to synthesize and regurgitate some of the findings of other scholars and trying to essentially go through all of that, inshallah. I once did this in a 4-hour course, so I'm really going to try my best to summarize it as best as I can in this, inshallah. So to get started, so the first question is essentially, why are we talking about this? Why is it relevant? And it really has to do with this idea that in the 21st century, one of the struggles that a lot of religions have has to do with the ability to navigate empirical data among a world which is primarily empiricist. And the reason for this is usually to do more with interpreting textual sources. So usually when we come to evolution, a lot of the times our discussion tends to be about, does this contradict God? And that's a very introductory discussion that we're not actually going to get into today, because I think it's been relatively well established that, you know, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala exists, and this is more a discussion not in terms of its God implications, but more in terms of its scriptural implications. Usually the logic is that if a text has been revealed by the creator of the universe, then it should include explanations that are in line with empirical data. And so this is where the question becomes a little bit more important to us as an audience, or us as believing Muslims, and that is that if the texts seem to contradict something that has been proven empirically, then we have a bit of an issue, right, in terms of how we're understanding the text. And so this is often leads to two options for a religious person. One is that they'll either come to a symbolic understanding of the story, or two, they may reject the infallible or divine origins of the text. And essentially, those are some of the ways that they'll try to grapple with the text that is in front of them. And it's not surprising that belief in biblical literalism has declined quite a bit. And in a Pew Research study in 2015, almost half of those who left religion cited a lack of belief and reasons like science as to why they did. So the struggle, right, with some of the conversations like evolution has to do more with the relationship with Scripture. And that's essentially what we're going to be exploring today. Sometimes we see a few different approaches. Now, one approach that has been taken has to do with, we'll take evolution as fact, and we'll use certain verses of the Quran to kind of explain it. And you'll have some scholars that may hang on to verses like the one that's on the screen from Surah Nuh, where it says that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala made you grow from a vegetable growth, and then He makes you return to it, and He will bring you forth without fail. Some scholars in the past, like Yadullah Sahibi or others, have kind of taken verses like these and other verses as well and said that, look, the Quran is in line with things like evolution. But this can be a relatively simplistic approach. So what we're going to be trying to do today is we're going to try to discuss how we can scripturally navigate this topic. And interestingly enough, this has been explored by Shia scholars from as early as 40 to 50 years ago. And there are various discussions that are very relevant here. And I'm going to, again, try and go through some of the areas that are important and relevant to this discussion. And essentially, it's kind of, it's a bit of a puzzle, right? And so we're going to be trying to piece together different parts of the puzzle to try to come to something together, inshallah. This graph that you guys will see here kind of has to do with discussions that are relevant to human evolution. Now, we are going to be focusing particularly on us as human beings and our evolutionary ancestry, as was noted in the very obvious title. And there's a few things that we are going to be going through. Some of them are outlined on this slide here. But what I want to focus on before we get started has to do with how we're looking at science. Now, this is a paper in and of itself, or a discussion in and of itself, but the question that we're looking at over here is something that some may refer to as theory versus fact, or science versus data. And essentially, this is the idea that when we're looking at what is empirically observable, and you have different studies or different scientists that are looking at how to explain this data, you see that science is often a mixture of both theory and fact, theory and data. It's ways to explain data. Now, there's a lot to be said about the philosophy of science, but again, that's not our subject today. But what we're going to be doing and what we're going to need in order to go forward is to essentially differentiate between theories that will explain data sets and then looking at that observable data. So where we have theories that are mixed with the data, we're going to try to identify what is the actual data that we need to try to grapple with and go from there. So the first thing that we're going to very quickly go through, alhamdulillah, some of the other scholars today did touch on some of these items, so I'm very grateful to them, so that I'll be able to hopefully go over this section a little bit more quickly. And that has to do with this idea of hermeneutics and terminology, the process through which we're going to be approaching the Quran on this topic. Now, the approach that I've kind of chosen to take is, again, based on it's using the approach of scholars like Allama Tabatabai and a lot of his students. And essentially, it's the way, you can call this the usul of tafsir of these individuals or the hermeneutics of these individuals. But essentially, this shouldn't be conflated with whether or not they believe in evolution. So I want to make sure I make that distinction now. Because a lot of these scholars, Allama Tabatabai and his students, they, in their discussions on evolution, particularly human evolution, they will focus a lot on philosophical thought. So they will speak about human evolution in terms of peripatetic philosophy or the school of Mulla Sadra, and may not agree with evolution on that basis, but they do have a certain hermeneutical approach when it comes to approaching the Quran, and that's essentially the approach that we want to kind of unpack and look at. So I hope that that kind of makes sense. Now, essentially, what that means is, as you can see the gears that are here, I don't know if you guys will be able to read it, but that's okay if you can't, because I'll go through it, inshallah. Essentially, there's three main things that we want to look at. The first one, which again, alhamdulillah, one of the scholars had talked about as well, is this idea of the authority or the hujjiyah of something that is definitive, something that is qat'i. So if we know something, again, through observable data or empirical data, that has a level of authority in terms of interpreting the Quran, or if we know something through a mutawatir tradition, we know something through the explicitness of the Quran, that would be something that it has a level of authority to it. It is qat'i, it is definitive. Now, the second form of authority that we're going to be looking at are ahadith. Now, alhamdulillah, again, there was a little bit of a discussion about ahadith earlier as well, but when it comes to how hadith can be used in tafsir, the approach that, again, Allama Tabatabai and his students tend to use is that ahadith, if they are not, if they haven't reached the level of something like qat, and they're still at the level of conjecture, even if there's one of them that may not be something that can be used substantially in areas of belief like aqaid or in tafsir. So what this means is that when you come to the Quran and you have certain hadith that may explain the Quran in a certain way, they will not be used in the same way that they are used in fiqh. Because in fiqh, there's the responsibility of the individual to act, whereas in tafsir, it's more to do with your beliefs. And again, there's an explanation to that, but we can maybe get into that in the Q&A if I don't get into anything now. The third and the last thing has to do with the authority, the hujjiyah of the dhuhur. Now, the dhuhur is essentially the prima facie meaning of something. Now, this is the most obvious meaning that you'll kind of understand of something. Now, to give an example that may, I I don't know if this is used in Dar es Salaam, but it's generally used in places like the UK. When you use the term "that's sick," right? So if I were to refer to something and say "that's sick," it's a very slang way of saying "that's awesome," right? Now, I could also say "that's sick" to mean that something is actually disgusting, like it actually makes me physically ill. Now, you'll see that the way in which these two things are used, sick is the same word, but it has two entirely different meanings, right? Now, what you would call as the prima facie meaning is often relying on the most literal meaning of that. So if I say "that's sick," or I send someone a text that says "that's sick," and I have a smiley face next to it, it's pretty obvious that I don't mean it's making me physically ill, right? Because there's a qara'in, or there's an indicator to show that that's what it means. But if I have that sick and I have a sick face next to it, then you can tell that I mean it literally. Now, what should the default be if there's no emoji there? The default in that scenario would be the most literal meaning, that it actually means sick. So this is the idea that scholars will operate on when it comes to the Quran. And not only that, but the prima facie meaning, or the zuhur of the Quran, has a very heavy weight. It outweighs things like hadith or solitary reports when it comes to interpreting the Quran. So these are the three primary hermeneutical or usuli principles that we're going to be discussing, because all of these play a role when we're looking at human evolution, so on and so forth. So the result of this, the approach that we're taking, is that when we're looking at the Quran, we'll use the strongest hermeneutical possibility, or the zuhur, and we'll use hadith that are solitary narrations, only as supporting evidence. So these hadith will not necessarily be the way in which we derive meaning from the Quran, but they will be used as supporting evidence. And you can, like that example with the emoji, right? If there's supporting evidence to show that the zuhur is not the literal meaning, then you can also go to a less literal meaning. So you can come out of that if there's a definitive reason in order to do so. So we'll explain that more. Now, to kind of, again, illustrate this very quickly as a graph, you can think of it as a seesaw. The zahir of the Quran, the most obvious meaning, outweighs other linguistic possibilities or non-definitive ahadith, okay? And again, this is very theoretical right now, but it'll come, inshallah, to make more sense as we kind of go through it. The other thing is, the next one that's now up, is that anything definitive will mean that you cast aside anything that's non-definitive. So anything that's non-definitive does include the zuhur, because the zuhur is not qat, but it would also mean that solitary narrations would also not be used. So these principles are what kind of plays a role in how we'll be approaching the Quran going forward. Now, the approach that we're trying to do is we have three sources that we're essentially going to be using and looking at. One is science, so we're going to be looking at the empirical data, so to speak. The second thing is we'll be looking at the Quran. We'll be looking at verses of the Quran. What does the zuhur say? What does the nas, or what does the meanings of these verses indicate? And then the third thing is that we will be looking at some ahadith in order to do that. Now, the approach that we're going to be using here is not meant to be that of a naql head, naql meaning transmitted sources, right? So we're not only trying to deal with text, but what we're trying to do is to show how these three can work in tandem with one another. Because again, the problem that we spoke about to begin with has to do with our relationship with Scripture in the modern day. How can we look at these? Are they unscientific? Is it irrational to take these seriously? How can we kind of go forward and do that? So one of the ways that scholars will look at different ahadith and Quran and so on and so forth is to try and bring all of these different concepts together. And if we're able to bring them together, then we can kind of come to some creative thinking where we don't necessarily quickly dismiss our texts as anti-empirical, which is what, again, some scholars have done. Now, the second thing that we're going to try to quickly go through is discussions on the miraculous non-evolutionary creation of Adam alayhi salam. Now, for this section, I don't want to get into it in too much detail. Now, the reason that I don't want to get into this in too much detail is because it's not falsifiable by science. Now, what do I mean? That if we're taking Adam alayhi salam as a historical ancestor of the current human population, he's someone who existed in the past. Can science say anything definitively about someone in the past today? Not necessarily. What are they going to do? Go in a time machine, actually find where Prophet Adam is buried and then find his DNA? It's pretty almost impossible for this to be falsified by science. So when we're looking at the considerations over here, the Quran, and we're going to go through the verses of the Quran that kind of do this, but based on the Zahiri meaning of the Quran, we're going to establish that Adam alayhi salam was a unique Homo sapien, a unique non-evolutionary creation. And again, this is very difficult to negotiate since it's outside of the scope of empirical data. The other thing that the Quran indicates is that Adam is the historical ancestor of the current population versus a symbolic story. Now again, these are based on the principles that we just went through, but there's 3 verses, and the strongest verse that seems to suggest that Adam alayhi salam is from a non-evolutionary line, and the reason why this verse is used in it, as we'll see, إِنَّ مَثَلَ عِيسَى عِنْدَ اللَّهِ كَمَثَلِ آدَمَ خَلَقَهُ مِنْ تُرَابٍ ثُمَّ قَالَ لَهُ كُنْ فَيَكُونَ. Indeed, the case of Isa alayhi salam with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is like the case of Adam. He created him from dust and then said to him, be, and he was. Now the reason that this verse is used is because it's comparing the parental nature between Isa alayhi salam and Adam alayhi salam. So the most obvious way that this refutes that Adam alayhi salam is the product of evolution is the verse is essentially saying that Adam didn't have any parents, just like Isa, who didn't have a mother, right? They're similar in that parentalness. And this is the strongest verse that seems to suggest that, again, Adam alayhi salam is not from an evolutionary ancestry, because evolution would necessitate that he has parents. And again, that goes back to the theory of evolution. So this is the verse that seems to indicate it the most. There are other verses that refer to us as Bani Adam, and Adam alayhi salam and Hawa alayhi salam as our parents. So this verse, it says, Ya Bani Adam, O children of Adam, do not let shaitan tempt you, kama akhraja abawaykum min al-jannah, in the same way that he expelled your parents from paradise. So it says abawaykum, which means parents. The other one is where shaitan is talking, and he's kind of upset at Adam alayhi salam and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and he says, do you see this one who you honored above me? If you give me a respite until the day of resurrection, I will destroy his descendants. And the word used here is dhurriyatahu, right? So it's talking about this idea of parents. So we're quickly going through this because, again, this is kind of what we established. And when we're looking at the empirical data, this isn't really something that could be falsifiable, so it's not really an issue for us. But going forward, what we need to do now is to try to look at how we can navigate empirical data, but we also need to have some terminology in order to go forward. So the terminology that I'm using is very intentional. So please do try to pay attention to it, because if we're looking at how empirical data looks at things, this becomes very important. So the first thing is that when we say humans, what we mean in this conversation with us here is Bani Adam, Bashar or Insan, but basically the current human population with its metaphysical qualities, okay? Because we know that as humans, as we've been talking about today, as human beings, we have things like the aql. This cannot be traced physically or empirically. Right? Consciousness, even some things that are possibly physical, cannot be traced through biology. So you cannot observe consciousness. You cannot observe these types of things empirically. Now, a wider category is arguably the category of Homo sapiens, and we'll come to why this is a wider category. But we're not using Homo sapiens and insan as synonymous. Okay? So we're using them as different terms, Homo sapiens as a bigger umbrella term, and then a larger term would be hominids. Now, what does this mean? This is essentially the idea that when it comes to what we know about human-like creatures on Earth, there's considerable data that shows us that there have existed members of the Homo genus, as they're called, and they have existed for millions of years. And they have found numerous fossils of individuals that look human-like, though not necessarily always Homo sapiens, and they have also found fossils of Homo sapiens dating as early as 240,000 years ago. Now, a lot of this is done through radiocarbon dating, which is accurate up to a few thousand years. So considering how old it is, again, some of these fossils are millions of years old, especially the earlier ones. And then you look at the Homo sapiens, which is the most recent group of all of these. All of these other ones have gone extinct except Homo sapiens. And again, Homo sapiens, what we have is that they have existed in the anatomical biological form from as early as 250,000 years ago. Now, this is where things kind of get a little bit more interesting, because the question is now, oh, all right, thank you, I apologize. Changing them on, I should look here instead. Thank you. I apologize. I can send the slides to anyone who wants them. So the third point that inshallah we'll be going through is Adam alayhi salam's timeline. And this is, was he the first Homo sapien or was he a later Homo sapien? Because remember, we have fossils of Homo sapiens that exist from as early as 250,000 years ago. Now, an easy solution is to say, okay, well, we believe in an ancient Adam. Adam alayhi salam existed 200 to 300,000 years ago. He is the first Homo sapien, problem solved. But this isn't as easy as it looks, especially when we want to take the approach that we're going to try and take, which is putting everything together. The second option is that of a more recent Adam. And this is Adam as the first of a subgroup of Homo sapiens. So essentially what this would argue is that there is an Adamic line of Homo sapiens and a non-Adamic line of Homo sapiens. Whereas our Prophet Adam alayhi salam existed roughly 10,000 years ago. Now, why are we going to kind of look at this? Now, the question essentially has to do with a few different ideas. If we're looking at option one, that Adam existed 200 to 500,000 years ago, we're kind of ignoring all of the behavioral anthropology of what's quoted about Adam alayhi salam and his family. So when you're looking, and this is something that Ayatollah Jawadi Amoni brings up in order to indicate that there is a non-Adamic line of Homo sapiens as well as an Adamic one, is he says that when you're looking at fossil remains, and this is a discussion that he kind of goes through, burial, the process of burying another human being, only shows up in the fossil record roughly 100,000 years ago. Now, if burials of human beings were taking place 100,000 years ago, then why didn't Qabil know how to bury Habil, right? And this is something that is referred to in the Quran. The verse is quoted here as well that you can see. It says, then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent a crow searching in the ground in order to show him how to hide the disgrace of his brother. And this is when Qabil buried Habil. So the question is that if human beings were burying each other, why didn't Qabil know what to do, right? Why does that, it doesn't seem to be off. Now, the other issue is knowledge of agriculture, because this is mentioned again in several ahadith. The idea that Habil and Qabil, one that Habil was a shepherd and that Qabil was a farmer, right? And there's other hadith that even talk about how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala taught Prophet Adam alayhi salam to domesticate plants or this kind of thing. So this idea of agriculture and domesticating animals. Now, this is also something that doesn't show up in the fossil record until roughly 10,000 years ago. So it seems as though it doesn't make a lot of sense, again, considering the prerequisites, for us to date Adam alayhi salam and his family to 200,000 years ago, if we're taking him again as a literal or historical figure. So the issues here is it also ignores some of the other ahadith that are mentioned that all seem to consistently date Adam alayhi salam to roughly 10,000 years ago. It also doesn't discuss some of the genetic evidence that we have when it comes to genetic markers, which we'll explain later on, time permitting, inshallah. So this is the issue, essentially, with equating all of humanity today with Homo sapiens. So what essentially kind of comes to be is that, and again, this is what Ayatollah Jawadi Amali argues, is that there seems to be a timeline in which there was human beings, or not human beings, excuse me, Homo sapiens that existed but went extinct before Adam alayhi salam, and then there's another Adamic line of Homo sapiens whom we are the descendants of. Now, the other noteworthy point that we'll mention here is that there is something within a lot of the evolutionary biology or anthropology, I guess you could call it, but this idea of something called the Neolithic Revolution. It's also known as the Agricultural Revolution, and this is something that appears in the fossil record at roughly 12,000 years ago. And it's when human beings started to domesticate animals and agriculture. And what this is said to have caused is huge shifts in the technological advancement and knowledge of Homo sapiens. So you have Homo sapiens in the fossil record doing very basic, not really complicated things, all the way up until 10 to 15,000 years ago. And all of a sudden, humans seem to have gotten really smart and had a lot of advancement, and you see where we are today with AI and everything else. So the question, right, that's probably the most important question that we'll spend the rest of our, how much time do I have left? Inshallah, find out. But the question is about how did we become Bani Adam, right? So the question is, the above stuff kind of solves the tension when it comes to Adam alayhi salam, but it doesn't give us the answer that perhaps we're looking for when it comes to how do we navigate our relationship with these other creatures that seem to have roamed the earth, right? So these other non-Homo sapiens, or even the Homo sapiens that existed before Adam alayhi salam, if we're saying that there's two timelines, then what of these others? What's our relationship to them? How did we become Bani Adam, so to speak? Thank you. So what we're going to try and do now is we want to talk about the bigger problems in relation to both scripture and unpack some of the hadith. And what this means is that the first question is, what does scripture, both the Quran and the ahadith, say about the possibility of us, the current human population, being the descendants of both an Adamic and a non-Adamic line of Homo sapiens? So that's the first question, which has to do with the nas. What does scripture, both the Quran and hadith, say about these things? The second question is, does empirical data necessitate that it is impossible for humanity to have gone through a two-person bottleneck? So what this means is it impossible that everyone existing in the world today came through two individuals, right? In terms of their procreation. A bottleneck, and again, we'll come to why we're using that terminology a little bit later. So is this timeline that's kind of proposed by ulama, does it contradict empirical data? Now again, this is not the question of Adam alayhi salam, this has to do with us and our relationship with these others. Now, the first verse that is probably the most discussed verse when it comes to this issue is the first verse of Surah An-Nisa, but we're not going to be talking about women, which is usually where this verse is used. And this has to do with the latter part of the verse, and I've only quoted a part of the verse here, but it says, يَا أَيُّهَا النَّاسِ اتَّقُوا رَبَّكُمُ الَّذِي خَلَقَكُم مِّن نَّفْسٍ وَاحِدَةٍ وَخَلَقَ مِنْهَا زَوْجَهَا وَبَثَّ مِنْهُمَا رِجَالًا كَثِيرًا وَنِسَاءً. O mankind, have taqwa, be conscious of your Lord, who created you from a single soul and created from it its mate, and dispersed from the both of them a vast amount of men and women. Now, the question here is essentially to do with the minhuma, which is the dual pronoun in Arabic. It means from the two of them. So essentially, the Zahiri meaning, according to a lot of the scholars that we'll be talking about, and again, primarily Ayatollah Jawadi Amali and some of the others that we mentioned as the students of Alamat Tabatabai earlier as well, they argue that this minhuma, this dual pronoun, means that we are exclusively the children of Adam and Hawa, and that there's no third parties involved in it, so that later human beings, later Homo sapiens, did not mate with anyone outside of the Adamic line. Now, the reason as to why they go through this, there's a few different hadith that discuss this. So remember the principle, the hermeneutical principle that the scholars that we're looking at go through is that they won't use hadith as independent. They'll only use it when it supports the prima facie meaning of the Quran. So what they say is when you look at the hadith, there's two groups of hadith that talk about how the children of Adam procreated. One is that they procreated among themselves, and the other is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent down a jinn and a huri in order for them to procreate. Now, both of these have their place in our hadith literature. So, essentially what they say is because the Quran needs to be taken with that, the authority becomes on the literal nature of the Quran, on that zahiri nature, they're saying that huma is taken very literally. There was no third parties. There was no jinn, there was no huri, there was no other creation. It was just the two of them. Now, Ayatollah Jawadi Amani, in order to strengthen this further, he also brings in some of the hadith that are talking about. These come in his Dars Kharaj for tafsir. He doesn't go through all of the hadith in detail, but essentially he just points to the idea that in our hadith literature, there do exist several narrations. They're still considered to be in the category of solitary, but if you look at it from the idea of meaning or naql bil ma'na, you can argue that they're bordering on mustafid, though possibly not. But in some of our earliest sources, there's discussions on this idea that before Adam alayhi salam, there existed beings that looked like humans. Okay, and they're called the nasnas in the hadith. So essentially what this says is that when it comes to the proliferation of mankind, there was no third party. Now this is where it's a little bit more difficult because again, when we're looking at genetic evidence, that's what we kind of want to navigate. Now these discussions come under the verse that was also alluded to earlier by Sayyid Madadi. But it says that when your Lord said to the angels, I will make for you a khalifa on earth, and they said, will you place on earth the one who causes corruption and sheds blood, while we declare your praise and sanctify you. So the response of the angels to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala at the creation of Adam alayhi salam, it's kind of like, what are you doing, right? Human beings are going to shed blood, so on and so forth. So usually under this verse, there are several hadith that are kind of mentioned, in which this verse is quoted, and then the A'imma alayhimus salam are explaining it. Now, I'm going to go through these very, very briefly, but essentially it says that this is a hadith from Shaykh Saduq's Ilal al-Shara'i', but it says that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and just as a side note, these are not weak chains of narrators, so they're relatively good. I'm not a Rajali scholar. Inshallah, we can ask other scholars for that. But most of these are either in our very early sources or they have a decent chain, so to speak. So then basically the hadith say that on earth there were creatures, the jinn and the nasnas, and then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wanted to create Adam alayhi salam. And it says that he has this conversation with the angels, and what ends up being said is essentially how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala purifies the earth from these creatures. And it says, interestingly, it says, I will banish the nasnas from my earth and cleanse it of them, and I will transfer the jinns into essentially another realm. I will settle them in the air, and I will draw between human beings and the jinn a hijab. So it talks about this, and essentially there's this idea that, again, the angels, whatever these creatures were, the nasnas or these jinns, looked so similar to humans that the angels, confused them with Adam alayhi salam. And then there's another one, and this one says that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala left the earth empty, and then he created Adam alayhi salam. But it talks about how there were creatures that were neither jinn nor human, and they existed on earth before Adam alayhi salam. And it even mentions something like the earth is not as young as you think it is. The man asks the imam, people say that the world is 7,000 years old, and the imam is like, no, it's not. It's a lot older than that, essentially. Now, the question then becomes with genetics. And the reason why I'm pointing to genetics is I've kind of sifted through the evidence already, right? And kind of trying to show now, what does genetics even show us? Now, when you're looking at genetics and evolutionary genetics, essentially what you see in genetics is that there seems to be a lot of similarities, genetic similarities, between human beings, Homo sapiens today, and previous ones as well. And what they say is that the reason we can say that it's ancestry is that there are specific genetic markers. So over here, if the DNA says CBDA and it has a mutation and it changes to ABCD, then in later on ones, you also see ABCD show up. So the most easy way that we know sequences of DNA pass on is through reproduction, right? Through ancestry, through descendants. But that's not the only way that you can have genetic similarity. So a modern example of that would be cloning. You can have a clone without the process of parenthood or this type of thing. So you can have cloning. So when it looks at how these ways, primarily how evolutionary theorists will discuss this idea of genetics, is that it's passed on through ancestry. But the bigger issue is how genetics has shown that we are related to Homo sapiens, or again, have the same genetic patterns as other Homo sapiens, in different continents, okay? So if you look at Homo sapiens and how early they've showed up on different continents and been potentially isolated from other Homo sapiens, you look at the Australian Aborigines who, again, fossils of Homo sapiens have been found from as early to 40 to 50,000 years ago, And some of those DNA sequences, the question is, well, do those DNA sequences show up in modern human population or not? And this is actually very hard to confirm in science. And the reason why it's hard to confirm is that when you're looking at genetic data, DNA tends to disintegrate within, I think, the 30,000 year period. So if you have DNA that's older than 30,000 years, it's very hard to extract it and to be able to tell the differences. So when they're looking at some of those fossils, there are these differences, but essentially they're not really sure. But not all hope is lost, because even within evolutionary biology, there is this idea of something called the MRCA, which is the most recent common ancestor. This is an article that mentions it. We won't go through it today, but essentially the idea that all human beings have a more recent common ancestor. And this is done through mathematical simulations, taking into consideration continental drift and whatnot. And this estimation says that it could be anywhere from 1400 BC to 55 AD, but that's for the current human population. So if it's an earlier human population, like at the time of the Prophet or at the time of the revelation of the Quran, then it would, of course, be earlier than this. So we're going to kind of zoom through. But essentially, the question that comes here has to do with how literal are we going to take that verse of the Quran, right? When it comes to minhuma. We could argue that, let's say it's established that we share genetic material, and we can't explain a way in which the current human population doesn't have or has the DNA sequences of isolated populations. We can't establish this two-person bottleneck. Then what would happen is we would be forced to take a less literal meaning. But it's still within linguistic possibility. So for example, if we're talking about tribes, if you're talking about the Bani Quraysh, that doesn't mean that all the individuals in Bani Quraysh didn't marry out of sight of that. So for example, when it comes to Sayyids, this is a very easy example. But if somebody marries a non-Sayyid, that doesn't mean they're no longer Sayyid, right? So we're still saying that they're descendants of Imam Ali alayhi salam and Sayyidah Fatima salamullahi alayha. I'm trying to zoom through, I'm really sorry. We're not saying that. So essentially what this would mean is to take a less literal explanation of it. So again, not too problematic. But where I want to end off, inshallah, is this idea that when we're looking at these physically observable things in the fossil records, so on and so forth, we're not taking into consideration the metaphysical qualities of human beings. There is a concept in the Quran that Bani Adam has been honored. وَلَقَدْ كَرَّمْنَا Bani Adam. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has honored Bani Adam. What this is and how that is, what are the qualities of human beings that can be discussed that are not biologically observable? How does that come into play? And when we're looking at evolution, it does play a relatively big role in pushing certain narratives, like the idea that human beings are the products of chance or randomness. And those are the issues that tend to be a little bit bigger, so to speak, when it comes to ignoring our purpose in some of these metaphysical realities or reducing humans to just chance or randomness in a process. Now, I do think it's very much worth noting, and I'm going to end, inshallah, with this point, that when we're looking at all of these different sets of data, right, when we're looking at, one, the fossil record, the science behind it, so on and so forth, we're looking at the ahadith, we're looking at the Quran, the possibility that there are two human lines, or an Adamic line of Homo sapiens and a non-Adamic line of Homo sapiens, is one that's worth considering. Now, the reason that I say this is even when we're looking at the hadith that clearly mention the existence of pre-Adamic human-like creatures, nas, which literally means like a human, that came in our literature 1,000 years before the first fossil was observed. And what's really interesting about these ahadith is they're not even shared by our Sunni brothers and sisters. It's something that is entirely unique to the Shia tradition through the A'imma alayhimus salam. I have had the pleasure of working with individuals like Shuaib Ahmad Malik, who has worked a lot on evolution in the Sunni corpus. And there's only one vague reference to the idea of pre-Adamic human-like creatures, which is in a much later tafsir called Tafsir of Ibn Kathir. So in the hadith corpus, this is something that's unique to us. Now, the first human fossil wasn't discovered until the 1890s. So the idea that our hadith corpus actually has that is actually pretty interesting, and it's worth considering. And inshallah, this isn't something that will problematize our faith, but inshallah, it's something that we can think about, but also to consider the very real issues that a lot of individuals have brought up with regards to evolution, like this quote here from Sayyid Hussein Nasser, which is kind of the way in which evolution is spoken about. The implications of that are a lot more difficult to navigate. So I apologize for going over time and for zooming through everything, but inshallah I will end here.
Thank you very much, Alima Fatima Mehji, for that very interesting presentation. I wish we had more time to discuss that topic. Very unique paper combining Quranic exegesis with genetic evidence and anthropological insight. So I am sure that we will be able to return to it in the Q&A and hopefully extract more information about this. In the process of those discussions. I would now like to move on to our second panelist of our first afternoon session, and that is my colleague from London, Professor Ali Al-Hakim. He was born in Baghdad, Iraq, and completed his studies at the Islamic Seminary of Qom, where he took part in Kharij level studies in jurisprudence and its principles until reaching the level of Ijtihad. He taught Usul al-Fiqh in the Hawza and the advanced jurisprudential text Al-Makasib of Sheikh Al-Ansari at the Shaheed Sadr School in Qom. He currently teaches Bath Kharij level jurisprudence in London. He used to lecture at the University of Oslo and has participated in numerous international conferences at various prestigious European universities. He currently lectures at the Islamic College, where he has been teaching BA and MA modules since 1998. Professor Al-Hakim currently works as a senior research fellow and the editor-in-chief of the Al-Qalam Journal for Advanced Islamic Studies at the World Federation's International Center for Advanced Islamic Research. Professor Ali Al-Hakim's authored and edited works include Living Happily Without Anxiety, published in 2013, Ethical Concepts for Students Living in the West, 2011, A Perfect Governor, 2012, The Martyr of Freedom, 2013, Islamic Feminism Theory and Applications, Secrets and Manners of Islamic Prayers, Current Issues, A Shia Reflection. His latest works include Shia Quranic Hermeneutics and Character Building, which will be published by ICARE in 2023. Wow, that's quite an impressive list of publications. So without further ado, I would like to welcome Sheikh Ali Al-Hakim to the podium with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والحمد لله رب العالمين الحمد لله الذي توحد بالعز والبقاء وقهر عباده بالموت والفناء والصلاة والسلام على أشرف أنبيائه وسيد رسله سيدنا ونبينا وحبيب قلوبنا أبي القاسم محمد اللهم صل على محمد وآل محمد والسلام عليكم جميعا ورحمة الله وبركاته. I welcome all of you. I know that you are tired, and I promise some of our organizers that I'm going to wake them up, so don't worry. So it reveals from your salawat you are really tired, but with some good jokes, inshallah, it's going to wake you up. Muhammad. So you see, when we talk about ijtihad and all that stuff, you may have realized that it is actually related to a text, and we are dealing with that text. It's not only about a text, it's about a reality and how we interact with reality, and it is our interaction with that reality which is going to lead us to which conclusion we would reach on. So, as you can see, the title here is clear. It's liberating ijtihad and Quranic exegesis from distortion, because we don't want to have any form of distortion between absolute divinity and contemporary humanism, that those who are trying now to emphasize on having some form of humanism, or what they call it, like their own effort of it doesn't move on like to the next. So we are actually dealing with this topic, and the abstract is very clear and direct. It is about analysis of various refutable theories, as we are actually dealing with some of the ideas of Muhammad Arkoun. Most of these, Western thinkers, they have been affected by typical Orientalist. And the fact is that we are dealing with this kind of reproduction of the ideas of Orientalists. Instead of being able to process what they say and then come with their own independent research, they would reproduce it and present it as this is their own ideas. And a typical example is this guy, Muhammad Arkoun, who is actually copying from Jacques Derrida, or other who are known for their deconstructions. The discussion of certain theories that what can be accepted or adopted is how to apply certain linguistic principles, like the intonational form, the different intonational form, which has got its impact on the understanding and analyzing of the text. So the fact is that here we are presenting something new and trying to refine some of those which are imposing on certain hermeneutic or linguistic principles to be refutable. So we want to follow a balance between them. And as such, we are trying to work on what is actually meant by some of these ideas. So re-examining some of these ideas would lead us now to have these three fundamental questions. First, one asks here, how was the exegesis of the Quran established and developed, and why it is falsely accused of being sacred and undebatable? Second question, is Islamic jurisprudence truly detached of reality and or lacking or neglecting the pressing elements of modern moral ethical standards, as it is being said nowadays? And are Sharia rulings outdated and stagnant? The third question is that how can we assess the claim that research in Islamic studies is stagnant and affected by the post-colonial cultural attack, such as by Orientalists? So let us first start with the clear distinction. The clear distinction is that here we have to distinguish, but what is sacred? This is the question, which is a very fundamental question, because whenever you put this, give that flavor of sacred, means stop, you're not allowed to criticize anything, because you're challenging the very sacred, divinity. So what is actually sacred? This is the question. And as such, we want to know how and which one is going to be considered the sacred. Now, the human beings, they are producing that knowledge. So this is about knowledge production, regardless whether it is fiqh, whether it is tafsir, whether it is, all of that is considered human production or human knowledge. It has been produced. By whom? By human beings. But those human beings are not to be considered infallible. So if they are fallible, so there is a way to question whether it is considered to be right or wrong. So it can be examined, or it could be even not examined and dismissed and say, sorry, this is not acceptable. And as such, when we speak about human production, and remember here, these are indeed human beings, and it is therefore their production is equal to any form of being right or wrong, as it is established by fallible human beings. One may say, okay, so then what's the point if we are not sure that we are following what is right? The answer that we are referring here is that we are not what we call musawwiba. We are mukhatta. We believe in khata. So we are all human beings, so we tend to have our own failures and our own weakness. So the fact is that, yes, we are not musawwiba, we are mukhatta. But we are not going to say whatever we have is wrong. The more we are closer to the truth, the more we are more qualified to claim that we are entitled to be following the right path. Remember this. It's about an approximation. We are getting closer to that truth, but it is not to say we are totally. So the more you are closer to truth, and this is what we have learned actually about ijtihad. An a'lam mujtahid, for example, one of his definitions is that the one who is getting us closer to truth compared to others. So it is about getting closer. It's about the approximation to be closer to truth. And as such, we have then to establish our general rules. What are this here about to have our own tafsir? First, let us go very quick because I know you're all smart and you know all of these. So quick, we don't have enough time. And we have another joke here, so we have to have our own time for that, isn't it? So, Quran, Allah's word, revealed to the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ through the Archangel Gabriel. You agree? Second, Quran, eternal miracle for all human beings and jinns. Whether you accept jinnis or you don't accept jinnis, it's for everyone. Quran's language is the language of people. Like, Arabiyyun mubin, inna anzalnahu Quranan Arabiyyan. بِلِسَانٍ عَرَبِيٍّ مُبِينٍ. It's for people like, those who are Arabs. Quran, book of guidance. It's about to guide people. It's not a book of chemistry or physics or whatever. It's about guiding people. So it must be then free of any form of distortion. If it's a way to guide people, it cannot be based on any form of distortion then. Prophet Muhammad ﷺ is an infallible and reliable intermediary. That's what we call it al-ismatu fil tabligh. Al-ismatu fi istilam al-risala and al-isma fi tabligh, and interpret that. This comes on the point 6. Prophet ﷺ is the first infallible teacher and interpreter of the Quran because he was teaching people about Quran. Quran, again, this is what Shia insists here, compared to all those Zahiris, has multiple layers of meaning, Zahir and Batin. So sometimes we need to go further on the profound understanding of the text. 8, Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam considered by the Prophet to be the second weighty thing in Tarikum Fikum al-Thaqalain. So al-Thaqalan, this is the Ahlul Bayt alayhi salam side by side the Quran. The interpreters of the Quran until the day of end of this world. The Prophet ﷺ declared relying on them would protect mankind from being misled, from being deceived, and they will be protected until the day of judgment. 9, a Muslim must think, contemplate, and ponder. This is the miraculous nature of Quran. It's not like, only for those who are experts. just like medical books and, our even usul fiqh and philosophical books, You cannot, give it to anyone. But Quran is for people. So they ought to think, contemplate, ponder. So it's about tadabbur. أَفَلَا يَتَدَبُّرُونَ الْقُرْآنَ. So it's for everybody. But remember, in order to come with an exegesis which is closer to that truth that we have referred to, you have to have that qualification for the exegesis of Quran. You may think, you may come with certain nice ideas, that's good, but come on, let's check it with the principles and whatever we have accepted as the principle, the technical principles of the exegesis of Quran, then we see how it is refutable or not. One's own opinion and personal views must not be imposed on the interpretations, and one cannot say, this is what the Quran is all about. Why? Because they have come with their own imposed opinion on the Quran. This is what we call it a tafsir bil-ra'i, or coming with your own idea. Exactly like the guys during the Umayyad dynasty and so on, what they have done. أَمَا رَأَيْتُ صُنْعَ اللَّهِ بِأَخِيكَ, isn't it? Isn't that, imposing this determinism or predeterminism on Muslims? Jabriya was actually promoted by these guys. And they were using these Quranic verses. So it is what we call it here, imposing their own opinion based on their own clearly deviated path. So a result of that, these certain principles that we are very strict about them, denial of the divine source or authority of the Quran, if you deny that, you're disqualified. Because you would consider that text to be like by a normal human being. And as such, a human being can forget, can be indoctrinated by desires and whims and so on. So, well, what kind of interpretation are you going to come with? Prophet Muhammad ﷺ was not a prophet, but a genius poet or excellent thinker, as some of the, mashallah, Iranian nowadays, very intellectual. They speak about him being a poet, genius poet, and, Well, if he's such an excellent thinker, so he's just like Goethe, the German, or even some would, say that he's just like, Shakespeare or Henry Ibsen, for example, the Norwegian. So what's the difference in between them? Anyway, if that is the case, sorry, stamp, disqualified. What's more, Quran has been altered. If you check some of these old, texts like Fastul Khitab, by some of the guys here, who has based actually his opinions on a book called Al-Qira'at by Sayyari. If Quran is altered, so how can I rely on those texts? If any verse I would take, it must be altered, could be changed, could be. Then we have a whole doubt of the whole tafsir or whole Quranic verses. Disqualified. Personal opinions or prejudices. Again, we said you have no right to impose your own opinion, your own prejudice on the Quranic text. Again, remember, you're disqualified for that. So some results of that is that some say that Quran addresses solely those individual, and that's another, claimed by some of these, I would call them westernized or like, being indoctrinated. It is for only those individuals living in that era, and the revelation is indeed limited, the Quran to the ancient times, and trivializing then its messages. Well, why then the Quran says, that this is a miracle? Why we speak about the Quran as being, hidayah and rahmah for all human beings? Why we speak about the Quran being an eternal, miraculous, it's going to be the miracle of the Prophet ﷺ for the thousands of years to come, if it is only related to those people who are living during those days and epoch eras. And as such, believing that the meaning of Quranic verses purely imagined or detached from reality is another problem. some of the presentation I had, and I was speaking about denying any form of evil forces, entity, jinn on the Prophet. Some of these guys, Salafi, stood up and said, how dare you, Shaykh, the Prophet himself was affected by the jinnis. He's referring probably to At-Tabari's, blah, blah, blah. I said, thank you very much, that's your opinion, dismiss. We don't believe in all of that. We have our own narrations, which are not exactly what you're saying. Thank you very much. So speaking about Quranic verses being purely imagined or detached from reality, this is totally nonsense, because we know that even the Quran has referred to some historical records, and it has referred to them. And we have like whole literature which is called Asbab al-Nuzul, like things which are related when this verse was revealed. What's more, narrations warn against interpreting the Holy Quran based on personal opinion, so be aware not to do that. Understanding sacred text depends on sound reasoning. And what's more, the Islam's opponent seeks any prejudicial criticism and launch false accusation against sacred texts. And it is therefore the Shia schools of Quranic exegesis is nearest to both originality and modernism. It's not because we are Shia, because we have the continuation of that path of the prophetic teaching. So after the Prophet, we have the Imams. 12 Imams, they were following on the same focus. So they made us closer to that truth that we have been referring to. The Shia school of exegesis is nearest to both the originality and modernism, but it is again the interpreting of the Quranic text is characterized by flexibility, openness to question, because all of these mufassirin are, despite following those guidelines that have been established by the Imams, they could have their own mistakes in coming with their own conclusions and mistakes, because they are human beings. So nobody considered that production to be sacred. Now moving to the intellect and the ijtihad, again, we have a similar problem there. It's about the role of aql. Okay. Now Shia ijtihadi approach is in line with the intellect. And it is one of the sources actually of the istinbat. Masadr istinbat for that, Kitab, Sunnah, Ijma' and Aql. So it is one of these sources. But when it comes to sometimes the legal style by Abu Hanifa's qiyas, the answer is no. And one of the questions we had from previous Q&A sessions, there was a question here, and I thought it needs further elaboration, and we're going to do that probably in the Q&A panel. The problem is that, again, when it comes to the theology side, we have another problem. That they are, okay, Shia are in the position of Ash'ari, fine, and they would line Shia Muslim with Mu'tazilis. And sometimes people, they really got mixed between Shia and Mu'tazilis. One of the recent publications which has been done by, it's a German Orientalist. She's known like, because I know her and we exchanged emails. She's German, Sabine Schmidtke, with Wilfred Madlong. They published a book by Sa'ib ibn Abad. Sa'ib ibn Abad has got a book called Nahj al-Sabil. And what is really interesting here, she has put the big title, Mu'tazili's Thought. Well, I told her, well, hang on a second, he was Shia. Well, Shia, Mu'tazila, that's how sometimes they get mixed. While we do know that there is a clear distinction between the Mu'tazili. So the Mu'tazili style is again rejected. And remember that. So when it comes to the application of aql, remember the story which has mentioned by our brother, Sheikh Subhani, was right about the case of cutting the fingers and, one finger of that lady, 10 camels. Second, 20 camels. Third, 30 camels. Fourth, if you follow the logic, what's called, human intellect, consistency, what do you say? 20, 10, 20, 30, 40. But he would say, no. كان يعاقلها حتى بلغت الثلاثين ثم ترجع إلى النصف. What's then again? For 4 fingers, they would pay 20. فقال أبان بن عثمان يا مولاي كنا نسمع بذلك في العراق ولا يقول بهذا إلا شيطان. It's impossible. It could be only indicated by the devil, you know. The Imam said, no, wait a second. Oh, Aban, you are judging me based on قياس. يا أبان أنك قد أخذتني بالقياس. وإن السنة إذا قيست محق الدين. If one follows قياس, and it is, this is indeed the judgment of the very Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم. صلوا على محمد وآل محمد. So the Mu'tazilis, again, they have their own, approval of the extended role of intellect compared to Shia, but it is not like as the Shia say. When it comes to theology, we have our own differences. They would implement their own intellect, and we would say it's not like that. We have our own differences. So yes, we believe in the intellect, but we have certain limits. It has to be within the framework of the whole divine teaching. And sometimes I was giving an example in an international conference in Malaysia, and I said, it is just like the movement of these 4 fingers, man. Can you move this one without getting the other one affected? So one, like, okay. Can you get this one, unless you are very good in gymnastics. So no, you have to do that both. They would affect each other. It's just like the movement of your finger. 4 sources, they affect each other. There's an interact between them. And as such, unless, you see, Imamiyya approve its use of the aql when it is qat'i, when it is 100% sure, or it would pave the way for an apparent indication of the text, like what we call it dhuhur al-urfi. Not to be like, just urf. Some, of our guys, they're referring to urf. No, it's dhuhur al-urfi. It must be dhahir. And it is dhahir, it is the apparent meaning, it would be applicable then to use the hujjiyat al-dhuhur. Otherwise, it doesn't have the legislative authority to oppose Islamic Sharia texts. The problem is that we do have people who are trying to implement ijtihad in a way to use the aql when it is sometimes even against the Sharia text. Well, this is what we call it Abu Hanifa style, or what we call it ijtihad fi muqabil al-nas. And there is a problem here. When it is opposing the text, stop. We have to be careful. Yeah, this is our belief, this is our school. We do implement our intellect, but within certain limits. And as such, aql or intellect is accepted when it is in harmony. So ijtihad ضمن النص, maneuvering within the text, not to go beyond and have your own opinion imposed on the text. This is a different style. This is ijtihad في مقابل النص. And you shouldn't be surprised, I'm not narrating something out of, of the gloom, or not based on field research. What's his name, Hamid Nasser Abu Zaid, I met him in the Netherlands. Now he's passed away. We had long, conversations in that conference in Utrecht about hermeneutic between text and context. And one of the cases was this one. I said, we promote ijtihad. And he would say, ijtihad like what? Hukm al-aql what? I said, within the Quranic and the Sharia and the text, that with sacred text. He said, as long as you have a Quran, that is your limit, you are getting nowhere. He made it very clear explicitly. So don't tell me, this is based on field research. He is the guy who's known for his ideas, where he was accused, of being whatever in Egypt. So this is what we call it ijtihad fi muqabil al-nas. Ijtahada fa akhta, which when it was applied sometimes by the Sahaba, when it was against the divine text. And I don't want to mention again names, because there are enough people who have been mentioned by name, but they are dead now, okay? So it's fine. Those who are still alive, somebody has asked him in his own office, if your aql says something, And there is a clear, sahih narration from Imam Sadiq alayhi salam. But your aql is against that narration from Imam Sadiq alayhi salam. Which one you would go for? It's a very sensitive question. He said, why you are making so hard and difficult, you know? You know what is the answer would be? He didn't want to say it, you know, he's gonna overrule this one by that one. Yeah, your aql, he didn't say aql qat'i. Aql qat'i, like when you read the Quranic text, yadullah fawqa aydihim, it's clear Allah cannot have any form of human shape. Yes, we go for hukm al-aql qat'i. But when it's about your own personal judgment against what is explicitly mentioned by the rule of the Imam Sadiq alayhi salam, you cannot say this is going to overrule over that one. Now, who are you? I'm sorry, I have a question. Who are you? Either you are a strict, you know, follower to the prophetic teaching, or you are your own yourself, you know, your source of wahi. Some people, again, this is a joke, okay? And I told the guy, he said, we are not allowed to drink alcohol. Any form of beverage, alcohol is not allowed. And he surprisingly returned back and said, Shaykhana, but أنا عندي رأي آخر. I have another opinion. I said, what do you mean? I'm quoting the Quran. حرمت عليكم إنما الخمر والميسر والأنصاب رجس من عمل الشيطان فاجتنبوه. And he said, yes, but I have different opinion compared to this Quranic verse. So what do you mean? You have different interpretation? That فاجتنبوه, keep it like that distance and just stuck it through a hose, you know, is that what اجتنبوه means? He said, no, but you know, it's not that bad, you know, you can drink it. What do you mean you can drink it? I said, this is the Quran, I'm quoting the Quran. He said, yes, but I have different opinion. I said, okay, then fax it to God, inshallah, and he will. Anyway, speaking about this guy, and here we're coming to the Siratul Uqala. I mean, Siratul Uqala, you must follow them, you know. Uqala. Isn't it Suratul Uqala? What does it mean? It's the practice of these clever individuals. Siratul Uqala. Does that mean really like it's just like equal philosophical mind of, you know, aql? Or it means ordinary human being? By the way, some people who are teaching sometimes Kharij, they don't realize the difference between Siratul Uqala and Al-Aql. Al-Aql al-Mahd is not identical with the practice of Siratul Uqala. Siratul Uqala could be totally different. They could be irreligious. They could be anti-God, anti-Quran, anti-everything. So it is actually Siratul Uqala means ordinary, rational human being. And therefore, their seerah, their practice is not to be considered hujjah. Remember that. Unless it is tacitly approved by the imams. And this is the crucial condition here. If it is not approved, sorry, it needs what we call it iqrar, imda al-uqala, imda sirat al-uqala. And as such, the guy was his name, Najmuddin al-Turfi, he has prioritized human intellect as what? Assessment of maslaha. Again, he said, the guy who lived, you know, he died in the year 716 after Hijrah. He's unknown to be Shia or Sunni. There's clear, you know, differences here. About the maslaha, he doesn't realize that the maslaha, we distinguish between maslaha mansusa, which is mentioned in the text, and sometimes maslaha which is not mentioned in the text. Which is mentioned in the text, we're going to follow it. If it is not mentioned in the text, so you have come up with it. How are we going to follow it? He said that he's going to follow it, even if it contradicts the Shari'i text. No way. Here we have a problem. And this is actually what we call it, you know, sometimes masalih al-mursala or masalih cannot be applied. So in what I call it fiqh al-dawla, it is an application of the maslaha, but within very rational, detailed, you know, mechanism as it is approved. It is not like, you know, any form of would be superficial or something like that. The example as in Iran, for example, the Iran Expeditionary Discernment Council, Majma' Tashkhis Maslahat al-Nizam, for example, it is a certain mechanism. It has to go through all different organizations, then that it would lead to what is Tashkhis al-Maslaha. So, allegation against morality, again, it's another problem. They accuse Shia of, or even like, Sharia of being devoid of, moral values. They are pressing moral values nowadays. Oh yeah, anyway. What do you want then? Change it to fit the westernized moral. Sorry, no thanks. This is not our style. Moral values are constantly changes when it comes to the societies. And we're gonna not go have, to accept that. Thank you, I'm receiving warning. This is not acceptable. Thank you, you're right. So, Sharia theologians explicitly rejected the anthropological triangle by Muhammad Arkones, referring to this technical term of deconstruction, anthropological methodology, and historicism. By the way, deconstruction, it has got at least 5 or 10 or maybe 15 different examples or definition of deconstruction. That is for the Western version of deconstruction, tafkik. When it comes to the Shia Muslim, we have a whole maktab al-tafkik in Mashhad, which is by late Hakimi, which is totally different compared to this one. Anyway, so you shouldn't get mixed between these two deconstruction, but what I was insisting here that there is an interaction between the text which is written and the revealed word. Tilka kalimatullah. You see, Quran, Iqra, it was revealed as words. So there is an interaction between words and writing. It is not like what they say or what it has come with the ideas of Muhammad Arkoun and Jacques Derrida. So A. Surush embraces the approach of Orientalist proponents, finding these ideas of being poet or whatever, and genius guy. All right, again focusing on deconstruction, it is dismissed. Nasr Hamad Abu Zaid, who believed in that the Quran is not actually the words of Allah. And again, I am quoting him personally. Personally, when we spoke about Quran, he said the author of the Quran is dead. He said it explicitly. And we have different people who were witness. As such, so we have to be really careful. I'm going to conclude now because I received earning. Time is up. No way you can have any form of another joke. And I know that you are not feeling comfortable not hearing that jokes. Doesn't matter. So, conclusion. Holy Quran is a revelation and the words of God, and it has to be interpreted in the way that it is closer to the truth. And not only this, the human attempts to understand the text, these are human efforts. So they could be right or wrong, they could be examined, and nobody is infallible. So the sacred is the text, is the revelation, but we as human beings, we are, judged according to our own human fallible, and we may have our own weakness as well. So not even to speak about texts that are narrated from the Prophet, because if we have the chains, and the chains, and again, it's again the human beings here infiltrate, and they could be lying, they could be misunderstanding, they could be having forgot what has been said, and as such, we have to be careful. Skeptics, Orientalists believe that sacred texts are no more than historical records written by reformers. Well, we cannot accept that. Quran is not like other biblical version that you have from the Torah or the Injil or New Testament, Old Testament. It's totally different. All attempts to understand and explain the sacred texts are purely humane, vulnerable to right and wrong equally. Yes, the output of these Quranic commentators or mujtahid, they are being trained and taught to follow these principles as the Imams have told us, as they have instructed their own students and trained them to be like that. But at the same time, they would still have their own humane approach, and they may reach to a wrong understanding. By the way, when you spoke about artificial intelligence and the ijtihad, So people speak about you have ijtihad, and then you can go follow this. There are people or human beings, and now they go code the computer. Okay, civilization, urbanization. Okay, urbans, and they go and check Medina, and you check by all the search, and suddenly what came? It came in that narration. أنا مدينة العلم وعلي بابا. So when we speak about urbanism, so we have to refer Imam Ali as the gate of the city of knowledge. Yes, but what has to do with urbanism, how you organize and, you know, it is a figurative, metaphorical way of having the knowledge all in the city, and metaphorically that Ali is the gate. What has it to do with urbanization and how to plan, you know, the city and so on? It's just people sometimes, just like computer, they just follow whatever they read literally. They do not go beyond the text. Anyway, time is up. I'm concluding the last. Adopting the principles and methods for dealing with religious texts suggested by such claimers to Islah, Islah. It's actually leading to deviation of Islamic thought from the perspective of both methodology and the result will come after. Thank you very much, and especially for your attention. I would expect your loudly salawat. Sallallahu ala Muhammad wa ali bayt.
Thank you very much, Professor Al-Hakim, for that enlightening talk. You know, one of the hardest things about being the MC this afternoon is I don't want to hold up these little signs saying things like, you only have 5 minutes left. I want the speakers to keep going because the talks are so good, but I know that if I let them keep going, we won't have time for a Q&A, which promises to be even better. So it's the hardest part of my job is cutting short these excellent and well-prepared and well-researched papers that we've been getting. So please, can we express our appreciation to both of our speakers with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. And now we have the opportunity for a question and answer session with both Alima Fatima Mehji and Sheikh Ali Al-Hakim. So if I could invite Sheikh Al-Hakim onto the stage, and I believe Sister Fatima will be on the podium, and there'll be an opportunity to ask questions. If we could make sure that there are floating mics available on the men and women's side, and we can also get some written questions in. I will give you a few minutes to prepare. So just to remind you of the format, you raise your hand, and someone with a floating mic over there will bring it to you. If you are at the back, please make sure your hand is raised high so that we can see it. And if you'd rather put your question on a piece of paper and pass it forward, you can either you can hand it to one of our volunteers who will be happy to deliver it to the front. Wa sallallahu ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Okay, so to begin with, do we have floating mics available on the brothers and sisters side? Okay, please watch out. Can you raise your hands if you have a question? We have a question. Okay, we have two. So we have a question right at the back there and a question at the front. So because we'll come back to you, Sheikh, if that's okay. If we can get a microphone to the brother way at the back there, you may have to use an Americanism. You may have to go long. You know. Do we have a question on the sister side for either of the speakers? Yes, we do. Sisters, I trust you to manage the microphone, as I can only see the front few rows. So we have a question on the sister side. So I think, yeah, it's going to take a while for the microphone to get to the brother, so bismillah.
Thank you very much. Excellent presentations. My questions are for Alima Fatima. Very informative and organized and educational presentation. Thank you. So I have two questions. One, I want to ask, what is your view about the origin of human language? Theologically, do you consider it to be something that was given to Adam or originated from the Quranic Adam? And is there, like, with respects to the scientific evidence, linguistically speaking, do we have a date for the earliest language among people? And the other question is something that occurred to me when I was listening to your description of the later Adam. You may be familiar with the narration we have that Adam and Eve had a girl child by the name of Anak, who was the first woman to commit indecency and so forth. And one of the things that has occurred to me in the past is if she's their first child, she's the only human, and who is she being indecent with, I mean, there's no one else out there. But that seems to make a bit more sense if you're envisioning a population of, other Adams who are around, that might actually be a possibility with. Is that something you discuss in your book or your sources have mentioned? Because I know you are being selective in the hadith that you are selecting.
Is this on? Yes? Okay, alhamdulillah. So with regards to the first question about language, so this is actually something that's relatively difficult to trace as well, just because they'd have to look at the voice boxes. Now with Homo sapiens, it does look like they had the ability to use language, and I think recently they recreated a Neanderthal voice box, but it doesn't seem as though the non-Homo sapiens species had significant language, and because language is very difficult to observe, in the sense that all you can tell is how can a voice box make noises. So essentially, if they were to find a fossil, they would just be able to tell, oh yes, they can make this noise, but how they used it, that's something that empirically probably can't be observed again, unless there's time machines, and I don't think, but with regards to the development of language from the Islamic perspective, I mean, you can look at verses like Allamahul Bayan, and this idea that there is some type of a divine origin in terms of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala teaching certain things. Or you even have concepts like how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala taught certain behaviors. So with Prophet Dawood alayhi salam, this idea of like teaching him how to use iron, so on and so forth. So there is some of that. To be honest, I haven't researched it in particular just because my primary focus was more on the origins of humans, and then a lot of that, again, it's not necessarily falsifiable. So then there isn't a lot of room to kind of discuss it. With the daughter of Adam alayhi salam, it's not something that I've gone into. Again, particularly I was focused more on the relationship, but if I'm not mistaken, it was with who she wasn't married to of the brothers. Is that, so if I remember, there was something about twins, and again, I'm not too well versed on it, so I don't want to answer something that I don't know, but I haven't looked into those just because they weren't particularly related to pre-Adamic humans. Yeah? All right. Thank you.
Thank you for that very comprehensive answer. We have a question from the brother at the back, who's received his microphone after finally after many long years of waiting. Please, Bismillah.
They say in Allah ma sabirin, so here it is. Thank you, Alexander. This is for the sister who spoke about evolution. Glad to know that the topic did not deny evolution in the sense that, when you talk about evolution, you have two aspects. You have common descent, and you have the mechanism of natural selection, which includes mutation, and if you're spiritual, then perhaps even some sort of creativity. My question was, given the fact that, common descent and natural selections have been established, and the talk didn't seem to deny some sort of common descent, what would be the reason for having a separate line for an Adam being created de novo, so to speak, when the current scientific data can easily be interpreted with the Quranic scripture to be consistent with the main understanding of how human evolution occurred? Just wanted to know your opinion on that. Thank you.
Is it working? Yeah? Okay. So with regards to the question, it's basically a lot of different pieces that would be relevant. So the first thing that we're looking at is when you're looking at common descent, you're not necessarily able to prove that Adam alayhi salam was descended from a population. So according to evolutionary theory, this would state that Homo sapiens are not a unique creation in the sense of a non-evolutionary line, but that Homo sapiens had parents. This will go back to millennial, rooting back to other species, so on and so forth. So this, again, looking at the Zahir of the Quran from what we established of the question on Isa alayhi salam, the verses that we showed, and then the problems with the timeline as well. So all of these behaviors, it's why go that route when that's not the only explanation? The other explanation is the one that we were kind of trying to show, which is that one, the ahadith literature and the Zahir of the Quran are relatively clear on this idea that Adam alayhi salam was created in a miraculous process, and common descent isn't the only way to explain the presence of DNA sequences. So when we were looking at the slide to do with evolutionary genetics, it talks about how, like, one of the ways in which common descent is established for humans, and we're not talking about non-humans in this scenario just because that's a different ballgame, so to speak, which scripture hasn't said a lot about. But when you're looking at the genetic evidence, we mentioned that there's various ways in which you can have DNA replicated. The easiest way that a lot of us observe every single day is through the process of descent. So you have the DNA of your parents, essentially. But there's more than one way. Another way is through, for example, cloning. Now, interestingly enough, some of the ahadith that talk about Prophet Adam alayhi salam's creation, even the word Adam is said to come from like the dirt. And sometimes when we're looking at this idea of Adam alayhi salam being created from dirt, we think of it in a very kind of symbolic, figurative way. And this is just me throwing it out there. I'm not saying this is the case or it isn't, because again, these are just hypotheses, so to speak. But what if it's so literal that it means that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala took some type of a dirt or substance that has certain DNA sequences in it from previous creations and then used that to create Adam alayhi salam? Again, that wouldn't mean that Adam alayhi salam had parents, but it does mean that he would share some of the DNA sequences that you see in other pre-Adamic types of humans. So that could be another way to explain some of the genetic sequences that you do. Again, there's no way to falsify the idea that Prophet Adam alayhi salam had parents because we don't have access to Prophet Adam alayhi salam's body or a time machine. So it isn't really something that can be falsified, and if we have the Zahir of the Quran and several ahadith that seem to suggest otherwise, and possibilities, it's not impossible. And I'm going to point to one other thing here that I think is really relevant when we're looking at empirical data, is usually they'll talk about concepts like it's very improbable that this DNA showed up in Adam alayhi salam and was, copying other things. But how are we defining improbable here? The only thing that we need to establish is that it's possible. Because if we believe in a, all-wise, all-powerful Lord, then even if there's a 1% or a 0.00001% chance of something happening, it doesn't mean anything because this is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala acting in a certain way. So things like common descent or these types of things are usually established based on the idea of something being more or less probable. But when you're looking at existence that is contingent on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala acknowledging the existence of God, you're not really then discussing this idea of probability because probability is a moot point, if that makes sense, inshallah.
Thank you for that answer. Actually, if I can just chime in, you made me think of something I read in a book by Richard Dawkins, of all people, not so long ago, in his book, The Blind Watchmaker. And obviously one of the big questions in evolutionary biology is, well, where did you get the DNA from? And there's different theories about where DNA started. And Dawkins puts forward this theory that DNA started out in these, if we believe that DNA sort of came about through material processes, he talks about how DNA could have begun in these clay pools. So this is before any life existed. So you just have dirt and water and the earth is barren. But what you do have is you still have weather patterns happening. So you have floods and droughts and things. And so in the course of sort of, the water cycle, you will have rivers that sort of overflow and then they leave behind these pools, these clay pools where the water is slowly evaporating. And then this causes crystals to form. And Dawkins' favorite theory, he says more for aesthetic reasons than anything else, but his favorite theory is that DNA came about almost as a catalyst that gave certain crystal formations an advantage over other crystal formations, and then that DNA became the basis for life. What I loved about your paper, Alim Fatima, was actually how you were trying to link sort of religious texts with scientific theories. And what struck me when I read that in Richard Dawkins' book is the fact that in the Quran, Allah Tabarak wa Ta'ala talks about how he created Adam from clinking clay that has been baked to dry by the sun. And it's again, as you point out, this isn't definitive, but it does make you think, it makes me wonder if God has a sense of humor when you have an atheist like Richard Dawkins maybe agreeing with the Quran in some indirect way. So, yeah. Say what?
So some of the terms, because there's different terms that are used when it's talking about the creation of Adam or the creation of humanity, and one of them is kind of the, like stinking mud. Yeah. So then that's even a more like, I don't know, it evokes kind of the idea of a rotting corpse, but yeah.
It's interesting, isn't it? On the one hand, you have this idea of mud, then you have this idea of clay. It's almost as if there's a drying process taking place. So who knows? Maybe, maybe there is some strange agreement there. But anyway, sorry, that was just a thought that came out of that fascinating discussion. We have a question now, which I think, which touches on something that you spoke, but I think also Sheikh Al-Hakim can perhaps answer this, because this is to do with masakh, so the idea that some nations were transformed from humans to animals, almost evolution in reverse. So if it's okay, I'll come to you first, Sister Badr, and then we'll come to Sheikh Al-Hakim for a more tafsiri perspective on this. And the question goes, could we have all come from Adam, and then some of us who were sinful evolved in reverse, so we devolved into monkeys or other creatures? So perhaps you could present a scientific view of that, if there is one, and then Sheikh Al-Hakim can give us some more details from a theological tafsiri perspective.
Yeah, so that wasn't actually something that I looked into too much, just because, if I'm not mistaken, some of the ahadith that speak of it mention that they went extinct, those specific punished populations. So if they went extinct, then there isn't really reason to suggest that we would be descended from them. And then there's the question of taking that literally or symbolically, which some individuals have brought up, but because it wasn't entirely within the framework, I didn't look into it too much. So I'll, take recourse to the Fourth Amendment, as they say, like. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, our sister was right. She was talking about the other way, the other direction. The question is about the regression. It's not about evolution. It's about the other way around. And as it was referred to as being sinful, and musikhu qiradatan wa khanazir, yes, we do have such a Quranic verse, but there is a clear reference that all of these musukh died afterwards. They didn't remain. So if they died, so there is no point to speak of that, some human beings are, being descended from that, monkey or whatever. So no, we don't have anything like to be compared to the discussions of the evolution. Rather, it is the other way around. We do have from the jurisprudential references sometimes that it says that some of the animals that are not edible, they are of musukh, which is strange. The few weeks ago when I was teaching the Bahath Kharij, I was touching this point. Some of these marine foods are considered not edible because they are of musukh. And we found that somehow strange, both when it comes to the contents and with regards to the chains, and with regards that we know that most or all of these musukh died. So how can we imagine, like, some of these animals from the sea that they are musukh and therefore they are haram. Anyway, so we have to be rather careful with following with that line. But we have another form of masakh, which is related to the time of the appearance of the Imam al-Zaman. That is related to what we call it the apocalyptic literature. Musukh qabla dhuhur al-qa'im. That is a very sensitive and really ethical issue, which can definitely interpret it in a spiritual way. But we can interpret that following the Quranic teaching, قُلْ كُونُوا حِجَارَةً أَوْ حَدِيدًا. This is another form of masakh, and so on. So this is a rather metaphorical way, but not to be interpreted in that way that there are some people going to be turned or masakh into pigs or monkeys or that stuff. It has got its own metaphorical meaning, And as such, we have to be, as I said, rather careful with going with this metamorphosis literature, whether in the past or in the apocalyptic context. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sheikh Al-Hakim, for that insightful contribution. I'm going to do one more written question, then we'll go back to the floor on the ladies' side. So if there's anyone on the ladies' side who has a question, please raise your hand so we can get a microphone to you. And same on the gents' side. Are there any questions on the gents' side? We have a question. We have a question at the front now. So whoever has the mic can come running forward. So we'll do a written question, then the ladies' side, then the men's side. The question here, this is quite an interesting one. So this is slightly tangential, but it's referring to a popular book. So have you come across the book *Sapiens* by Yuval Noah Harari, and do you have anything that any thoughts on it?
I have it, but I haven't read it yet. So it's on my reading list. So inshallah, when I read it, I can give my feedback. But it is on the list, yeah.
Just to provide a bit of context, sorry about that. Just to provide a bit of context, so *Sapiens* was a book of popular history that came out a few years ago by the historian Yuval Noah Harari, and he tries to sort of encapsulate the whole history of the human race in a single volume, which is quite an ambitious project. And he sort of wants to trace it all the way back to our evolutionary origins. I have to say, as a historian, and I know my fellow historians are not fans of his work because they feel that there's a lot of oversimplification in there, and also it's a book that's written from a very particular, that sort of takes evolutionary biology as the starting point for history, which I suppose is quite we're talking about materialism. It's sort of materialism coming into history. So there's a trend in the Western universities now that you see, for example, evolutionary biology being applied in the social sciences such as psychology, sociology, in history, and now in history as well. And I think one of the main criticisms of the work is it reduces, at least looking at early human history, it reduces it to an evolutionary process and sort of conceives of history as this straight line going upwards towards progress. When I think, yeah, when you would, if you have any thoughts on that, those general themes and materialism, perhaps you'd care to share them.
I think that's one area that is kind of where you see how evolution has become a little bit of doctrine in a way, in the sense that nowadays when you look at even things like behavioral psychology, it's trying to explain everything based on the premise that we are animals or that we're created in a certain way. So even when it comes to anything, like how human beings act in certain environments, it's reduced to what we used to do as cave people, essentially, right? So a lot of those explanations, again, they are steeped in something, and I think it really reduces humans to their biological or physical reality versus their metaphysical reality, which when we're looking at the Islamic tradition, that's essentially what defines Bani Adam or humanity in a certain way, is that higher purpose or those higher goals, and there's a wisdom in terms of how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created us. So reducing it to just that, I think, is where you see evolution kind of becoming this almost doctrine in a lot of ways. I'm sorry, I stopped at a bad time.
Right, I dropped the piece of paper, so that's, otherwise it would have been perfect timing. Thank you for that. So we have a Swahili question, so I'm going to turn over to Mullah Sajjad. Can I just say I think it's wonderful that we have a multilingual Q&A as well.
Into English, this idea, this thought of comparing mankind with chimpanzees or monkeys, when was it started, and who started it, and what was the purpose of starting this discussion? In Swahili is hii fikra wazo la kufananisha
Salli ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Okay. Hii fikra or wazo la kufananisha binadamu na sokwe ilianzishwa na nani na kwa lengo gani?
So could you repeat the English translation again?
Yeah, this thought, this idea of comparing human beings with monkeys, who started it and what was the purpose of it?
I mean, if I could just chime in, I think ever since humans encountered monkeys, someone's been wondering that, because there's there's a story actually when Alexander the Great, not me, the other guy, when he took his soldiers to India. So after they'd conquered Persia. Sorry to any Iranian guests present. When they conquered Persia and they moved on to India, they encountered monkeys in the forests of India, and they actually thought that there were people living in the trees, and they tried to fight with them. I think the monkeys won, though. But I think there's always been, I mean, to some extent, I think, as you know, ever since humans have been encountering other primates, we've noticed those similarities between us and them, and certainly, like when you look at the bones and things like that, all of those are there. So perhaps could we say, do you think the question is more to do with the theory of evolution? Yeah.
Do with the theory of evolution.
The theory of evolution.
Maybe
yes.
Fatima Bai, you could add some.
I think Fatima Bai would be the expert on that.
So I think a lot of it again goes to, I mean, Darwin is usually credited as the one who spoke about a lot of the mechanisms of evolution, but I think it's very hard to reduce some of these things to a certain endeavor. There is a lot of scientific evidence in terms of the fossil record and looking at a lot of the different lines of evidence, so to speak, when discussing evolution. So if you look at timelines of different fossils, especially within animals, you do see a certain trend. And again, there's a lot of the genetic sequences, so on and so forth. However, there has been an attempt, whether it's intentional or unintentional, as we see time has passed, where human beings have kind of really focused on this idea of positivism or materialism and trying to prove everything or trying to explain things in a certain way and looking to a lot of this empirical data or perhaps having more faith in empirical data to explain things than we should. So I don't know, it's really hard to say that, you know, was there an anti-God intention from the beginning, right? Where Darwin is supposed to have also been a believer in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Again, the veracity of that or not is a different case. Which scientists that are looking into this data had a specific intention, which they didn't, or which of them didn't. I think that's very hard to say because it is a very large science, so to speak. Like there's a lot of studies, there's a lot of different pieces of evidence that are considered. However, again, this idea of evolution as doctrine, I think, is something that we definitely do need to take into consideration, where either collectively, or in some way, there's been this attempt to reduce humanity to just biology versus our higher goals in life or a higher purpose. And a lot of these questions of evolution do absolutely nothing to talk about the purpose of life or our relationship with the Creator. So I think a lot of the questions, in some ways, even when I started off, ironically, when I started off this discussion, I was thinking about the relationship between scripture and religion, but then I kind of ended off saying, what does it matter? Why does it matter if we really know how these things came about or if they didn't? It doesn't impact our purpose in life. It doesn't impact how we kind of navigate things. The only thing it can do is impact how we understand scripture about the history of humanity. But the idea that we have a higher purpose and isn't something that I think we should minimize, which perhaps we could argue that the scientific community or this obsession with empiricism or positivism does kind of lean towards. But whether or not it was intentional or unintentional, Allahu A'lam. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that answer. Can I just say, we're getting quite a lot of questions on both evolution and devolution on Masakh, which we'll return to. But the Sheikh from the men's side has a question, so Bismillah.
I have two questions, one for the sister and the other one for our eminent Sheikh. As for the sister, I'm wondering why isn't sufficient for us to be satisfied with the description of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala about how He brought human beings into existence, and we have to find some way to harmonize the text with what others try to put for us, something that they are not even sure about. In the Quran, Surah Al-Kahf 51, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, ما أشهدتهم خلق السماوات والأرض ولا خلق أنفسهم وما كنت متخذ المضلين عضدا. So isn't it a waste of energy to try and justify certain ideas after it has already been described very clearly in the whole Quran and by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala from a religious point of view. And the question for our eminent Sheikh is this. I feel there is some sort of contradiction when we say that we have an ability to reach only closer to the truth. Now, who is to tell us that this is closer to the truth and this is not closer to it? Isn't it taking us to relativity of thoughts? While it's supposed to be very clear truth, like it is in the hadith, which is recorded in the book of Man la yahdurhu al-faqih. إنما الأمور ثلاثة أمر تبين لك رشده فاتبعه وأمر تبين لك غيه فاجتنبه وأمر اختلف فيه فرده إلى الله عز وجل. Now, when it comes to taking some ideas or some thoughts to be closer to the truth, you'll find that even those companions during the time of or the early times of Islam, they maybe claim that certain sayings of the Prophet ﷺ was meant to mean something that others did not, understand. So how do we, make sure that we are clearly following the path? It's not just a guesswork that we say that our guess is closer and your guess is not closer. How, can we put a clear line on that? Thank you.
You want to take, sorry?
If you'd like.
I was going to say, should we do it in reverse order? So then, Sheikh Hakim, do you want to answer your question? And then we'll come back to Sister Fatima.
I just said ladies first, so that's all.
This is ikhtilaf al-ulama. No, you go first. No, you go first.
No, actually, if she said that, doesn't matter. With regards to your question, no, there is no contradiction as such. If we were to say that everybody is right, then we are definitely, getting to be contradicting each other. Why? Because this said that, this said this, and we have different opinions, so both of them are right, so we have contradiction here. This is a clear case when we have espoused tasweeb, that everybody is right. And we don't believe in that. We are mukhatta'. So, the other question, which is the other question, and it is a technical question, and I have respect for that, that how can we measure that we are closer to the truth? It is it something that it is claimed, or we shouldn't be following our guess, or what are the measures? Well, that's a good question. It's a technical one, and we would say the more we are trying to stay within the meaning of the text and the indication of the text and the guidance of Ahlul Bayt, and so whatever they have taught us, and freed ourselves from any form of prejudging, and not coming with our own assessment, our own personal opinions to impose on that, then we are closer to the truth. But at the same time, regardless how much we struggle, we would have different interpretation, different way of relying either on this part of the riwayat, especially when we have different ta'if in the riwayat. For example, I give you a jurisprudential case, Ma al-Bir, the well, the water of the well. In the old days, Shia jurisprudence maintained this opinion that it is affected when any dead animal would, fall on that well. It has to be that cleaned, and it is, they say, غير معتصم. But then, from the time of Allama Hilli and Sheikh after him, Muhaqqaq Hilli, then Allama Hilli, things have changed. And they would rely on the other narrations from Imam Rida alayhi salam, Ma'ul bi'ri wasi'un. Wasi'un means mu'tasim, that it wouldn't be affected. So what's the point then having all this water to take it out of that well? It is because of getting it cleaner. So as such, it's always in constant progress, and the ijtihad is always ongoing, and as such it is always ongoing. We cannot say that there is a contradiction. No, we have different interpretation of the text and understanding of the text, and the more we are progress, maybe we are getting closer. And this is the best approach to understand our relation and analyze it with the text. It's not about relativity. It's not about relativity. By the way, we did mention about, hermeneutic and Gadamer style, he was accused of being a relative, having espoused relativity. It is not about relativity, but it is within certain conditions that all to be taken into considerations, things may change. And we would come with a different interpretation. And that's fine. That's fine, and we are still not insisting or not claiming anyone is the right person and everybody's on dalala. That's a very dangerous approach. We have to remain within that level. It is the approach of saying we are not musawwaba, but we are not totally wrong. Otherwise, why we are struggling, why we are working, why we are doing ijtihad, why we are following, what's the point then? We are trying or struggling to be closer. It is the proximity. This is what is our intention. Of course, if we failed, if we made any mistakes, we are human beings. And nobody can, even Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on the Day of Judgment, He says, كُلُّ شَيْءٍ لَكَ حَلَالٌ حَتَّى تَعْلَمَ أَنَّهُ حَرَامٌ. So it says it's halal. On the Day of Judgment would reveal that it was haram. What? Is this contradiction? No, we say we have ahkam zahiriyya and ahkam waqi'iyya. As long as we have hukum zahiri and hukum waqi'i, so we are not going to end up in contradiction. There is a whole literature and details mentioned in ilm al-usul, how to reconcile between the hukum al-zahiri, hukum al-waqi'i, and so on. I hope that has answered your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Al-Hakim, for that answer. Sister Fatima, if you would care to address the part of the question directed to you.
Sure. So I think if evolution isn't a question for an individual, then it's okay to not, entertain the idea. Just like if we don't have doubts about a multitude of things, like why is Maghrib three rak'ahs or whatever it is, we don't necessarily need to enter that discussion. But I do think that there is a significant amount of our population that does have a lot of struggles in terms of navigating evolution, just because when you look at the scientific world today, which a lot of our community members do go into, there is a lot of discussion, and again, it's usually used as the premise to explain things even in psychology or behavioral anthropology or whatever else it is under the sun. It's very much influential in a lot of these fields. So if we're not able to kind of navigate the data in a way that is true to the text and also to the empirical data, then you'll see that a lot of individuals may lose their faith in the Quran, or even in terms of the how we're exploring it or how we're going through it. So I think the value in it is that sometimes it is valuable to walk through the data with individuals so they can see how it can be empirically true and in line with our text, and that even if there may be perceived tension, it's not a contradiction. So one of the things that I think sometimes we do is when we see or perceive a type of tension where things don't neatly fit together, will be very quick to kind of throw the baby out with the bathwater. So the exercise that we kind of went through in that study, or that was my personal attempt, was just to show how you can sift through the data, you can accept the data, you can look at things like the fossil record, you can look at things like genetic sequencing, and still come to a conclusion that it, one, accepts the empirical data, but two, also takes the text in a very serious way. So I think that's essentially the reason as to why it may be worth going through for some individuals, especially because, unfortunately, our relationship with the Quran and especially the Hadith tends to be very, very fragile. So a lot of these questions or issues that arise can really become a crisis of faith, especially if you're looking, again, like evolution is taught as early as elementary school and high school. So if you have some of those issues and then these, youth or adults, whatever they may be, whatever age they may be, struggle, this process is just kind of an aid to walk through it, which is why it can be valuable for certain individuals. But again, if it's not a doubt for someone or it's kind of irrelevant to the person, then it doesn't mean they have to go through it or go through the process or entertain the data for, if they don't so wish to, if that makes sense.
Thank you so much for that answer. And I think we've actually had a question kind of a similar vein, a written question coming in. Part of that question is, what is the relevance of this sort of discussion about? Because there have been a lot of questions coming in on evolution. What is the relevance of this to the conference on aql and wahi? And I think it's a fair question because it may seem as though why are we talking about science and the Quran? But I think the struggle, this gets to the heart of is how do we apply divine scripture to the world? How do we see the world through the lens of divine scripture? And then how do we read divine scripture in the light of what we learn about the world? And it makes me, what you were saying reminds me of a saying of Imam Ali alayhi salam in Nahj al-Balagha, where he talks about Allah tabarak wa ta'ala sending prophets to mankind liyuthiru dafa'in aqulihim, to bring forth the buried treasures of their intellect. And so it's as if wahi, one of the functions of wahi is actually to bring forth the latent potentialities in the human being, and which is also evoked in one of my favorite lines of Persian poetry. And I'm going to apologize to Persian speakers here because I'm about to butcher this. But it's from the Gulshan-e Raz, the Rose Garden of Secrets by Mahmud Shabastari, and he says that God zafezish har do alam gasht roshan, zafazlish khak adam gasht gulshan. And I think, let me translate this for you and just ponder on this, because this gets to the heart of a lot of what you've been discussing about materialism and sort of how empty of meaning it is. Mahmud Shabastari in this poem, he says, from God's outpouring, both the worlds, this world and the hereafter, became bright with existence, but it was through his grace, zafazlesh, that the khak, the dirt of Adam, became a rose garden. It's beautiful. It's a very, when I read that line of poetry, I was blown away by it, because I think that more than anything else explains the function of wahi to me, which is to take this material being and make him a spiritual one. And I think that grappling with questions like evolution is part of that, because evolution is a scientific theory, but there are people like Richard Dawkins, for example, who will hold evolution up and say, this disproves the existence of God. And at the same time, there will be Christians, for example, in the United States, Protestant Christians, who will say, yes, this theory of evolution is against God, and so it creates this false binary that I think you highlighted there beautifully. And I think part of faith and reason, part of wahi and intellect, is actually grappling with how to reconcile the two, because as Shia Muslims, we believe that whatever the shar' judges to be true, the aql also judges to be true, and the reverse. And this is actually something that's not just in theology, but in our books of usul. So this is a key belief that we have. And so we believe that wahi and aql should be in agreement. We even have the hadith about the prophet being the externalized intellect and the intellect being the internalized prophet. But anyway, I've just remembered that I meant to be emceeing this and not contributing. So I'm going to be quiet now, and we'll move on to the next question. Salah ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Do we have any questions on the microphones from the sister side? No? Okay, so we have one in the front. Oh, you already how did you get that microphone so quickly? That's a mu'jiza. Okay, so we have a question at the back, and then we'll come forward to you in the front, and we have a few more written questions. I'm happy to say we have a bit of time. We have a bit of extra time, so we'll try and address as many of these as possible. So the brother at the back, if you would like to ask your question.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. I'm sorry, when you recite the Quran, we get some ayat taqul. وَلَقَدْ عَلِمْتُمْ الَّذِينَ اعْتَدَوْا مِنْكُمْ فِي السَّبْتِ فَقُلْنَا لَهُمْ كُونُوا قِرْدَةً خَاسِئِينَ. So my question was that, are there any kind of animal before be changing from human to animal? And if with this, during this time which passed, how can we identify the animal which has been changed from people to animal? And how can we identify the natural animal which has been before changing? That is.
Thank you. Thank you for that question. I think it's interesting because the topic was actually evolution, but there's also a lot of interest in devolution, sort of going backwards, masakh. So we have a few on here as well. If I could just add this one to it, and then perhaps you can give us a comprehensive explanation. So a question from the ladies' side: could you please elaborate on the verse "Be you cursed apes"? So kunu qirdatan khasi'in. Did the people referred to in this verse become monkeys physically while their hearts and minds remained human? Or did they become monkeys in their hearts and minds while physically they were human? Or did they become physically and spiritually monkeys? And I think the last question is like, and do these monkeys still exist now? I think we've already addressed that as no, they've been extinct. But if you could perhaps talk about what masakh means and enlighten us, Sheikhna.
Yes, thank you very much for this actually mathematical question or philosophical question, whether this to be like that, and if it is like that, it's going to be this. If we talk here about politicians, you have seen our sister was very smart. The moment she heard the question, she said, pass it on to you. Although she was the one who brought up this case of evolution. So thank you very much. Yes, you can say I'm not guilty. Yes, that's right. So you see, we said these are dead. Now what has happened to them? If you give this question to a politician, he would say, how would I know? Go and ask them. They are dead. But if we go now and follow the text, whatever we have from these texts, it didn't go in details like whether they have changed by their heart, whether they changed by their physical figure, whether they have changed, this by heart and only by their, it didn't go into that details. As far as I remember, what I have read from those texts, I couldn't figure out all these details. But when it comes to the apocalyptic context, which is another important case, and I had a whole academic paper which was presented in international conference, Imam Mahdi, Justice and Globalization. And we have discussed this topic, metamorphosis. And I do remember I quoted the work of Franz Kafka when he speaks about the story about somebody wake up in the morning, he's turned up like a cockroach, exactly, and everybody of his family are they are very much afraid, and they are freaking out what's going on, so it is a what you call it, science fiction or like imaginative fiction. But when it comes to the apocalyptic context, we do have some narration. We say يحصل المسخ. Yeah, what does it mean here, masakh? If it's going to happen, there you go, oh gentlemen, you'll get your answer. How it's going to happen? It would cast, what we call it, flashback on whatever has happened in the past, so you get your answers there. But I have already mentioned, it is when I quoted this, in that paper, in that context, which is a published book, you can find it, Imam Mahdi, Justice and Globalization. I have quoted in the context of globalization. And the name or the title of that paper was A Human-Friendly and Dehumanizing Forms of Globalizations. You don't need to be changed in physical sense, in physical shape and physical body. It's about the way you behave and the way you are acting as if you have no mercy for everyone. So, قُلْ كُونُوا حِجَارَةً أَوْ حَدِيدًا. What does it mean, حِجَارَةً أو حَدِيدًا? You have like a heart like stone. You don't have any form of mercy or feeling for others. So there is something wrong here. And this is what is called قُلْ كُونُوا حِجَارَةً أَوْ حَدِيدًا. You will end up like a stone, like a stone of, like a shape of stone, like one of these, sculpture of Jahiliyyah, when they were turned into a stone. So this is what is meant actually. It's not about necessarily the human to be changed in their figure. It is about their heart as much they don't have any feeling for others. They are so have no respect for the human life and no mercy to feel for others, and therefore they are just like stones. With regards to other question, I would like to, if you allow me, for the supplementary answer to the question which was posed to our Sheikh from the previous panel, when it was the question about what is the difference between al-qiyas and tanqih al-manat. That answer, if you allow me to come with a supplementary information, qiyas has got different meaning, as our Sheikh has mentioned. We have qiyas mansus al-illa, qiyas al-awlawiyya, which is qat'i, and we have qiyas mustanbat al-illa. Mustanbat al-illa means we would go into the details and try to find the reason or the cause why this legislation has taken place, why it is haram, why it is wajib. This is, we call it tanqih al-manat. Now, tanqih al-manat, what we call it, it is part of istinbat al-illa. But the whole crucial difference between the rejected or dismissed form of Abu Hanifa's style of qiyas and the Shi'i approved one, which is called tanqih al-manat. Tanqih al-manat is when you reach certainty that this is the crucial reason, no other reason for that. If that is the cause, so the illah would follow after that. And that's why we call it tanqih al-manat. So we know for sure why this is the cause, and therefore it would lead us to generalize it, and it would be an accepted form of qiyas. The other form which is dismissed, that form which is dismissed when we reject or we would discredit the ability of following that style of Abu Hanifa, it is when it hasn't reached certainty. So we won't call that tanqih al-manat. We would say this is madnoon. Inna dhanna la yughni an al-haqqi shay'a. We cannot follow up to that. With regards to your relativity, you see, it's all because of you. You didn't let us, come with this joke, because it's going to answer his question, about relativity. If we have enough time, so let me tell this joke then. That would help him. If you are ready, just say salawat. Coming to relativity, you see, there's certain form of accepted relativity and not accepted form of relativity. I'm going to convey this message through a joke, and you got to tackle it and know what does it mean. It says that the president came to one of the European countries, which is monarchy, and he was asking her or His Majesty, how do you know that your politicians are really smart and they know what they're doing? They are really smart and clever politicians. And she said, the king or the queen, well, I'm going to examine them. How? Hang on a second, you can see that. She took the telephone and phoned the prime minister. Hello, how are you, dearie? That's good. Tell me if your father and mother has got a child, but it is not your sister, They have, your father and mother together have a child, but it is not your sister and it is not your brother. Who is it? You know, the Prime Minister was very smart. He said, it's clear, Your Majesty, it is me. Because we're not talking about a brother or a sister, and we're talking about the father and mother together having this child, and it is not a sister or brother, so it is me. Okay, thank you, dearie. Close the phone and see, there you go, you see how smart my Prime Minister is. It is actually so smart that he has replied directly, it is me, Tony. He was so smart. Okay, so he took that message and he went to the other side of the Atlantic, and he wanted to be as a president, examining his own politicians, referring to relativity. I'll come to the point. And he called, you know, there's no prime minister, so he called the Minister of Defense. Come here, Mr., you know, whatever, Mr. Donald, Mr. Come here, I have a question to you. What is it? Your father, your mother, they have a child together, and it is not your brother, not your sister. Who is it, Mr. Donald? After he said, I'm sorry, I cannot answer this question. Give me, how long do you want? He said, 3 days. Okay, 3 days. So he went and he was thinking and thinking, couldn't get any answer. And then he called one of his friends and colleagues, because she was a smart girl, Rice, so he called her, dearie Rice, you know, if your father and mother has got a child together, and it is not your sister and it is not your brother, who is it? And she said, it's so clear, it is Rice. Because it is me, it is her, she knows that. Okay, thank you very much. So he rushed to the president, Mr. President, I got the answer. So what is the answer? He said, it is Rice. He said, come on, man. I said, it's your father and mother. Your father and mother. They have got a child together. And if it is not your sister, not your brother, and it is Rice. He said, yes, it is Rice. He said, no, look at this. He said, you stupid. It is actually not Rice. It is Tony Blair.
I feel like I have to stop you now, because this is not how a Q&A is supposed to go. This is devolving into stand-up.
So you see here, no, it's coming to this, you know. The more you talk about relativity, so we have to say, when we say take all the context into consideration and the condition into consideration, but there are some people, they're going to just go out into the, you know, just refer it to the case of historianism, and this is related to this, and well, they take it literally as it is, and it's going to end up, believe me, it's going to end up like Rice. Regardless how much you tell them, it is actually you, because we are addressing you. And he would say, no, it is Rice. And the other guy would say, no, it is actually.
No, it's Tony.
It's Tony, there you go. You see, so we have to be careful as what does it mean, relativism here? Relativity in which sense? Well, I believe in relativity in that sense. If you are mustati', so you have to go for Hajj. That's what we call it, ja'al al-maj'ul. If you don't have istita'a, so you have no ability to travel. So there is no maj'ul, so that's related to you. Is this relativism? No, this is not relativism. It's related to the conditions. But there are people who would go and interpret it in that way, as we said, like, you know, Rice and Tony. So you see, this is what we say, sometimes jokes could be really conveying the message in a very short way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sheikh, for that. So I think we can all agree that in future usul al-fiqh textbooks, there needs to be a qaida, you know, qaida to Rice with Tony to illustrate this point. Just a quick announcement. There is tea available outside, and we have a keynote address from Sayyid Munir Khabaz to listen to after a short break. What I propose is that we have one or two more questions, but if anyone wants to go out and make themselves some tea, that is also fine. But if our speakers are happy to take one or two more questions, we can continue for another five minutes. Is that all right? Is that all right? Yes. I don't think I have a choice. I have them up here, so they're basically my hostages. But if anyone else feels like going and getting a cup of tea now would be a good time to do it. And let's recite a quick salawat to give them a moment. Allahumma salli. And are there any questions on the microphone from the sister side? No? Okay, we have there's a question at the front, I believe. The gentleman at the front, Sheikh at the front, had a question. If we can get a microphone down here. I'll just do a written question before we come to that. So this is quite interesting. So this is about the views of scholars on evolution. And there's a question here saying that Shahid Mutahari, rahimahullah alayh, has a take on evolution whereby he doesn't deny it completely. What is your opinion on this? Sister, are you familiar with Mutahari's views on evolution? Would you care to elaborate on that?
Yeah, so he should have been in the picture, but I left him out. But technically, he's also a student of Allama Tabatabai and kind of follows the same process. So the interesting thing that I think we should really appreciate about our scholarship is that when they tend to look at different Quranic verses or different things like evolution or developments, so to speak, in science, they're very rarely unequivocal. In the sense that they're always saying that this seems to be the more likely interpretation. This seems to be like what the evidence is bringing us towards. But they'll always leave the door open. And I think that's something to be appreciated in the sense that they have this level of humbleness that they know that they're not always, able to know what empirical data might say, in 200 or 300 or 400 years or 1,000 years later. And there are scholars in the past who made this mistake and, for example, would interpret the Quran based on the science of the day. When it came to, for example, the earth or the sun rotating the earth, or things like this as well, right? So these are things that have been falsified, but you see that some scholars in the past did make those attempts to interpret the Quran like that. But within our scholars, like Shaykh Mutahari, like Allama Tabatabai, Ayatollah Jawadi Amuri, Ayatollah Ja'far Subhani, Ayatollah Nasir Makaram Shirazi, they'll always say that, look, this seems to be what the evidence points us towards, but Allahu A'lam, God knows. If empirical science were to ever prove certain things unequivocally, like, for example, the descent of the current human population as impossible from a two-person bottleneck, then that wouldn't be one out of the realm of possibility, and it wouldn't cause a contradiction with the Quran. So this opinion isn't unique to Shaykh Mutahari. It's actually the opinion of most of these scholars, and most of them, again, like, they'll look at things from a variety of angles, but they'll always leave that door open to the possibility that they might be wrong. And I think, again, that's something beautiful to consider and look at, because they all come to the tafsir of the Quran and the world with a level of humbleness and are very open about it.
Thank you very much for that enlightening answer. Sheikh, if you would care to ask your question.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. My question is concerning the distinction between absolute divinity and contemporary humanity. And I was saying, how can we minimize that distortion? Practically in the form of governance. Like, for instance, you say that the human being produce is infallible. What they produce is infallible. So in the example of governance, how can we minimize that? Because like imamate, you can see this absolute divinity in form of governance. But the human component issues that they have to govern themselves, how can we bridge that gap? Sensing that we have three forms of governance: charismatic, traditional, and rational form of governance. So how can we, which form of this can bridge that gap? Because we cannot become divinity. We cannot govern according to the imams the way they used to do. But we are living in a contemporary world. So which form of governance can you say can minimize that distortion? Shukran.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your nice question. Although my work was dedicated to the Ijtihadi and the knowledge production, not about the government and governance and so on, how can we reach perfection or divinity? We do not believe for any human beings to have reached that form of what we call it infallibility. There is no human being can ever be like that, because we are living under the what we call it the minor, or afterwards the major occultation. So the Imam is under occultation, so we're only struggling to reach what is possible of justice and applying the Islamic principles. Does that mean anyone can be, perfect, or that we reach that infallibility? I doubt that it is possible, because we have only 14 Charda Ma'soom, we don't have more than that. But we can only say we are struggling. We human beings can struggle to become as perfect as possible. This is what we call it, struggle towards perfection. وَمَنْ أَرَادَ الْآخِرَةَ وَسَعَى لَهَا سَعْيَهَا. We have to have our own struggle. وَهُوَ مُؤْمِنٌ أُولَٰئِكَ كَانَ سَعْيُهُمْ مَشْكُورًا. So we struggle. We will be rewarded for our struggle. But can anyone claim that they have reached this level of the caliber of infallibility? The answer is no. But if you question which form of governments which could be closer to that truth, whether it is liberal democracy or like whether it is a monarchy or republicans or whatever, I think this is a matter of practice and legislation, and even like within the jurisprudential things, this is a whole different theories there. We have wilayat al-faqih al-mutlaqa, we have wilayat al-faqih al-muqayyada, we have different jurisprudential even opinion about that. As such, I don't want to go into these details because these are very fine details. But I can only tell you one thing. Take the case of some of the contemporary, like, Islamic Republic of Iran. The late Imam Khomeini has struggled, and he has worked hard to modify as much as he could. But again, these are human beings struggle towards what they think it is just and perfect. And we all in our lives, we are struggling towards perfection. Now, he did mention Jumhuriya Islami, like Islamic Republic. Later on, they didn't have what is called, Majma' Tashkhis Maslahat Nizam. If you check their first draft of the constitution, and within few years after the revolution has been, and we didn't have that Majma', Tashkhis Maslahat Nizam. Later on, when they saw this conflict between the Guardian Council and the Majlis al-Shura, like this one would come to legislate something, and the Guardian Council would reject that, and they was going to go forth and back 2-3 times, and then what? They said, okay, after 2 times going forth, couldn't reach an agreement, we're going to establish this, what is called Majma' Tashkhis Maslahat Nizam. So, you see, human beings try to improve and make it as progressive as possible. So I wouldn't go more into further details, but because this was related to my work about maslaha, I have gone into explain that further. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheikh Hakim. We'll have one final question, and then I think we'll bring it to a close. So if there's anyone else who hasn't had a cup of tea yet because they're staying for the Q&A, they can grab one before we have our keynote address. The question is, were there any beings existing before Nabi Adam alayhi salam? If so, how can it be verified? So I think, Sister Fatima, you've done quite a lot of research on this, so would you care to perhaps elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, so the fossil record, again, shows several different creatures that are genetically relatively similar to the modern Homo sapien. And one of the things I actually didn't get to go through the slides, but I might bother the AV team to maybe put up the slides that have the image of the various members of the Homo species, so to speak. But the way that this is kind of verified is essentially they find remains of these creatures, and their remains, they look a certain way, they have certain DNA sequences that they'll look at to look at similarity, but essentially they'll either have partial remains of these creatures, or they'll have full remains. The full remains are very rare, but they'll have partial remains, and then they'll kind of piece them together, look at the DNA, and kind of identify these as different species. So that's how they would look at it from the empirical point of view. When it comes to the ahadith, we went through some of the ahadith that kind of mentioned this idea that prior to Adam alayhi salam, there did exist some type of a creature that looked very similar to Adam alayhi salam. And in the hadith literature, sometimes they're referred to as jinns, sometimes they're referred to as nasnas. Nasnas means human-like. So it doesn't mean human in and of itself, but it means human-like. So this seems to be an allusion to the idea that there were creatures that, again, existed before Adam alayhi salam that looked somewhat similar to Adam alayhi salam, but again, the hadith literature seems to point to their extinction before Adam alayhi salam was created. So that's essentially kind of the different pieces that that we have. In terms of, again, like the bigger question, which comes up in the discussion on evolution, is how and if we are related to these other ones. And that's where the discussion on genetics, so on and so forth, comes in. But the idea that they exist, again, that's essentially through things like the fossil record. There are a lot of fossils of these human-like creatures, again, spanning millions of years. So I don't think that's something we can necessarily falsify. It's very difficult to falsify that type of data because there is a lot of it. But again, the question then is, how are they related to us? And if not, how do we kind of go from there? But there is also the process of like radiocarbon dating these fossils. And again, that's relatively accurate. It's usually accurate to within a degree of a few thousand years, which when you're looking at 1 million, 2 million years, that's actually a relatively decent level of accuracy. So that's kind of how they'll come to that. I hope that answers the question, but inshallah.
Thank you very much. I think that was an excellent answer. We actually, even after I said last, we have more questions coming in, but I think we have to call it to an end there. I'm really glad we had a bit of extra time so that we could benefit more from our dear Sheikh Hakim and Alima Fatima Mehdi. And I'd like to thank both of them for their participation and for giving so generously of themselves to us all and sharing their knowledge with us. And I'd also like to thank an excellent audience who've been peppering us with just all sorts of really interesting and innovative questions, questions in English, questions in Swahili. It's actually been a real joy to sort of chair this session and all the other Q&A sessions. So. Thank you to the participants as well for being so energetic and enthusiastic. And can we just give a final wish of appreciation, or expression of appreciation to our two esteemed scholars with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. So we will in just a couple of minutes be starting our keynote address by Sayyid Munir Khabbaz. So if you want to take this moment to grab a cup of tea, that now would be the time, but we'll be starting in about 1 or 2 minutes. And then we'll be moving on to the evening program with Salah and a workshop and dinner, details of which are to follow. Thank you. There we go. صل على محمد وآل محمد. Thank you. You know, the three people in here who did that salawat were actually better than the whole audience in the afternoon. So, give yourselves a pat on the back. That was brilliant. Just to announce, we will be starting the keynote by Sayyid Munir Khabbaz in 1 minute. We'll be starting the keynote by Sayyid Munir Khabbaz in 1 minute. So please take your seats. No, not at all. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Thank you all for rejoining us for the final part of the second of our afternoon session today. We will be now hearing a keynote address from none other than Sayyid Munir al-Khabbaz. Now, Sayyid Munir Khabbaz is originally from Qatif, which is in the Ahsa region of the Arabian Peninsula. He is a scholar who has reached the rank of Ijtihad, having begun his hawza studies in Najaf in 1978 at the age of 14. Later on, he attended the Bath Kharij lessons of Sayyid al-Khoy, Rahimatullah alayh, and Sayyid al-Sistani, Damadillah. And after that, he moved to Qum, where he continued his studies under Sheikh Mirza Tabrizi and Sheikh Wahid Khurasani, as well as other prominent Maraja and ulama, attaining the rank of Ijtihad. Under the instructions of his teachers, and especially the late Sheikh Mirza Tabrizi, Sayyid al-Khabbaz started teaching Bath Kharij in Qum. His research and content have been distinguished with his efforts to re-establish and expand many theoretical principles. And after 3 decades in Qum, upon being requested by the office of His Eminence Sayyid al-Sistani, he moved back to the Hawza of Najaf last year, where his Bath Kharij classes are known to be one of the most methodological and scientific. Some of his books include a commentary on Du'a al-Iftitah, Religion Between Scientific Data and Atheistic Criticisms, and the Mahdawi Reality. The presence of a grand scholar of his caliber in the modern-day Hawza is truly a blessing. However, Sayyid al-Khabbaz has gone a step further to spread his knowledge widely to the benefit of more people, including wider Muslim and non-Muslim communities in different parts of the world. He has achieved this by not only being a seasoned mujtahid, but an experienced muballigh and orator. And you know, I must tell you that it is humbling to see someone at the status of mujtahid, you know, second only to the Maraja themselves, going and delivering majalis and keeping that connection with ordinary people and the lived realities of religion. He has visited and lectured in various centers and scientific institutions in London, Denmark, the United States, Sweden, Norway, and Germany, engaging with both the general public and scholars alike. And on behalf of the organizers and the attendees, I would like to extend our gratitude to Sayyid Munir for recording this video address to us, which we will play now after a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطاهرين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لقد أرسلنا رسلنا بالبينات وأنزلنا معهم الكتاب والميزان ليقوم الناس بالقسط. صدق الله العلي العظيم. في مواكبة الفقه الإسلامي الحوزوي للحضارة الإنسانية، قد يطرح أنه لا بد من التركيز في مجال المواكبة على حقلين. الحقل الأول الأحكام الحضارية، بمعنى أن يكون الفقه متناولاً للأحكام المستحدثة التي تعيشها الحضارة الإنسانية اليوم، مثلا حقوق المثليين، المساواة بين الجنسين في الشهادة، في الميراث، في الموقعية القيادية، علم البيئة، استخدام الطاقة النووية وما أشبه ذلك من الموضوعات التي تحتاج إلى إجابة من خلال الفقه الإسلامي الحوزوي. الحقل الثاني المدار في أسس وقواعد الاستنباط على الأسس الإنسانية التي يتفق عليها العالم البشري، مثلا أساس العدالة، أساس الكرامة الإنسانية، أساس العقل. لذلك لا بد أن يبتني ويعتمد الفقه الحوزوي على هذه المنطلقات وهذه الأسس الإنسانية المعروفة. وهنا يأتي السؤال: هل الفقه الحوزوي خال من النظر لهذه المنطلقات وهذه الأسس في مجال الاستنباط؟ الجواب: تحقيق هذه النقطة يعتمد على البحث في عدة زوايا. الزاوية الأولى القراءة الجوهرية للفقه بدل القراءة السطحية. كما أن هناك حركة سطحية لهذا الوجود المادي كحركة الإلكترون حول نواة الذرة، فهناك حركة جوهرية أعمق لصميم الوجود وللكون بأكمله. لذلك ينبغي أن يقرأ الكون من خلال الحركة الجوهرية لا أن يقتصر على الحركة السطحية. عندما نريد أن نقرأ البحر فينبغي أن نقرأ عمق البحر قبل أن نقرأ سطح البحر والحركات الطارئة على سطحه. من هنا نقول ينبغي أن يقرأ الفقه والمسيرة الفقهية الحوزوية من خلال الدعائم والأسس، لا من خلال بعض الفتاوى أو بعض الكلمات. فعندما نركز على بعض التفاصيل كشهادة المرأة أو إرث المرأة أو حقوق المثليين أو أمثال ذلك، فهذا تركيز على نظرة سطحية للفقه، وليس ولوجا ودخولا إلى القراءة الجوهرية للفقه. فإن القراءة الجوهرية هي القراءة التي تعتمد على قراءة الأسس والجذور للمسيرة الفقهية، لا على بعض التفاصيل والفتاوى. فبغض النظر عن فتاوى فقيه معين أو قناعاته ببعض النتائج أو عدم قناعته بها، مقتضى الفن ومقتضى البعد المعرفي أن نقرأ الفقه قراءة جوهرية من خلال النظر إلى دعائمه وأسسه وأصوله. لأن المعلم الحضاري لتطور أي فكر هو أن تقرأ أسسه، لا أن تقرأ بعض التفاصيل من النتائج والفتاوى التي تصدر عن هذا الفكر. الزاوية الثانية عدم المطاطية في الاصطلاحات. مثلا عندما نقول بأن المنطلقات للاستنباط الفقهي هي العدالة الإنسانية، الكرامة الإنسانية، العقل، فهنا نجد أنها مصطلحات مطاطة لم توضع فيها النقاط على الحروف. مثلا مصطلح العدالة، العدالة يعني إعطاء ذي الحق حقه، إذن لا بد من وضع رؤية حقوقية قبل أن نطرح منطق مصطلح العدالة. وعندما نأتي إلى الرؤية الحقوقية، الحق هو عبارة عن صياغة قانونية لمصلحة إنسانية لزومية عامة. وهذا يقتضي أننا لا بد أن نجمع خبراء القانون لوضع هذه الصياغة القانونية للمصلحة الإنسانية العامة. وتحديد المصلحة الإنسانية العامة يتوقف على استقراء كل المجتمعات البشرية، بدويها وحضريها، إفريقيها وأوروبيها، لكي نستطيع أن نسلط الأضواء على النقاط المشتركة بين هذه المجتمعات البشرية المختلفة في الأزمنة، المختلفة في الثقافة، المختلفة في الإيديولوجية، ثم من خلالها نستطيع أن نحدد المصلحة الإنسانية العامة المشتركة بين هذه المجتمعات بأسرها، لكي ننطلق بعدها إلى وضع صياغة الحق المناسبة لهذه المصلحة، قبل أن نطرح مصطلحا مطاطا اسمه مصطلح العدالة. أو عندما نقول مثلا بأن من أسس الاستنباط العقل والعدالة، فهذا خلط بين الأداة وبين الأساس. العقل مجرد أداة، لا بد أن يرتكز على أسس، لأن مسيرة العقل هي عبارة عن مدركات وتصورات تحتاج إلى أسس ودعائم مسبقة قبل أن نتحدث عن أدوية العقل في معالجة هذه الأسس والربط فيما بينها للانطلاق منها إلى تحديد القانون الفقهي. فالعقل يحتاج إلى معرفة العدالة والكرامة الإنسانية كي يكون العقل مرجعا وأداة في مجال الاستنباط للقانون الفقهي. الزاوية الثالثة: إن العقلية الفقهية كسائر العقليات في الحقول المختلفة، لأنها تعيش إطار النمو والتجديد بحكم التراكم الثقافي والمعرفي على مستوى البشرية في جميع المجالات. فكما أن علم الطب يسير نحو تعدد التخصصات ويسير نحو النمو والتجذر، كذلك العقلية الفقهية تعيش دينامية تكاملية تطورية تعتمد على التراكم الثقافي والمعرفي على مستوى العلوم البشرية المختلفة. وهذا ما تعيشه المسيرة الحوزوية لمن يقرأ المسيرة الحوزوية بعين الموضوعية والإنصاف. لذلك نرى تطورا ملحوظا على مستوى الأسس والمباني والقواعد التي يعتمدها الفقيه في مقام تحديد الحكم الشرعي واستنباطه، وذلك من خلال عدة حقول. الحقل اللغوي: عندما ننظر إلى الحقل اللغوي فإن اللغة هي أول أساس لتحديد الحكم الشرعي من خلال استنطاق النص الديني سواء كان قرآنا أو سنة. وقد عاش الحقل اللغوي تطورا بعدة نظريات في رحم الحوزة العلمية. فمن هذه النظريات المقارنة بين أصالة الثبات والحركة الدينامية للغة، فهل هناك أصل يعني أن اللغة تعيش ثباتا وتغيرا تدريجيا بطيئا، أم أن اللغة بحسب علم اللغة وعلم الاجتماع اللغوي هي عبارة عن كائن حي يعيش روحا ديناميكية تغييرية في كل لحظة وفي كل جيل؟ ولذلك على الفقيه أن يراقب المسيرة اللغوية ومساحة التغيرات على مستوى الألفاظ والمفاهيم والمدركات لما لذلك من أثر واضح ينعكس في مجال الاستنباط، وهذا ما ركز عليه السيد السيستاني في مجال بحث حجية الظهور في علم الأصول. النظرية الثانية تاريخية النص، فإن النص الوارد عن المعصوم يحتاج فهمه إلى قراءة الأجواء والظروف الموضوعية التي أحاطت بالنص، وثقافة زمان النص، وكيف كان الناس يتلقون هذا النص عبر أي ثقافة وعبر أي مفاهيم. ومن هنا دخل الميرزا مهدي الإصفهاني قبل 80 سنة، وجاء السيد السيستاني بعده لقراءة الروايات على مستويين: مستوى التعليم ومستوى الإفتاء. فهناك الكثير من الروايات التي وردت في مجال إجابة سؤال أو تحديد استفتاء، وهذه تخضع لظروف معينة وثقافة معينة وأسلوب معين، فلا بد في مجال استنطاق هذا النص الوارد في مجال الاستفتاء من قراءة الأجواء والظروف الموضوعية التي حفت بصدور النص كي ينعكس ذلك على مجال تحديد الحكم الشرعي منه. وهذا ما طرحه مجموعة من الأعلام في مجال البحث اللغوي في فهم النص الديني. الحقل الثاني الحقل العقلي. عندما نتحدث عن مرجعية العقل فلا بد أن نقرأ إسهامات علماء الأصول في مجال مرجعية العقل، وهنا نلاحظ عدة نظريات في هذا المجال تطورت وتجددت، منها المقارنة بين المنطق الصوري في مجال نظرية المعرفة والمنطق الاستقرائي القائم على دليل حساب الاحتمالات، وهذا ما قام به السيد محمد باقر الصدر في أصوله وفي كتابيه فلسفتنا والأسس المنطقية للاستقراء، وأثر ذلك على المدركات العقلية التي تنعكس في مجال الاستنباط وتحديد الحكم الشرعي. ومن هذه النظريات مرجعية البناء العقلاء المستجد في كل زمان، فالملاحظ أن العقلاء في كل زمان تستحدث لهم مباني وتستجد لهم مرتكزات يبنون عليها، فإذا أريد تحديد مرجعية البناء العقلائي المستحدث فما هي المعايير التي من خلالها يمكن تحديد الحجية والمرجعية للبناء العقلائي الجديد، مع أنه لم يكن بناء عقلائيا معاصرا لزمان صدور النص. من هنا وضع علماء الأصول كما في كتاب الفائق في علم الأصول المعايير لاستكشاف النقاط المشتركة المؤثرة في نشأ البناءات العقلائية ومعرفة الجذور العقلائية التي تجمع كل المجتمعات العقلائية في نكات عامة، ليكون ذلك مرجعاً في تحديد التفاصيل على أساس البنية العقلائية العامة. مثلاً عندما نريد أن نصل إلى الرؤية العقلائية في مجال التعامل مع البيتكوين، أو في مجال المعاملات المالية عبر الشاشة، أو في مجال تحديد نظم البيئة، فكل ذلك يحتاج إلى معايير لاستكشاف البنية العقلائية العامة التي يمكن الاعتماد عليها في مجال تحديد هذه الموضوعات التي يبتني عليها الحكم الشرعي. الحقل الثالث ألا وهو حقل علم الحديث. إن التراث الديني يتوقف الاستفادة منه سواء كان من سنة النبي المصطفى صلى الله عليه وآله أو من سنة المعصومين صلوات الله وسلامه عليهم أجمعين، على قراءة أبعاد جديدة نظر إليها علماء الأصول وعلماء الحديث في الحوزة العلمية. فمنها على سبيل المثال 3 أبعاد. البعد الأول علل اختلاف الحديث، ما هي العوامل التي تكمن وراء ظاهرة اختلاف الأحاديث والروايات، سواء في رواية الشيعة لها أو رواية السنة لها، أو اختلاف الرواة أنفسهم، سواء كانت هذه العوامل سياسية أو ثقافية أو اجتماعية أو قانونية. هذا بعد من الأبعاد يجب النظر إليه في مجال فهم النص الديني. البعد الآخر قراءة اختلاف النسخ، حيث من الواضح أن كتب الحديث لم تكن مطبوعة وإنما كانت تستنسخ، لذلك نشأت ظاهرة اختلاف النسخ، ونشأ هذه الظاهرة اقتضى وضع علم ذا معايير منضبطة من خلال قراءة اختلاف النسخ وترجيح بعضها على البعض الآخر. البعد الثالث ثقافة المحدث والرجالي، فالمحدث كالكليني أو المفيد أو الصدوق أو الشيخ الطوسي عندما يقوم بتقطيع الروايات ووضعها ضمن أبواب معينة، فإن هذا التقطيع يعتمد على ثقافة المحدث. كما أن الرجالي كالنجاشي والشيخ والكشي عندما ينقلون أو يتحدثون عن راو معين كالحسين بن سعيد، كابن أبي عمير، كالمعلى بن خنيس، كمحمد بن سنان، فإنهم يتحدثون عنه من خلال رؤية معينة. فهل أن ثقافة الرجال تنعكس في مجال تقويمه لشخصية الراوي؟ إن قراءة ثقافة المحدث وثقافة الرجال أثر ينعكس في مجال استنباط الأحكام الشرعية. وهذه الأبعاد 3 في علم الحديث ركز عليها السيد السيستاني مد ظله في فقهه في مجال تعامله مع روايات أهل البيت صلوات الله وسلامه عليهم أجمعين. الحقل الرابع التراكم المعرفي الناشئ عن تمازج العلوم وتداخل المعارف. إن الفقه لا يعيش علوما معينة. قد يظن السامع أو القارئ لبعض كتب الفقه أن الفقه متقوقع في علم الفقه والأصول والرجال والحديث والتفسير، ولكن هذا ليس صحيحا. إن الفقيه هو إنسان، وهذا الإنسان تجتمع فيه التراكمات الثقافية والمعرفية، ومن خلال ذلك فإن الفقيه يعيش هذه المسيرة الثقافية البشرية التي تعني تداخل العلوم الإنسانية وتمازج المعارف الذي يؤثر في مجال تحديد فهم النص. لذلك نذكر هنا عدة مستويات يتبين منها تمازج العلوم وتداخلها. المستوى الأول انعكاس علم النفس على أدوات الاستنباط من خلال بعدين. البعد الأول التفسير النفسي، وهذا مصطلح استخدمه مثل السيد السيستاني وتلامذته في مجال فهم الرواية. فإن قراءة المحتوى الثقافي الذهني والهواجس النفسية التي يعيشها الإمام المتكلم والراوي الذي ينقل عن الإمام بالمعنى لا باللفظ أمر مؤثر في مجال تحديد مداليل النص. البعد الثاني الربط بين تنوع أساليب الروايات في طرح الأحكام وبين ظروف الاستفتاء والسؤال. فلماذا تختلف أساليب الروايات في الحديث عن قاعدة واحدة أو حكم واحد؟ هل هناك ربط بين اختلاف الأساليب وبين اختلاف ظروف السؤال وظروف الاستفتاء؟ وكل ذلك يعتمد على بعض القوانين والقواعد في المدرسة التحليلية في علم النفس التي يستفاد منها في مجال قراءة اختلاف الأساليب، أساليب الروايات الشريفة في طرح الحكم الشرعي. المستوى الثاني علم الألسنيات. وفي هذا المجال أي علم الألسنيات لا بد أن نلحظ أيضا عدة انعكاسات على مجال فهم النص واستنباط الحكم الشرعي منها أثر تعدد القراءات في فهم النص: القراءة الرمزية، القراءة البيانية، القراءة الاستقرائية، القراءة الاستنطاقية، القراءة التأويلية. ما مدى حجية هذه القراءات وتأثيرها في مجال فهم النص؟ وهذا يعالج في علم الأصول في بحث حجية الظهور. والبعد الثاني حجية منهج الهرمنوطيقة في مجال تحديد مضمون النص، وهل أن هذا المنهج بكل مدارسه ومناهجه التي تطورت وتعددت يمكن أن يؤثر في مجال فهم النص كما أثر في قراءة مثلا نصوص التوراة والإنجيل ونحو ذلك من الكتب الدينية الأخرى. ويمكن الرجوع إلى الخاقاني في كتابه تعدد القراءات لمعرفة كيف انعكس تعدد القراءات في باب حجية الظهور في علم الأصول. المستوى الثالث علم القانون. وبما أن التشريع الفقهي قانون، لذلك كان لا بد من نحو من المقارنة بين علم القانون الوضعي وبين القانون الفقهي في مقام تحديده، وذلك من خلال النظر أيضا إلى 3 أبعاد. البعد الأول التوافق الروحي بين القانون والأهداف، وهذا ما يركز عليه الفقيه في مجال تحديد الحكم الشرعي، حيث يلاحظ الفقيه مدى علاقة القانون مع البعد الأخلاقي في التعامل مع القانون، ومدى التمازج بين حرفية القانون وبين الروح الأخلاقية التي ينظر إليها الفقيه في مجال التعبد بهذا القانون. وهذا ما بحثه السيد محمد باقر الصدر قدس سره في كتابه اقتصادنا عند حديثه حول البعد الأخلاقي لقانون الملكية، مما يعني ضرورة التواؤم بين التشريع وبين حماية الأخلاق، نظير ما يذكره علماء الأصول في نظرية الموافقة الروحية بين التراث الروائي والقرآن، حيث إن حجية الرواية منوطة بمرجعية القرآن الكريم، والمقصود بمرجعية القرآن الكريم الموافقة الروحية كما طرحها السيد الصدر والسيد السيستاني. والمقصود بالموافقة الروحية قراءة روح القرآن والدعائم الأساسية للكرامة الإنسانية من خلال القرآن الكريم لعرض الروايات المختلفة على القرآن الكريم من خلال هذا البعد. البعد الثاني اكتشاف الرؤى العقلائية على مستوى الاقتصاد من خلال المقارنة بين كتب القانون الوضعي وبين التراث الروائي الوارد عن النبي صلى الله عليه وآله والمعصومين صلوات الله عليهم أجمعين. فلقد كان السيد السيستاني في بحثه في كتاب البيع وكتاب الإجارة والخيارات يقوم بالمقارنة بين ما كتبه الدكتور القانوني المعروف عبد الرزاق السنهوري في مجال الملكية والمال على ضوء القانونين الفرنسي والمصري، وبين التراث الوارد في القرآن والسنة النبوية والمعصومية لاستكشاف الرؤى العقلائية العامة من خلال هذا المستوى. البعد الثالث القراءة الواقعية، وهو ما طرحه السيد محمد باقر الصدر من خلال نظرية الفهم الاجتماعي للنص، التي تعني هذه النظرية الانطلاق من الواقع للنص وليس الانطلاق من النص للواقع، حيث إن الانطلاق من الواقع للنص يعني ضرورة المواكبة بين النص وبين الواقع، كما سجله السيد محمد باقر الصدر في كتابه اقتصادنا وفي مقدمته التي طرحها لكتاب الفقه للعلامة المرحوم الشيخ محمد جواد مغنية. فالنتيجة التي نريد أن نقولها من خلال ذلك كله أنه ينبغي على أي باحث أو قارئ أن يقرأ المسيرة الحوزوية الفقهية الأصولية من خلال مدارسها المختلفة، ومن خلال أبعادها المتنوعة، ومن خلال الأسس والمباني التي تقوم عليها، ومن خلال حركة البحث الداعمة لهذه المسيرة التطورية، وليس من خلال رؤية سطحية عرضية لبعض النتائج أو بعض الفتاوى ليكون ذلك قراءة للمسيرة الفقهية الحوزوية التي عمرها 1000 عام على الأقل في الفقه الإمامي الشيعي. نسأل الله تبارك وتعالى أن يوفقنا وإياكم لما هو أكثر عمقا ودقة في مجال قراءة الفقه الإسلامي الحوزوي، والحمد لله رب العالمين، وصلى الله على محمد وآله الطيبين الطاهرين.
Everyone, we will be resuming at 7:30 for the workshop of Sheikh Subhani on the principles of the science of Rijal, biographical studies of the narrators. So we will now break for Salah, and we will be resuming with Sheikh Dr. Subhani's workshop on the science of Rijal at 7:30. This will be followed by dinner at 8:45. There will be a program, most likely at 9:30, details of which are to follow after the workshop. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad.
Where the beautiful tiles will be laid, and these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kathamain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home. Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms. Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
a new madrasa in Tanzania,
or Tabligh in the Far East.
comment, share and subscribe.
Together we are stronger. The World Federation.
अगर तमने जानवो होय कि हमरा શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
Taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan Relief Campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhumain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kazim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhumain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education,
community,
prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community,
our home,
our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms. Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
a new madrasa in Tanzania,
or tabligh in the Far East.
comment, share and subscribe.
Together, we are stronger.
The World Federation.
अगर तमने जानवो होय कि हमरा શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
Taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan relief campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhumain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kazim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhumain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education,
community,
prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community,
Our home,
our future.
get involved,
Give back.
Come together.
this is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms. Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
a new madrasa in Tanzania,
Or tabligh in the Far East.
comment, share and subscribe.
Together, we are stronger.
The World Federation.
અગર તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
Taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan Relief Campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhumain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kazim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhumain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms. Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
a new madrasa in Tanzania,
or Tabligh in the Far East.
Comment, share and subscribe.
Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
અગર તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
Taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems, and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan Relief Campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhumain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kazim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhumain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms. Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania,
Or Tabligh in the Far East.
comment, share and subscribe.
Together we are stronger. The World Federation.
अगर तमने जानू होय कि हमरा શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
Taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID
invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems, and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WF projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan Relief Campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhimain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kadhim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhimain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms. Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania,
or Tabligh in the Far East.
comment, share and subscribe.
Together we are stronger.
The World Federation.
अगर તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
Taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems, and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WF projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan relief campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhumain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kadhim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhumain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms. Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania,
or Tabligh in the Far East.
comment, share and subscribe.
Together we are stronger. The World Federation.
अगर તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
Taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems, and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WF projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan Relief Campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhumain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kadhim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhumain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms. Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania,
or Tabligh in the Far East.
comment, share and subscribe.
Together we are stronger.
The
World Federation.
अगर तमने जानू होय कि हमरा શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
Taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems, and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan Relief Campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
Here in Kadhamain, where we pay tribute to the Imams, Imam Kazim alayhi salam, Imam Jawad alayhi salam, I stand outside Bab al-Qibla. Between Bab al-Qibla and Bab al-Murad, which is over there, this is the Sahan, where the beautiful tiles will be laid. And these are where you and all of us will be supporting this amazing cause. Can you imagine between this door here and that door, that the prayers which will be prayed will be on the tiles which you have helped in donating towards. From Kadhamain, Salamun Alaikum wa Rahmatullahi wa Barakatuh.
Aid.
Education.
Community.
Prosperity.
This is the World Federation.
Our community.
Our home.
Our future.
Get involved.
Give back.
Come together.
This is our federation.
The World Federation.
The World Federation is on all your favorite social media platforms. Keep up to date with all of our news and campaigns under the World Federation.
Whether it's aid work in Gaza,
A new madrasa in Tanzania,
or Tabligh in the Far East.
comment, share and subscribe.
Together we are stronger.
The
World Federation.
अगर તમને જાણવું હોય કે હમણાં શું થાય છે તો પ્લીઝ આપણને ફોલો કરો વર્લ્ડ ફેડરેશનના વેબસાઇટ ઉપર.
Taasisi ya World Federation inapatikana kwenye social media zote. Toa mawaidha, gawa na tembeleza ujumbe huu.
एक साथ हम मजबूत हैं.
C'est notre fédération.
The World Federation.
After last year's roaring success, WFAID invites you once again to take on the challenge of a lifetime. Have you got what it takes to trek the world's tallest freestanding mountain? Standing at nearly 6,000 meters, Mount Kilimanjaro is home to the most unique blend of climates, ecosystems and terrains, from forests to alpine deserts and the Arctic summit. A true test of willpower and grit, all in the aim of raising money for those in need. Get friends and families to sponsor your climb. Each penny raised will aid our WFAID projects, from microfinance to medical projects. Whether it's supporting orphans and children in their early years, eye-saving surgeries, or helping thousands of families during the cost of living crisis. Make a New Year's resolution that will make an impact on your and others' lives. What are you waiting for? Sign up today.
Rising costs across the world have hit every corner, with conflict and natural disasters tightening the grip on millions of people struggling each and every day. Soaring inflation has meant many more are in need, with prices rising and donations in decline. WFAID's Ramadan Relief Campaign is a vital safety net, with the demand for assistance rising steadily. As the blessed month approaches, we need to come together and support each other like never before. Visit donate.wf and give whatever you can. As Prophet Muhammad said, if one provides food for a fasting person, it is equal in reward to freeing a slave and the forgiveness of all his past sins.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين أبو القاسم محمد وعلى أهل بيته الطيبين الطاهرين المعصومين. You know, I've noticed that when there's fewer people, the salawats are louder. I'm assuming that's because the ikhlas is really there. So can we have one more salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad? So we now come to our evening program, which is a workshop on the principles of the science of Rijal. So principles of Ilm al-Rijal, which is, of course, as I'm sure you all know, the biographical studies of narrators. And this workshop is going to be led by our esteemed colleague, Sheikh Dr. Saeed Subhani. And I believe the format will be you'll be speaking for about 20 to 30 minutes, and then there will be about 30 to 40 minutes Q&A. This will be followed by dinner at 8:45. So this will be followed by dinner at 8:45. But without further ado, I think we should begin our workshop. And just so everyone knows, with the Q&A, we will have floating mics, but also if you have questions, you can write them down on paper and pass them forward too. If I could invite Dr. Subhani to the stage to lead the workshop, please welcome him with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad. Since there seems to be quite a lot of room in the hall, can I just ask everyone if they would like to move forward, just so you're closer and you can, so you'll be better placed if we need to ask questions for the microphone to reach you or to pass pieces of paper forward. I have to say, just sort of from where I'm standing, the sister side seems to be outperforming the brother's side a bit. So come on, guys, get your friends in here. We have to defend our pride a bit. You see, this is what the British do when they show up anyway. They try to exploit rivalries to get their way. I'm trying to do it in a good way though. Sorry, could I just ask, if you're at the back, if you're in the back rows, please come forward. Please come forward. Just to enable more interactions. And also, the chairs are comfier. The further forward you come, the comfier the chairs get. And there are these lovely flower arrangements and tables. I mean, why? The back of the room doesn't have these facilities. So you will remember Dr. Subhani from his paper this morning. Apologies, I'm a little bit jet-lagged. You'll remember his paper from this morning where he spoke, he delivered a very comprehensive session on the role of intellect and from the perspective of Imamiyya jurists. For those of you who missed that, with his permission, I'd just like to deliver his biography one more time. So Dr. Subhani specializes in classical Islamic disciplines, including theology, philosophy, jurisprudence, principles of jurisprudence, Quranic exegesis, history, biographical studies, and fundamentals of belief. He has authored several books and articles in these fields. Dr. Subhani has studied under many senior scholars, including Ayatollahs Javadi Amali, Mirza Jawad Tabrizi, and Ja'far Subhani. He obtained his PhD in philosophy of religion from the University of Edinburgh. His publications include Religious Diversity in Contemporary Shi'i Thought, which was published in 2022, Nail al-Watar min Qa'idat la Darar, which is the jurisprudential maxim of no harm, published in 1999, and Jahan Bini ve Shinacht, which is epistemology in 1988. And so without further ado, I will hand over to our esteemed scholar, Sheikh Subhani, to lead us in this workshop. Please once more recite a loud salawat.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين وصلى الله على سيدنا ونبينا محمد. Again, I'm very honored to be here in your presence, and to be honest, these days and these nights is very great for me. And may Allah give you more tawfiq to be at the service of Ahlul Bayt and Quran, insha'Allah ta'ala. The topic of tonight is Ilm al-Rijal and Ilm al-Dirayah. You know, in the eyes of Imamiyya scholars, there are 4 sources in jurisprudence, in Ilm al-Fiqh: Quran, Hadith, Ijma', and Aql. So today, at the morning, I briefly discussed about the function of Aql in jurisprudence and the role of Aql. Now today, I'm going to speak about the second sources of ijtihad, the second tools of ijtihad, which is Hadith. You know, the ulama of hadith can be divided in 2 classifications: mutaqaddimin and mutaakhirin, early scholars and later scholars. As we have 2 classifications in Ilm al-Fiqh, the fuqaha can be divided in 2 classifications: the early fuqaha and the later fuqaha. In terms of Ilm al-Rijal and in terms of Hadith, the ulamas before Sayyid ibn Tawus was named early scholars, nearly 7 centuries. And the ulama after Sayyid ibn Tawus is called later scholars, mutaakhirin. So what is the difference between these 2 types of ulama? Why do we divide them in 2 classifications, the ulama of mutaqaddimin and the ulama of mutaakhirin? The answer is that before Sayyid ibn Tawus, the yardstick for assessment of hadith was different in the eyes of mutaqaddimin and in the eyes of mutaakhirin. In the eyes of mutaqaddimin, the yardstick was al-qara'in al-dakhiliyah, and the yardstick for hadith was al-qara'in al-kharijiyah. What does it mean? Before Sayyid ibn Tawus, the ulama of hadith, they had access to the very, very authentic books, such as Kutub Arba'ih, such as the book which was confirmed and was signed by Imam alayhi salam, Imam alayhi salam saw a book and said, Allah, may Allah, rahimahullah, the author of this book. So Imam confirmed the authenticity of book. So in the eyes of early scholars, the yardstick only qat'iyyu sudur, if they were aware that this hadith sadara an al-imam, they consider this hadith authentic, whether the narrator is reliable or the narrator is not reliable, because they had a source. The source was kutub usul arba'ima'ah. If they took hadith from kutub usul arba'ima'ah of the book which was confirmed by Imam, so they say there is no need to assess the qualities, the features of narrator. But after Sayyid ibn Tawus, these ghara'in, these signs were shrinking. So after Sayyid ibn Tawus, they say we don't have any qarineh for the assessment of hadith. So they try to establish another method, another yardstick for assessment of hadith. So they try to assess the authenticity of any hadith by its narrator. So before Sayyid ibn Tawus, the quality of narrator was not important. But after Sayyid ibn Tawus, no, it was important, because they try, that's fine, because they try to assess the quality of narrator, the quality of hadith by the narrator. So just I would like to explain the difference between early scholars and later scholars. In the eyes of early scholars, the quality of narrators is not important. This hadith sadara an al-imam, whether the narrator were reliable or not reliable. But in the time of mutaakhirin, they said we don't have such sign, we don't have such qara'in. So they try to assess the authenticity of hadith by the features of narrator. So I'm going to explain the general overview of ilm al-rijal, which is so important from the time of Sayyid ibn Tawus, rahmatullah alayh. So I began our topic was this beautiful hadith. Muhammad ibn Yaqub, Shaykh Kulayni, born in 258. And Muhammad ibn Yahya, and Ahmad ibn Muhammad ibn Isa, and Ali ibn Nu'man, and Abi Usameh. قال سمعت أبا عبد الله عليه السلام يقول كونوا دعاة إلى أنفسكم بغير ألسنتكم. Try to propagate the people, do tabligh by your act, not by your tongue. كونوا لنا زينا ولا تكونوا علينا ولا تكونوا شينا, in some narration ولا تكونوا علينا شينا. So I don't want to save the time. As you see, brothers and sisters, the hadith consists of two parts. The first part is chain, and the second part is text. What is the definition of chain? Chain consists of several people, which shows how Shaykh Kulayni has achieved this hadith. How did he get? So Shaykh Kulayni says, I got this hadith from Muhammad ibn Yahya. And Muhammad ibn Yahya has got this hadith from Ahmad ibn Muhammad ibn Isa. As you see, each narration consists of two parts, chain and text. A chain consisting of several narrators serve as a channel which show the conductive to the text. So as you see in the slide, this chain, there are narrators. Through this chain, we reach the hadith. Now, look at the hadith again. If we want to reach the authenticity of this hadith, what should we do? I'm talking in the times of later scholars, not early scholars. As I said, in the time of early scholar, the yardstick was the existence of hadith in authentic book. But there is no any sign of the authentic book at the moment. Kutub Usul Arba'a does not exist. Our first hadithi book is Kitab Kulaini, Kitab Kafi for Sheikh Kulaini Rizwanullah Ta'ala alayh. If we want to assess this hadith, what should we do? We should take at least 3 steps. When we take these 3 steps, then we can realize that this hadith is authentic. The first step is that we have to evaluate each ring of chain separately and individually. For example, in the chain of hadith, they were 5 people. They were 5 persons. We have to investigate them individually. We have to talk to them individually. Second one, in the second step, we have to evaluate the chain as a whole. We have to evaluate the chain as a whole. In number 1, we evaluate the chain separately. We took each ring out and we are going to assess each ring. So this ring is okay, we put it back. We take the second ring, is it okay? We put back. But in the second step, we have to assess the chain as a whole. And in the third step, we have to evaluate the text. In the third step, we have to evaluate the text. Now, let's make it more clear. In the first step, we are going to assess, we are going to look at each ring separately. So what should we do? We have to look at the biographical account of each person individually. For example, in the first, Ahmad ibn Muhammad ibn Isa. So we are going to take this ring. So we are going to ask his question. So who he was, to know his identity, his teacher, his student, the time and the place which he flourished. Is it important to know his teacher? Is it important to know his student? Yes, in many cases it's important. Why? Because sometimes we don't know who is Ahmad ibn Muhammad ibn Isa. We don't know. But through his teacher or through his student, we can recognize him, when and where he was born. So knowing the teacher, mashayikh, and student is very important in order to recognize this person. Second question, to know his belief, to whether the narrator was from the Shia school of thought or not. If he was the school of Shia, was he from the Imamiyya or another sect? It's important, yardstick in the first step. Again, we are going to understand the level of his wapt, how his memory was. Does he have a good memory or weak memory? When he heard the hadith, did he pass the hadith as he got it, or sometime he paraphrased it in a wrong way? Did he change the meaning when he got the hadith from Imam or from the previous person? So as you see, wapt or a good memory is important in authenticity of hadith. And moreover, the identity of narrator's behavior, moral qualities, trustworthiness, reputation, and trustfulness. So in the first step, we are going to take each ring, Ahmad ibn Muhammad ibn Musa, Ahmad ibn Muhammad ibn Isa, we are going to look at these features: his teacher, his student, his belief, his reputation, his dhabt, he is adil or not adil, reliable or not reliable. So, what is the name of this science? This science, or this is the job of the ulama of Ilm al-Rijal. So in Ilm al-Rijal, we are going to take each ring and discuss them and find out the biographical account, and this is the definition, and this is the job of ilmul rijal. So ilmul rijal can be defined as a discipline which discuss the hadith narrators' specific qualities, such as trustworthiness, truthfulness, and dhabt, in order to determine their reliability. These qualities play an essential role in acceptance or rejection of hadith. If someone is so okay, but he has a problem for having a good memory, of course, it makes the hadith weak. So if someone is, for example, from the followers of other sect, okay, it can be a negative point. If someone, he is very reliable, he is very thiqh, he is very truthful, so of course, is a positive narrator. So just I would like to add, in the first step, we are going to ask important question. But some question is not important in ilm al-rijal. For example, was he, for example, tall or short? Was he skinny or fat? So this question does not relate for the scholars of ilm al-rijal. The question which plays a great role in acceptance on the rejection of hadith. Now, suppose that we took the first step and we successfully evaluate these 5 people: Muhammad ibn Yaqub Kulayni, Muhammad ibn Yahya, Ahmad ibn Muhammad ibn Isa, Ali ibn Nu'man, and Abi Usama. All of these 5 or 6 people, alhamdulillah, they have a good memory, good reputation, good behavior, very truthful, very thiqh, very adil. Can we consider this hadith authentic? Can we consider this hadith reliable? No. We have to take the second step. So the first step is the duty of ilm al-rijal. In ilm al-rijal, we are going to look at the biographical account of each narrator separately. In the second step, we are going to check the consistency of the chain, whether this chain is strong or not, whether these rings connected to each other or not connected. Is it a missing chain in this chain or not? On many occasions, there is a missing chain, but we are not aware. We think, oh, the chain is strong, but if someone is expert in ilm al-rijal, he realized that no, there is a missing chain. So in the second step, we are going to look at the chain as a whole. We are going to do like that. Is it strong or not strong? So in the second step, we are going to consider the consistency, the consistency and stability of the chain as a whole. The level of the consistency of chain may increase the validity of hadith, the validity of texts, and vice versa. If the chain is not consistent, if the chain is not coherent, of course, it can affect the consistency of hadith. So, question comes to your mind, how do we know the consistency of the text? Or the consistency of text depends on what element? Number 1, did the narrator quote the text from Imam or his companion? If the first person narrate from Imam, it makes the chain strong. But if the first narrator narrate from Sahabe, no, it's not as strong as the first one. Or number 2, if the narrator narrate from Imam, did he mention the name of Imam or he did not mention the name of Imam? If he mentioned the name of Imam, it shows the high level of consistency of the chain as a whole. But if he did not mention, he says Anhu. Who is Anhu? Anhu refers to whom? I'm going to give an example. In number 3, how did the narrator in the chain of hadith receive the text from each other? how the first person received the hadith from the second person. The second person, how did he receive from the third person? And the third person, how did he receive the hadith from the fourth person? So they are so important. So did they receive the text from each other directly or indirectly? Did he receive the hadith through the letter, or did he receive through the hearing? So it's important. If the second person received the hadith through the muqatabah in the letter, so it shows it's not as strong as if you hear the hadith bil mushafaha from the previous one. And number 5, are then all the narrator of the chain as a whole are imami? If 5 of them are imami, high level of consistency, all of them trustworthy, all of them has a good memory, of course, is so in the best level. But if 2 of them is imami, 2 of them are not non-imami, or 2 of them has a good memory, 1 of them has weak memory. So as you see, the consistency of a chain depends on this element. All of them should be imami. All of them should be good reputation. All of them should have a good memory. If the chain lacks one of these features, it loses its consistency. So, conclusion. If all the narrator in the chain of hadith are imami, just, accurate, dhabit, and receive the hadith from an imam, mentioning his name, this shows a high level of consistency and coherence of the chain. And as a result, it increased the level of the authenticity of this hadith. As you see, we took a 2-step, we have to take 2 steps. In the first step, we are going to interview these 5 people individually. Then we are going to look at the chain as a whole. Now, let's look at this hadith. Is the chain consistent or not? An Husayn ibn Sa'id al-Ahwadhi. He narrates an Hammad ibn Hurayz, an Zurarah. Zurarah is a famous Sahaba of Imam al-Sadiq, and some ahadith of Qa'idah Istishab is from Zurarah. قال قلت له الرجل ينام وهو على وضوء. Someone is sleeping while he performed wuzu before. So let's say, in terms of the consistency of the chain of hadith, is it okay? I'm asking one of the audience, is it okay? If the chain is consistent, why? أحسن قلت له. He does not mention the name of Imam. Says قلت له. Pardon? However, I told him. Who is him? Imam or someone else? Let's look at another example. أخبرنا أحمد بن إدريس قال حدثنا. What is the difference between أخبرنا and حدثنا? It depends on علم الدراية. So we don't want to discuss. There is a small difference between أخبرنا and حدثنا. قال حدثنا أحمد بن محمد عن محمد بن يونس عن رجل عن أبي عبد الله في قول الله تبارك وتعالى فانظرني إلى يوم يبعثون. So we are looking at the chain of this hadith. Is it consistent? No. Why? Because in the says an rajulin. Who is this rajul? Because we as a mujtahid, we have to look at the chain of hadith. Okay, you go and check Ahmad ibn Idris, he's okay. Ahmad ibn Muhammad, he's okay. Muhammad ibn Yunus, he's okay. But who is rajul? How can I understand? How can I recognize its biographical account? So this hadith become mursal. This hadith, in terms of consistency, is weak. So it can affect the validity of hadith. So in the second step, as I said, we have to look at the chain as the consistency. Now, we take the first step successfully. And alhamdulillah, we take the second step successfully. No. Can we rely on this hadith? Can act upon this hadith? No. Still, we have to take a third step. What is the third step? The third step, we have to evaluate the text. We have to look at the text as a matn. So if we take the first step and we take the second step, so we have to take the third step. What is the third step? Is the text clear or not clear? In terms of textual clarity, is the text coherent? The text, the matn, is coherent? Is it clear? Is there any ambiguity? Is there any consistency between the text of this hadith and the text of another hadith? Is there any inconsistency between text and Quran or not? So as you are aware, the consistency of text, the clarity of text is so important. So we have to look at the lexical ambiguity or semantic ambiguity. So for example, look at this hadith. One day, this hadith is mentioned in the book of our brothers in Ahl Sunnah. The hadith says, إِنَّكُمْ سَتَرَوْنَ رَبَّكُمْ كَمَا تَرَوْنَ هَذَا الْقَمَرَ. One day the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in the half of, when the moon was full, the Prophet addressed the moon and said, إِنَّكُمْ سَتَرَوْنَ رَبَّكُمْ. You will see your Lord. كَمَا تَرَوْنَ هَذَا الْقَمَرَ. As you are, can you see this moon? So imagine we took the first step successfully. We took the second step successfully. Can we rely on this hadith? No, because there is a lexical ambiguity. Because there is a lexical ambiguity. So, kama tarawna means kama tarawna by your eyes or kama tarawna by your inner eyes. So we don't know what's the meaning of hadith. We don't know. Of course, we have to look at the Quran. Lan tarani, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala told to Musa, you cannot see me. Allah cannot be seen, not only in this world, even the akhirat. So, this hadith, as I said, this hadith is, it can be lacks of the consistency of text. Look at this, the second hadith. Ahmad ibn Muhammad ibn Isa, an Hasan ibn Mahbub, an Abbad ibn Suhaib, قال سمعت أبا عبد الله يقول لا يصلي المتيمم بقوم متوضئين. And look at the second hadith. محمد ابن أحمد ابن يحيى عن محمد ابن عبد الحميد عن أبي جميلة عن أسامة عن أبي عبد الله في الرجل يجنب وليس معه ماء وهو إمام القوم قال نعم يتيمم. He performed tayammum and he can be imam. So if you look at the text of these two hadiths, as you see, there is an inconsistency. In the second hadith, it says if the imam cannot perform ghusl, he can do tayammum and lead the jama'at. But in the first hadith, Imam said, لا يصلي المتيمم. لا يصلي المتيمم. If the audience, if the people performing wuzu, the imam which he performed tayammum, he cannot lead the prayer. So as you see, there is a contradiction between the text of first hadith and the second hadith, and it shows the inconsistency of the text, not in the chain. It shows inconsistency in the chain. In summary, in the second step and third step, we need to evaluate the consistency of the chain as a whole and the clarity of the text. It's worth noting that these two steps are treated in Ilm al-Dirayah. So the duty of Ilm al-Dirayah is second step and the third step. So in Ilm al-Dirayah, we look at the chain as a whole and we look at the text as a clarity and coherence. So whose goal is to analyze and evaluate narration from two angles: consistency of the chain as a whole, and the textual clarity and coherence. So what is the definition of ilm al-diraya? The definition of ilm al-diraya becomes clear for us. Ilm al-diraya analyzes the hadith from two angles: the consistency of the chain and textual clarity and coherence. The consistency of chain depends on a number of elements, such as a complete and uninterrupted line of narrators linking back to the Imam, through whom they are considered trustworthy, truthful, and dhabit. And the second element, the textual clarity, depends on the other things, so, as I mentioned in the text. So this is what we mention here. So the first step is the duty of ilm al-rijal, and second step and the third step is the duty of ilm al-diraya. I think my time is over. I have plenty of material to continue, but I want to, so what's my time? How? Question answer. So we start question answer? Okay, just 2 minutes. Regarding ilm al-rijal, the majority of ulama of Imamiyya, they believe ilm al-rijal is necessary. Without ilm al-rijal and without ilm al-diraya, faqih cannot rely on hadith. However, Akhbari group, they believe that there is no need for ilm al-rijal. The ulama of Akhbari, they say there is no need for ilm al-rijal. So they have nearly 12 arguments which is mentioned in Rijali books. One of them, which I mentioned today in a question and answer, they say Kutub Arba'ah, especially of Kutub Kitab Kulaini Rahmatullah Alayh, they are authentic. So Shaykh Kulaini assessed the hadith and put in his book. So why are you studying Ilm al-Rijal? You are going to select the authentic hadith. Shaykh Kulaini has done this job. He says whatever he collected, it is sahih. As Shaykh Kulaini mentioned in the biography of his book, he says, al-akhbar al-sahiha min as-sadiqin. He says all the ahadith of book is sahih. As I said, sahih has two meanings. Sahih in the times of early scholars means sadara an al-ma'sum, qat'i as-sudur. Definitely the hadith issued by Imam. Sahih in the eyes of mutaakhirin means the narrator are truthful, imami, such and such. Hujjatun bayni wa bayna Allah. So if you take these two possible meaning, min qat'i as-sudur, all the ahadith of Kafi is qat'i as-sudur in the eyes of early scholars, or all the ahadith of Kafi is hujjah, means hujjatun baynana wa bayna Allah. If you take this meaning or the second meaning, still we need ilm al-rijal. First of all, just very briefly, Shaykh Kulaini Rahmatullah Alayh never said all the ahadith of book is qat'i as-sudur. Why? Because in the Kafi, Shaykh Kulaini mentioned if two hadiths contradict each other, what should we do? So it shows that amongst the narration there are two contradicted hadiths, and he is telling us the rule how can we reconcile two contradicting hadiths. So when Shaykh Kulaini gives us a tool, when two hadiths contradict each other, it shows that all the ahadith of Kafi are not qat'i as-sudur. Moreover, many ulamas, Shaykh Saduq or the other scholars, they weaken some ahadith of Kafi. If you believe the second interpretation, all the ahadith of Kafi, hujjatun baynaha wa bayna Allah, that's fine. It shows that the ahadith of Kafi was hujjah in the eyes of Kulaini and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But another faqih, another mujtahid, he should say, I'm going to assess again. It might be the yardstick which Kulaini selected this ahadith as a sahih. I do not agree with this yardstick. The methodology which Sheikh Kulaini selected these ahadith and compiled in his book, I might do not agree. For example, in the eyes of Sheikh Kulaini, for example, the faith is so important. It might be one of the elements like dhabit is not important, but in the eyes of other scholars, no, dhabit is important. The narrator should have a good memory. So this is the reason why one hadith can be sahih in the eyes of one mujtahid, and another mujtahid consider this hadith non-sahih or da'if. Why? Because the yardstick for evaluation of a hadith can be different. Of course, I mentioned many things, but let's say we go to question and answer. I'm at your service.
Sheikhuna, Santum, that's an excellent presentation. Very simplified for many of us. I'm sure my fellow participants will confirm. It has really made life so much easier to understand why there's a lot of difference that is happening in trying to understand the hadith itself because of the criteria that you've mentioned. However, all these years after Sayyidina Taus, we've had so many scholars who've come, and the contemporary scholars with all the technology that is there, all the facilities, the amenities, the technologies, everything is at their disposal. The question is, why can this hadith, because the hadith is not that they've been reproduced to have more hadith.
Yes,
the hadiths
that's
are the same. Sheikh Kulaini has got the same book, Al-Kafi.
Ahsant.
The 4 books that we are saying are the same. They've not changed. How is it that every time an alim sees, he says, no, this is not sahih according to me. Another alim says, this is sahih. Can't there be a criteria now? Somebody or a team of scholars sit down, go through all of them and categorize, this is sahih, this is da'if, this is mursal, or whatever other terminologies we have, so that those who come later afterwards or during their time also, it'll be much easier for the other scholars to draw inspiration, to get knowledge from there and make a decision or a ruling deriving all this information from this. The way Ayatollah Khoui compiled Ilm al-Rijal, a very comprehensive, encyclopedia kind of biographies of all the narrators. So there is a reference point. Can't we have a reference point for hadith like this?
It's a good question. However, I think Ayatollah Sayyid Munir Khabbaz, he mentioned this question as well. As he mentioned, we have one problem in hadith book which is called tashif, or misspelling. In many cases, for example, Hussein is mentioned Hassan. Hassan is mentioned Hussein. Or Ahmad ibn Muhammad, by mistake, he was written by Muhammad ibn Ahmad. Why? Because at that time, there was no computer, and there was no dot on the letters. And moreover, the people who used to do istinsakh, the copywriters, so they did not have any expert. So they give it to this person, can you copy for me? Can you produce the same as book? So later, the scholars like Muhaqqiq Ardabili, Rizwanullah Ta'ala alayhi, in his book, he tried to find out many of this mistake. So it is the reason why one hadith in the eyes of, for example, Shaykh Tuzi was sahih, but the later alim comes and consider is a weak. Why? Because that alim, it might be he was not aware for the spelling mistake. This is one reason. And second reason, if you want to understand this person is reliable or not reliable, so how do we know? I don't have a time. So how can we recognize this person is reliable or not reliable? This person is thiqa or not thiqa? So one of them, there are two types. التوثيقات العام, التوثيقات الخاص, the specific confirmation, which we have two specific confirmation. One, تصديق الإمام. If Imam said this person is reliable. Or the early scholars, the scholars of Rijal, they confirm the reliability of someone. For example, Kashi, Najashi. These scholars, if they confirm, for example, Ahmad ibn Muhammad ibn Isa, reliable. So the second is that there is tawthiqat am. We have 12 or 19 tawthiqat am. For example, Ashab al-Ijma is one of them. Wakalat is other one. If one person narrate many hadiths from Imam, so this yardstick is negotiable. For example, if someone claims that I'm the wakil of Imam, can we consider it as a sign of reliability of this person? Some people, they say yes. Some people, they say no. The third view, they say yes on condition that this person was the wakil of Imam for a long time, and this person was not censured, was not criticized by Imam or someone else. So as you say, for the evaluation of people, we don't have any specific yardstick. For example, sometimes you have to refer to the book of Kashi or to the book of Najashi. But it might be someone which Najashi consider him as a thiqeh, the other scholars consider him as a weak. So you have to find the solution. How can you merge them? So we cannot say, okay, this 1,000 hadith is sahih, there is no doubt, and the rest, because this is a ijtihad. Ijtihad means you are going with a new thought, with your own methodology, going to assess the ahadith. So yes, it might be, we say some ahadith definitely is sahih in the eyes of all ulama. Yes, that's fine. It makes sense. But we cannot say all the ahadith of this book, no doubt, is acceptable, and the rest, there is a room for consideration. Because your yardstick, it might be difficult. As I said, for Ashab al-Ijma, there is 5 interpretation, at least 5 interpretation. One person, one alim, they say, Ajma'at al-Asaba ala tasihim ma. What does ma means? Means hikayatihim or riwayatihim. So if you say the meaning of ma is hikayatihim, it cannot prove that his mashayikh is thiqah. If you say riwayatihim, yes, it can prove. So as you say, one mujtahid, he says, from this ibarat, from this statement of Kashi, I understand this. You might say, I do not understand. It's not like a measure, it's okay, let's measure together, it's 100 meters, centimeters. Ijtihad or a fiqahat is not like that. We have a measure, let's measure the size of this room. Yes, everybody agree, let's go. It's not like that. Yes. Where is Dr. Alexander?
Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Where are you? First of all, show me yourself. Yes.
So I'm just mentioning a few things. Please clarify if they're correct. So from the beginning of Ghaibat-e-Kubra, many books of ahadith were published. However, many books were distorted due to political disabilities. So
due to?
Political disability.
No, not political.
Okay, so for example,
for flood or the library of Sheikh Tusi was burned. It's not political.
Okay, so suppose
natural disaster.
Yes.
Earthquake, flood, or such and such.
Yes. So when the Mongols seized Baghdad.
Yes.
Probably also during the time
our primary sources, yes, were destroyed.
Yes. Also during the Ottoman the Safavid dynasty. the Ottoman versus the Safavid, which I believe was the time of Allama Majlisi, if I'm not mistaken. So are these considered in today's time when looking at the ahadith? Are these situations also considered? So that's the first question.
Means you mean the book of Bahar al-Anwar?
So, yes.
Are they authentic?
I mean the ahadith, yes. Due to these situations, the natural disasters you mentioned.
Okay, yes.
Are these considered, because you didn't mention of these in the slides? I'm sorry, I'm coming from a very...
so shall I answer one by one? Shall
yeah,
I?
The other one is small, and then...
Okay, no problem.
So there's also a claim that... so there's a claim... Sorry. So Bihar was published at the time of Safavid. Is this true? Secondly was Allama Majlisi and Akhbari. Sorry. So is Bihar, was it published during the Safavid? Was Allama Majlisi and Akhbari? I'm not sure, Naud Billah. And does he believe in tahrif of Quran? Thank you.
Regarding the first question, nobody claimed that all the ahadith of Bahar al-Anwar are authentic. And the question, it might be asked me, if all the ahadith of Bahar al-Anwar is not authentic, why did he compile? If some of them were weak, what is the benefit of collection some of weak ahadith? So I make your question so strong. The answer is that if you say this hadith is weak, it does not mean that the hadith is wrong. We don't have any hujjah. We cannot rely on this hadith. But it does not mean that the hadith lam yastur anil imam. It might sadara anil imam, but we don't have any hujjah to rely on it, to act upon it. This is one thing. Still, you are going to ask me a question. If the hadith is not hujjat, why did he compile them? Answer, because Shaykh Allama Majlisi Rizwanullah Ta'ala alayhi, he compiled the ahadith and he said, these ahadith is za'if, but I couldn't find any evidence to make them strong. I compiled them. In future, it might some ulama comes and find some evidence and make it sahih. So we cannot say the hadith is weak, we have to remove it from the book. No, the hadith is weak, but in future, we might find some qara'in. And this qara'in leads us and help us to consider this hadith is authentic. Regarding your second question, Allama Majlisi was akhbari or not? So, as I mentioned in the morning, akhbari, they believe that only hadith is authentic. Quran is authentic as well, but we cannot rely on Quran unless the Quran can be interpreted by hadith. So they do not say the Quran is not valid. No, the Quran is hujjah. But they say we cannot understand the apparent meaning of the Quran. If the hadith interpret the verse of Quran, yes, we can cling to the Quran as well. But otherwise, the hadith is only the reason for more. So, as I said at the morning, I don't know whether you were present or not, akhbari, so let's say the appearance of akhbari begins in the time of Shaykh Kulaini Rizwanullah Ta'ala alayhi. In the time of Allami Shaykh Sahib Wasail al-Shi'ah, Shaykh Hurr Amili, he died in 1042, something like that. So he was some root of the thought of akhbari. Yes, Majlisi was the same, but the peak of akhbari was in the time of Amin Astarabadi from the ulama of 12th century, and later But Sheikh Allami Behbahani, no, this thought started going down.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. Thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. Since we have been discussing about Khabar Wahid in our today's earlier session, does this Khabar Wahid has got to do something when the matan of the hadith is unauthentic or the sanad is unknown?
So, Brother Afzal, could you explain what did she say? Khabar Wahid is? Ahsant. Is it Ahsan? Good question. Thank you very much, sister. Khabar, let's say, Khabar divided into classification. Khabar is mutawatir, Khabar wahid, and Khabar mustafid. Widely transmitted, Khabar wahid, and in the middle is Khabar mustafid. What is the definition of Khabar mutawatir? Khabar mutawatir is a khabar which many people narrate this hadith, and Aql says it is impossible. These people had an agreement to create a lie. For example, if 100 people comes and tells us one news, it is difficult, aqlan, difficult to say these people had an agreement to create this law, this lie. Is there a specific number for khabar mutawatir? No. It depends. If the narrators, all of them pious, muttaqi, truthful, it might be 40 people is enough. If the people are ordinary people, we need more number. So the number of narrators in khabar mutawatir depends on the quality of the people. So there is no specific, yes, in some books they say 90, some people they say in the times of Ashab Imam Zaman 313, but the majority of scholars says it depends on the quality of narrators. If high level, we need low people. If low level, we need high people. Khabar wahid is a khabar which does not reach to the level of khabar mutawatir. Khabar wahid, it does not mean that one person should narrate. It might be 3 people, it might be 5 people, it might be 6 people. So khabar wahid, it means that it does not reach the level of khabar mutawatir. Again and again, khabar mutawatir, the number of people in khabar mutawatir depends on the quality of people. Sometimes by 10 people, still khabar wahid. Sometimes by 15 people, still khabar wahid. Sometimes by 2 people become khabar wahid. It depends on quality of people. But khabar mustafiz is, they say 9 people is khabar mustafiz. So this is the definition. Khabar wahid is khabar wahid, and the yardstick for classification is chain, not the text. We classify the hadith in terms of the chain. Of course, in Ilm al-Dirayah, they say there are many classification. In terms of chain, can be divided khabar wahid, can be divided khabar mutawatir. In terms of text, it can be, for example, it can be muhkam, it can be mutashabih. But khabar wahid is a khabar which its number lower than the khabar mutawatir. It means that this khabar cannot convince me. This khabar wahid cannot gives me certainty. This is khabar wahid. Is it enough, sister? If you keep your question for next time, we come again to Darus Salam. I'm inviting myself.
Well, assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah. I have a slight question here about
Pardon? Repeat you.
A question here goes as follows, that some people, majority of some people do say that majority of 80% of hadith from the Shia, from the Shias are not, from the Shia sources that is, they are not authentic. So what's your take about that?
I have no idea. I don't know how many percent are weak, how many percent are sahih. I have no idea for this question. I haven't heard any answer to say the amount of sahih to non-sahih is 10%, 20%. I have no idea. But I will, your question encouraged me to find out. Mm-hmm. Is this? What do you mean tadbiri? No. The majority of them sahih. The majority of ahadith are sahih. But how many percent? I don't know exactly. Again, I cannot say any specific amount, but the majority are authentic. But how many, if you ask me to tell you the, so as I said, I have no idea for this question because I haven't heard for this question for me, and I haven't heard from anyone to say the percentage of correct and sahih or non-sahih.
Because some of the scholars summarize the Al-Anwar into 2 volumes or 3 volumes. When you compare to 100 volumes of the Quran, 2 volumes or 3 volumes, the percentage will come in front of us. When 88%, 7% are non-authentic and only 13%.
Right. Again, I don't know the percentage.
So can it be that the majority of Shia hadith literature is all unauthentic?
No.
The majority?
No. You cannot say a majority are unauthentic, no. Next question.
Assalamu alaikum.
So,
thank you so much for your insightful workshop, especially for lay people like myself. It was very insightful, so thank you for that. I actually have a couple of questions and I'll try to summarize it as best as I can. When we talk about chain of narrations, is there a different level of detail that the people look at when they check fiqh, history, and dua? So for example, the level of chain of narrations required for fiqh, is it more detailed? Is for history, for dua? Is there a difference in that? And to expand on my question is, when we look at things like Kitab Sulaim, when it talks about the incident of the door of Zahra, and the book is being dismissed because of issues in the chain of narrations, for example. Or when we talk about du'as, certain du'as which have no chain of narrations, for example. Or there are some people that claim that the ahadith proving the birth or existence of Imam Sahib al-Zaman, saying that they are weak, majority of the hadiths are weak. So how is this connected with the ilm al-rijal? So that's the first question. The second question that comes is, there is an understanding that the ulama, the ayatullah, the fuqaha receive divine guidance, in some cases even from Imam Sahib al-Zaman. Now, is this true or is this not true? These two questions will be highly appreciated. Thank you.
But the second question does not relate to ilm al-rijal. So can I answer his question? Yes. Okay.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. I would like to appreciate you for taking out time and explaining to us about Ilm al-Rijal. Indeed, we have learnt a lot. My question is that, you know, if a scholar, let's say that there are two scholars, they are saying that a hadith is weak or a hadith is strong, then how can we follow that hadith, basically?
So what do you mean, how can we follow it? If it is weak?
For example, there are two scholars, two learned scholars. According to one scholar's view, that hadith is weak.
Yes,
And
the other scholar
the
says...
scholar says that this hadith is correct. So
Okay.
how do we follow about? And another question is regarding the du'as and ziyarat. Sometimes we are being told, example, that do not recite ziyarat ashura or do not recite du'a tawassul. And so how can we prove to this?
If you do not recite?
I mean, we recite these du'as, but at times we are being misled by...
So you forgot to read Ziyarat Ashura, you mean?
No, I mean to say that we have been reciting Ziyarat Ashura all these years and Dua Tawassul.
Okay.
And sometimes we are being misled that do not recite Ziyarat Ashura or do not recite Dua Tawassul.
Okay.
Then how do we prove to these people?
Thank you very much. Regarding let's say your first question, if two people, one person say this hadith is authentic and the other person says this hadith is not authentic. So if you have to follow your marja, if your marja, because you are not expert in ilm al-rijal, you have to be either be mujtahid or follow mujtahid or do ihtiyat. Okay? So if you are mujtahid, ahlan wa sahlan. Otherwise, you have to follow your mujtahid. So your expert mujtahid say this hadith is reliable. You can follow what he believes. Regarding your second question, you say some people, for example, do not agree with some ziyarat. So we don't have a time to discuss which each ziyarat, for example, regarding the authenticity of ziyarat A or the authenticity of ziyarat B. So we don't have a time to discuss this issue. The people who, for example, believe and the people who do not believe, and assess their argument. So it needs another time. So of course, if someone says this ziyarat is weak, but when you look at the text and you realize that the text is heavenly text, and you can realize that the text cannot be issued by ordinary person, because one of the criteria for authenticity of hadith's text, sometimes the chain is weak, but the text shows that it should be from infallible. So it can be another sign for the authenticity of some du'as or some ahadith. Regarding your first question, I forgot your first, just if you mention one word, now I can hear, yes. Yes, your first question, yes, we have to assess all the ahadith, whether the ahadith in ilm al-tafsir, or whether the ahadith in ilm al-akhlaq, whether the ahadith in ilm al-fiqh. However, since, I think one of the speakers in the morning, since in fiqh, it relates to our practice, the fuqaha, they are more serious about the evaluation of hadith. But it does not mean that whenever we reach to the tafsir of Quran, we find the hadith, we can interpret the Quran according to this hadith. No, we have to be serious as well. And for example, some riwayat about the science of, about the medicine. For example, one hadith says, this powder or this leaf is good for such and such. So all these ahadith should be assessed, should be checked, whether can we rely or not rely. But since nobody wants to act upon it, nobody, if you eat it or you do not eat, you are not going to be sinner. So some of them, they do not look, but naturally we have to do it. And your second question?
So I asked you to expand on a couple of things. For example, Kitab Sulaim, the incident of Zahra.
Yes, again and again. if we want to discuss, we need another workshop to discuss about we discuss about Tafsir Ali ibn Ibrahim Qawmi. We discuss about the book of Nawadir al-Hikmah. These books, yes, at least we need more time for these books. And we don't have a specific time for discuss this issue.
When people say that the chain of narrations cannot prove the birth of Imam Mahdi, the hadiths are weak.
I know, but again and again, it might be one hadith or two hadiths or six hadiths is weak, but we have plenty of hadiths which prove the existence of Imam al-Mahdi Ajjalallahu Ta'ala Jabhajah. If we put all the ahadiths together, it can convince us the existence of Imam Mahdi. It does not mean that all the ahadiths, if we have 100 hadiths, all of them should be authentic, then we believe to the existence of Imam. No, even 50% is okay. The rest, we cannot confirm its reliability. We can rely on these ahadiths.
Thank you very much, Sheikh Subhani, for being so generous with your time and answering all those questions. I'm afraid that our session has overrun once again, and it's time for dinner now. However, if there are some of you who have burning questions that you would like to put to Dr. Subhani, he's here now briefly, and he'll be at dinner as well. So make the most of this opportunity. He's an extremely senior scholar, and I would like to thank him for that very informative workshop and for answering those questions. Can we please show our appreciation to him with a loud salawat ala Muhammad wa ali Muhammad? Oh, just one further announcement. Following dinner, there will be an open Q&A session at 9:30, continuing some of the themes that we've already discussed with a panel of scholars. So if you're able to attend, I would strongly encourage you to do so. But in particular, we'd like to pick up some of the themes we had from yesterday's session with Dr. Takim. So again, there'll be a panel of scholars here. Please, if you can attend, do come along. Otherwise, enjoy dinner and keep us in your du'as. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.